Welcome to Whilton Mill, Event 7 of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And after a couple of events where we focused on IAMI and KZ, our attention now turns back to Rotax and TKM. This is a double header for the Rotax classes. While the TKMs have got one round, it's their third round out of 4 this year. It's a crucial weekend at one of the most modern circuits in Britain, but one of the most physically demanding. The curbs here are amongst the worst anywhere in the UK. They really do give the drivers a workout. Now in junior TKM, Alistair Cresswell is going for 3 wins out of 3. If he wins again, he's got one hand on the 2021 British Championship trophy. But Alfie Garford and James Morley will be pushing him hard, as they have done all year, to try and break his streak. In TKM Extreme, 2019 champion James Pashley has eked out a slight advantage. But if he slips up, there are 8 drivers within 30 points of his championship lead. Now, onto the Rotax classes. In Minimax, Ethan Jeff Hall remains undefeated, although it's worth remembering that the last time out at Mansell Raceway, it was actually Scott Marsh who crossed the line first before a penalty demoted him back. In junior Rotax, Dan Ginchard and Archie Walker have shared the wins, but they've had one good round and one bad round, which means that Ollie Stevens, who hasn't even had a podium finish yet in 2021, leads a very, very tight championship chase. In senior Rotax, it's a Hunter brother 1-2. Elder brother Reese leading younger brother Kai. But neither of them have won a final yet this year. And after a perfect weekend at Mansell, Scotland's Lewis Gilbert has put himself right into championship contention. But watch out for Matty Hingley, a first-year senior driver. He's running 3rd in the point standings. 177. Now Dan Tate remains undefeated. He's won the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals as a mechanic. If he carries on his winning streak and takes the 177 title, he'll have a chance to win it as a driver at the end of the year in Bahrain. And speaking of Bahrain, we're joined this weekend by the Micromax drivers. It's a one-off UK qualifier to see which 2 drivers will represent Team UK in the biggest event in karting later this year in the Kingdom of Bahrain. It's going to be a really busy weekend, over 40 races, and every single one of them is going to be covered here on Alpha Live on Saturday and Sunday. Don't miss a thing. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Whilton Mill, the 7th round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships of 2021. We've had one day of racing so far. This is the final day for everybody, all 7 classes that we have here. 1,200 metres circuit. My name's Henry Baudet, and joining me, as always, your friend and mine, Mr. Anthony Jordan.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Henry. I'm very much looking forward to today. It's a little bit chillier today, though, isn't it? Because obviously we look at the circuit here, but of course the weather is the most important one that we want to be looking at today, because it's changed just a smidge.
Yes, it has. It was nice and sunny when we rocked up the circuit this morning, but we've had practice and time qualifying for most of the drivers this morning, and the cloud has come over, the wind has picked up slightly, and there are 1 or 2 spots of rain in the air, although the forecast does say it's going to remain dry. Most of the day. A big welcome to everybody watching on the Alpha Live YouTube stream. This is what we have lined up for you today, starting at 11 o'clock, very shortly, in about 5 minutes' time. The first heats for Junior, Senior and Minimax, then into 177. Now, the Rotax classes had a full day of racing yesterday. The junior, the TKMs, the Micromax and the TKM Extremes, they had their heats yesterday. They're going to be doing their pre-finals and finals today. Micromax is coming out for their pre-finals at midday. After the first of Micromax pre-final, then we've got the junior TKM and TKM pre-finals. We've got a short lunch break today, but during the lunch break, for those of you watching on the Alpha Live YouTube stream and on the British Championship Facebook page. Then there'll be the Paddock show that we recorded last night here that'll take you through the lunch break. Then we're into the second round of heats for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, Minimax and Rotax 177. Starting at 2:20 this afternoon, the first of our finals, the Micromax finals. 2 tickets up for grabs for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. At the end of the Micromax final, we'll be finishing off the heats for Junior and Senior Rotax. And then we are into the rest of the finals. Junior TKM and TKM Extreme up first. Then the repechages for Junior and Senior Rotax. And then starting at just after 4:30 local time, the final four finals, say that,
finals, yeah.
After a couple of siders, then that is Minimax, Rotax 177, Junior and Senior, taking you all the way up to about 6 o'clock this evening. Then we'll be doing a brief live Paddock show between myself and Anthony Jordan to wrap up the day on track and off track as well. So thank you very much for joining us. Please comment in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We can see your comments here in the commentary box. If you're commenting on the British Kart Championship Facebook page or on motorsport.tv, we can't see those comments in the commentary box, but please do keep commenting in. We'll see them all later on. And myself and Anthony Jordan will also be looking to nominate the Wera Tools Driver of the Day, which last time out went to Ethan Jeff Hall at the Rotax classes at Mansell Raceway.
It did indeed. Ethan Jeff Hall, our Minimax Driver of the Day for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Minimax from Mansell Raceway. Must be a great feeling for you to win a glorious trophy and a brand new toolkit as well.
Yeah, it feels really good to know that I've been selected as Driver of the Day from Mansell across the whole of England.
Yeah, it was a fantastic day at Mansell, pretty much dominant day as well. It was wins all the way throughout the day. Talk us through from your experience that day at Mansell, because it was quite an interesting one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very challenging, but we managed to win all 3 heats, the pre-final by over 3 seconds, and the finals, which was really, really good.
Now, of course, a brand new toolkit. What does that mean for you and, I'm guessing, Dad or your team, or for yourself as well?
Feels really good. Think possibly might have to give it maybe to my dad or my mechanic, but feels really good, yeah.
You think they've earned it?
Yeah, put a lot of hard work in.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to say a massive thank you to everyone that supported me, my mechanic Lee Taylor, Strawberry Racing, my family and Warwick Ringham.
Excellent. Well, Ethan Jeff Hall, our Driver of the Day winner from Mansell Raceway for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So straight into the first heat race of the day. This is round 4 of 6 for Minimax, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. We had a complete round yesterday, won by Mr. Jordan, pray tell.
Oh, Harry Linden took that race win, but of course not on track, because Mr. Ginchard actually won the race on track, but unfortunately due to a nose cone penalty,
yes,
he went backwards. And the same for Jez Williams, Ben Follen, Leighton Cooper, Lexi Belk, Chloe Chong, Jay Laurent, Ethan Lomax and Callum Romain as well, all with...
It was an absolutely superb final. Here's the starting lineup for the first heat race today. Completely brand new round, new qualifying session. It's Sam Gornall on pole position. Gornall starting alongside Ted Bradbury. And then championship leader Ollie Stevens and yesterday's race winner Harry Linden share row number 2.
Jez Williams and Stephen Duncan on row 3 with Chloe Chong and Gustav Uzakovs on row number 4.
Row 5, Scotland's Leon Henderson and England's Jamie Parley. Then Leighton Cooper, graduating out of Minimax into Junior Rotax the first time this weekend. He shares row 6 with Archie Walker.
Row number 7, Mikey Porter and Ryan Willis for Project 1 Racing with Daniel Armstrong and Cathal Clark on row number 8.
Row 9, Ollie Goodyear and Leo Lacastro, Oliver Martinsky and Ben Ballou round out row number 10.
Jessica White and Evie Poulain on row number 11 with Lexi Belk and Sophie Kinghorn on row 12.
Row 13, Bobby Joe McFall from Northern Ireland, Edison Purcell, and rounding out the field, Alex Biles in kart number 73 for Sam Pollitt Racing.
Now, Henry, Junior Rotax yesterday was absolutely fantastic.
Superb.
It was superb. Thoroughly enjoyed the racing.
Yep.
I do hope we see the same today.
Yes, now, of course, we haven't got all this. There's 41 Junior Rotax drivers here this week. There's 27 in this route. So this is Group B and Group C. The Group A drivers, they'll be going out in the next 2 heats. Kirsty McCutcheon saying good luck to Ollie Goodyear. Ollie Goodyear, he qualified for the final yesterday out of the Repechage. Braden Hill saying good luck to Sam Gornall. Sam Gornall, pole for this one, and Sam is now 10th in the championship. The championship very, very close indeed. The top 10 all still in with a shout at the title. Let's see as they come out of the tram lines into the start-finish straight. Lights are out. We're off and racing through Crook and into oblivion for the first time. Sam Gornall gets a good start and leads the way. Ted Bradbury, Sam Pollock Racing number 53, tucks into second place, and Harry Linden makes a good start into third. Now up the hill. Oh, and a problem at the back there. 3-4 karts. Now that looked like Bobby Joe McFall outbreaking himself and going into the back of the number 35 kart. The number 76 of Evie Poulane was also involved there. I think it might have been Jessica White who took a nasty knock in the final yesterday. She is out, and oh, there's poor old Alex Biles as well, who seemed to be the innocent person on the outside. There's Catherine Clark on the Sodi kart chassis, getting it a little bit sideways, going into Oisiers. But Anthony, you know, that was always going to happen at some point this weekend, going up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Somebody just getting caught out with drivers braking way too early. Yeah,
you've got to remember as well, they had a busy day yesterday in Junior Rotax, and it's the first heat of the day on a Sunday morning. You can imagine summer.
Oh dear, that's Ben Ballou.
It is
nasty knock. Oh, he's up and out of the cart.
That side pod, not where the manufacturer deemed it to be.
Yes, that's where it not was it was designed to go.
Yes.
And that means that it's either had heavy contact with another cart or that barrier on the outside. We did see is it George Holbrook go into that barrier hard yesterday? He's okay though.
Yes, yeah, he is okay.
That was the senior Rotax final.
Yeah, spoke to his mum. Mum was slightly concerned, but she's okay now.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, we lost Ben Ballou, he has crossed the line now. Alex Biles has also crossed the line to complete the opening lap. So even though he'd stopped for a little bit, but yeah, Mikey Porter, Bobby Joe McFall, Lexi Belk, Sophie Kinghorn, all amongst those that were caught out there at the start. But up at the front, it's Gornall in the number 4 kart, then it's Linden in the number 21, Williams in the number 9 kart, and 53, Ted Bradbury running in 4th, followed by Stephen Duncan in the number 46. Then there's a gap back to the number 40 Project 1 racing kart of Jamie Perrelly, who's got Archie Walker. Again, Archie, poor qualifying results for the driver who is, well, I mean, he's down to 13th in the championship, even though he did quite well yesterday. I mean, he's struggling. He had a 0-point score at Clay Pigeon, so he was an exclusion from the pre-final at the opening round. So he's really fighting his way back up through the order now. A blue flag, I think that must be for the recovering number 73 kart of Alex Biles.
It is indeed, yeah. Blue flag's out for Alex, so we'll be listening to those and promptly getting out of the way, because this league group here, absolutely nail-biting stuff. Top 5 there, all line astern. You can just see at the back going for a lunge there. Stephen Duncan getting out of the way. And, or making a move there, I should say, and going through. Leon Henderson, though, fastest up the race. The 94, currently 8th place at the moment, only up 1 position. Archie Walker, though, the number 7, one of the big movers, is Gornall. Dives down the inside, the 73 gets out the way.
Alex Biles gets away. Well done, Alex. I mean, it must be so frustrating. He started at the back, but he's hoping to, like, pick off drivers and gain a few places. And then 3 corners into the race, there's an accident in front of him that he can't avoid. And now it's just a case of just cruising around and hoping that maybe 1 or 2 other drivers, well, Ben Ballou has retired, but 1 or 2 other drivers retire as well. He's already, the pressure is on Alex Biles now in the second heat to get a good result, or he's faced with going into the Repechage. Oh my word, that is Leo Lacastro holding not only the rear tyre but the rear hub assembly and some of his rear axle.
Yes.
Well, we didn't catch it on camera, but that would have been a huge accident. Trying to find out where the rest of the kart is. The good news is they are in the middle. So that was coming out of Ashby. That happened. So the kart's under an awful lot of load going. Well, I'm glad it was coming out of Ashby, not going into Ashby. That's all I'll say about that. Look at that. I mean, there's right where you can see that you can see the rear axle assembly there, the right hand side. That is sheared off with on the bearing. Ooh, the bearing carrier onwards. That is a nasty crash there.
It is, yeah, but luckily
he's fine.
He's absolutely fine, and he's picking up the pieces.
Back at the front, we've had a change to the lead, Mr. Jordan.
We have indeed, yes. Mr. Jez Williams is now leading the main pack. Gornall back into second place. Linden, good start from Linden. You know, he started in 4th place, now up into P3. It's just that he's limbo mode. He's right there. He's just waiting for a spot. Obviously, yesterday in the final. He wasn't expecting a win, but he got one because, like I say, many nose cone penalties.
And Harry Linden following Jez Williams through into second place.
Yes. So as they go through that... Oh,
here's Archie Walker making a move. And I've got to say, Jez Williams, I mean, he slipped back to 8th in the point standings. He is not 8th quickest in this field.
No.
He is, but he's got a habit of getting nose cone penalties in the finals when it matters the most.
Yeah.
He's got to break that habit. I mean, he's from Caerphilly, just north of Cardiff in South Wales. Now, some of the best things come out of Caerphilly, right? The castle, great castle. The cheese festival they have in the castle grounds, and Jez Williams.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Carry on.
Changes up at the front then, because Archie Walker's managed to gain a couple more spots there. He's up now into P4 now. The number 7 you can just see there on your screen. He's got the very close company of the drivers just before him, Mr. Ted Bradbury, the 53.
Yeah. Leon Henderson.
Leon Henderson.
Leon Henderson led the championship for about 2 laps yesterday before he got into an accident with Neil Clark. Oh, and there's an accident at the top of the screen there going into boot 2. 2 drivers, we'll soon see who they were coming together. Jamie Perrelly was one of them, and Chloe Chong was the other. Oh, hopefully they're going to... Perrelly crosses the line now. There's another change as Gornall fights back on Williams. Harry Linden is back in the lead. Now, I mean, just think back to the start of the year. At Clay Pigeon, nope, Sam Gornall's back into the lead. This is hectic stuff. It's only the first race day, and Archie Walker has made his way up into 3rd place. Great drive from Archie. The Mansell Raceway winner. Linden, having a look back, think back to the start of the year at Mansell Raceway and especially at Clay Pigeon. Harry Linden. Were we talking about him as a leader? No. But over the last 2-month break between the Mansell Raceway and here, he has come on in leaps and bounds. Absolutely superb effort.
Yeah, no, he has put a superb effort in. The team's been working hard. He's been working hard as well.
Yeah, Matthew Higgins has been giving him, Matthew Higgins, sorry, has been giving him plenty of driver coaching.
Yeah,
he's
exactly
mentioned several times.
Defensive goes Gornall quite early with that defensive move there. The rest of the field follows, so no changes going into Christmas. Only 90 seconds left on that timer, plus 1 additional lap. Very defensive once more goes Gornall.
And just look at Jez Williams. Jez Williams has now slipped back to 6th position, make that 5th position because he's gone past Stephen Duncan. There's the 94 of Leon Henderson. That's Gustav Usakov's. Again, in the number 89 Project 1 car. Gustav is up into 6th place in the championship, and you know he's been so in a season where consistent. I mean, it's only him and Ollie Stevens that have really been consistent throughout the year. Everyone else has been up and down. Ustakov's and Stevens is leading the championship at the moment, and he is in 10th place at the moment, so he slipped back a little bit behind Brian Willis and Daniel Armstrong, just off this league group. Well, in fact, you know, Stevens is the number 27, the second of the Dan Holland karts on the outside line there, but this is 50 seconds to go, Anthony. It's this is not a Sunday morning drive to church.
Definitely not, because it's all kicking off here a little further down. This is about a fourth backwards. Yeah, Leon Henderson, the 94's managed to nerf his way through, and he's got to the front of this pack. Now he's got a bit of clear air. 30 seconds left on the timer. He's looking good here, potentially for a podium top 3 finish in this first heat.
Because the top 3 in front, Gornall, Walker, and Linden, they're quite a ways in front now, but you know we've got 20 seconds to go, so there'll be 2 laps of this race left. The leaders will start slowing each other down when they attack. Jez Williams is now all guns blazing, pushing Leon Henderson along, but Cornell's defending. Linden swings out wide as they go up towards Christmas Corner. Now they'll go through the kink. It's uphill, left-hand kink, and then right downhill through Inkermans before the descent down to Ashby's. It's downhill, and you think Ashby's is a fast turn. The closer you get, you realise how tight and how slow it is.
Oh yeah, it's a very tight corner. You've got to be on the anchors precisely, otherwise it messes the corner quite quickly up. Then you come into the 2 sweeping right-handers of Wilkins and Oisiers, down the next straight into the boot section. Tricky right-hander.
Ted Bradbury just made a move there, and he spent the entire middle straight looking over his shoulder, trying to make sure that Ollie Stevens wasn't going to come through. So Stephen Duncan trying to go around the outside of boot 3. But just look how much now, as the leaders start to battle in the final lap, look at Henderson and Williams closing in, 4th and 5th.
Yep, keep an eye on them. Final lap board is out again. Gornall super defensive. Linden round the outside. That looked like it was going to be a 2 for 1, but it didn't. He stays behind in 3rd place. Again,
Gornall.
Look at Walker. Walker's trying his best to try and find a gap to get past, but Gornall is positioning that car perfectly. And now look at them. There's Leon Henderson. There is Jez Williams as well. Top 5, absolutely nose to tail, with only a few more corners to go.
Out of Oisiers onto the backstretch, into the boot now. Henderson defends 4th place. Gornall has got this one so far. He stands on the anchors. Now Walker looks to the inside. Archie Walker, final corner. Ooh, sharp intake of breath But as they cross the line, who got second? Gornall wins. Walker second from 12th on the grid up into P2. Good drive from Archie Walker. Linden, yesterday's winner, takes third. Leon Henderson is fourth. Jez Williams fifth. And at the end of that race, half a second, covered the top 5, Anthony. Daniel Armstrong, didn't mention him all race, comes home in 6th.
That felt more like a final than a first heat.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that was 8 minutes of absolutely all guns, I was going to say something to the wall, balls to the wall racing, all guns blazing. Yes, very good. That's a good portent of things to come. And of course, one driver in particular watching that with interest would have been the O-Plate winner Dan Ginchard and Neo Clark in the number 81 who runs second in the championship. They'll be looking at that thinking, okay, that's how it's going to be like, you know, that they've got the second race of the front runners in the championship, you know, they've really got, you know, they're almost on their own. You know, they're the only two drivers really in the top 7 or 8 in the championship in the next race, you know, in their group, so they can think, right, okay, we got a chance here at getting some serious points. A little further down, you know, Jamie Powley and Chloe Chong, we saw them collide. They come home 17th and 18th. Lexi Belk 19th. Ollie Goodyear in 16th place there. Ted Bradbury fell back to 11th. Now here's the there's our man on the left-hand side of the screen. For those of you who didn't join in yesterday,
taking the photo. Oh, that's a photo.
Again, that's Jez Williams again. Another nose cone penalty.
Yeah.
Right. Continuous nose cone penalties nearly every race where you can blame other drivers, you can blame up. It's your nose cone.
Yeah.
It's going to end up costing Jez a chance at the championship, you know, because he's so fast, and yet he, you know, it's a nose cone penalty. Oh, there's now Cathal Clark, number 13. Well, that
nose cone is very dented in.
Yes, but it's been dented up, you know,
Yeah.
not in. And here is the number 75, Leighton Cooper. Photograph for you. So the idea is that at the end of the, for those of you that are new to the broadcast, the nose cone bracket drops down if there's if there's been severe contact with another cart. They come in. That gentleman there in the Whilton Mill t-shirt, his job is to take photos, to check every nose cone bracket and to take photographs of nose cones that have dropped down, because any driver that has a dropped nose cone has a 5-second time penalty, unappealable. If, whatever, by the time that Mr. Class and the rest of the scrutineers get to it, and that nose cone bracket is now back on, there is, there is a bigger penalty for putting your nose cone bracket up. So, Dave Hillary there, taking a photo. Oh, there we go. There's Bobby Joe McFall. You get a penalty. You get a nose cone penalty as well. There's Ben Ballew's car. Look at the state of that side pod, Anthony.
Yeah, it's not the best, but yeah, nose cone penalties in junior Rotax. It's a bit like an episode of Oprah, isn't it? You get a nose cone penalty, you get a nose cone penalty.
yeah. But the best news is, look at that. There's Ben Ballew in the Cosmic race suit walking back as well, so he is fine.
Yes.
So whatever happens, like the cart might need a little bit of work, but he is A-OK, and they will. The GMS karting team. I'm going to look to make sure, see what else is bent. Yes, the front wheel assembly doesn't look to be too clever either. One wheel facing not
one way.
Yeah, one way, and the other one facing the other way, and the steering wheel going the other. Oh dear. Yes. Well, there's plenty of time for race number 2. There is a look at the restaurant area here at Whilton Mill, and to the right of it there's the timekeeping building. Our good friend Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk.
There we go.
Who else is down there having a look? So we've got the Dan Holland team in their usual position, just left of centre. But before we get to that, let's have a look at the next race. Race number 25, coming right up.
24.
I have already lost the ability to count.
I thought I'd just sneak that one.
Okay, well, so senior Rotax, Group B and Group C. Now, there you can see Reese Lomax there in the black there, tapping his hands on the fence. Reese had a bit of a tough day yesterday. Well, he's normally out in TKM, but he's not. He's focusing on X30 now. There's Alistair Cresswell in the Nike jumper, championship leader in junior TKM. But here's your starting lineup for race number 24.
Indeed, yes. Reese Hunter starting on pole position with Kai Hunter, his brother, alongside Tom Edmonds and William Ellswood on row number 2.
Row 3, George Holbrook. Glad to see he's okay after his accident yesterday. Spencer Shinner, Kieran Kay, and Thule Motorsport signing Tom Adams.
Louis Harvey, Harry Gibson on row 5 with Jack Stedman and Harry Holland on row number 6.
Row number 7, James Lowther. He was a top contender in yesterday's final alongside Louis Weaver. Lewis Gilbert, the O-Plate winner, struggling this weekend alongside Teddy Clinton, all the way down on row number 8.
Row 9, Archie Brown and Oakley Pryor, with Edward Matthews and Catherine White running at the top 20.
Catherine White took the top rookie trophy yesterday. Alex Hughes and Luke Wooder on row 11. Riley Stevenson and Ryan Luscombe on row 12. Oscar Hoole, Andrew Trevor, Poppy Stevenson and Harrison Crook round out the 28 kart field. After yesterday's win, Reese Hunter now leads the championship by 30 points. Can he make it a double here at Whilton Mill today? In the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing in senior Rotax.
Good start from the front then. Number 2, Reese Hunter, great running, won the final yesterday, and wanting to probably capitalise on that today, his brother Kai just in the background, the number 3, slotting on the inside, all the sandwich effect. Kieran Kay up onto the back of the number 60, and the exhaust has come off George Holbrook.
Goodbye exhaust, and goodbye the number 51 kart of Alex Hughes as well. What a terrible day yesterday. Oh, Alex Hughes, he must have run over a black cat or knocked a ladder over or something on the way to the circuit. He's had nothing but bad luck this weekend. We lost Ben Casely from the field. He's an early retirement and has withdrawn from the meeting, sadly. But up at the front, so Reese Hunter, there's number 35 card of Oakley Pryor diving across the curb there. So Reese Hunter leads now, Kai Hunter second, Tom Edmonds, interesting story. Tom Edmonds in the number 5 seed, going really well today. Struggled yesterday, got caught up in a couple of incidents, but he's recovering from COVID. He hasn't got it anymore, but he did have it, and he was very weak yesterday. But spoke to his mechanic Paul Monks today, saying he's looking a lot better today. He's a bit re-energised and what have you, and he's certainly showing it now.
Louis Weaver with a move down the inside, and here comes the 44 of James Lowther. Nice move down the inside, and look at that. Lewis Gilbert, the O-Plate, follows suit as well.
Yeah, and that's passing Tom Adams. Tom does have his lucky checker flag socks on today. And I spoke to the Tooley Motorsport team here, and it's great to see Andrew Tooley and the team back there. We've got to change the lead. They signed Tom Adams on Monday this week. And Andrew Tooley's been working at the KKC kart shop here at Whilton Mill. He only handed his notice in he only worked his notice and finished working there on Thursday. So they're working out of a garage here at Whilton Mill. That the tent is going to be coming at the end of the month, and they've got 2 signings. They've got Neo Clark in junior, and they've got Tom in seniors and stuff like that. So they're building. It's been about 3 years since they've been out of the sport. Well, Andrew's been out of the sport, and he's now back in full time. He said he just couldn't get away, like a drug. Karting just sucks you back in. But up at the front, it's now Kai Hunter leading this race.
It is indeed. Now we're looking at these two here, the 8 and the 25, Ellswood and Shinner. They've been swapping positions. Oh, another little lunge there, a little further back by Kenty Motorsport. I don't think it was James Lowther. It could well have been, but I'm not too sure.
Well, now, Will Ellswood is a good kid. 8th last year. He's running 8th in the championship this year. Dan Steffen's been working really hard with the KR Sport team to sort of, to keep on pace and find that extra couple of tenths. And of course, KR Sport, they had a second place in the final of seniors yesterday with Sean Butcher. They're running 3rd here. Jordan Chamberlain's team is doing well. They had a clean sweep of the podium in 177. There's Tom Edmonds. Well, he is certainly fighting fit now, and he is up into P2. While there was one KR Sport Cosmic driver, trying to being as an interloper in the Hunter Brothers battle yesterday. That was the 57 of Sean Butcher. Now, in this race, it's the number 5 of Tom Edmonds, and William Ellswood now up into P4 ahead of Spencer Shinner, who's having a really good run. Spencer, we saw him finish on the podium at Clay Pigeon, his first and only British Kart Championship podium, and he's having a really good run here. Steadman is 6th, then Lowther, Gilbert, Louis Harvey 9th, then Tom Adams, the Flying Mullet, Archie Brown is 11th, then it's Kieran Kay, Oakley Pryor, Louis Weaver, Teddy Clinton, Luke Wooder, Harry Holland. Oh, there is Reese Hunter having a little nibble at Tom Edmonds, but Edmonds rebukes him. And further down the order, Luscombe, White, Matthews is the rest of the top 20.
There we go. Again, Gilbert down the inside of Lowther there, moving up a position as they go through it. Now they're looking around his teammate, the 74 coming through, Louis Harvey. Yeah, there it, Tooley Motorsport, number 7, Tom Adams, like you say, with his lucky socks on.
Yep.
Oh, Kieran Kay, 5-second time penalty there. Now, that's unfortunate for Kieran Kay. He's had a tough old weekend, Kieran.
Yep. Again, it was one of several drivers caught up in a major incident at Christmas Corner, which sort of spoiled the day for all concerned, really. There goes Louis Harvey. Now, I've got to say, Malmesbury's finest, Louis Harvey. His dad, Chris, sent me some rather embarrassing photos of Louis when he first started in karting 10 years ago, where, you won't remember the pop group Hanson.
No.
Bop, ba-da, bop, bop. They all look like little, long, blonde, fuzzy hair.
Yeah.
That's Louis Harvey when he was started karting. There we go. I'll get it out there now. I'll say it. There we go. You can look back. But yeah, think that's going to be a feature on the British Championship Facebook page. Embarrassing photos of the current drivers when they were young. Oh no, the flying mullet is no longer flying. The flying mullet's been grounded. Oh, number 76, Archie Brown. He still gets back in the race, but that's a shame for Archie. He was up in the top 8.
He was, yeah. He was having a cracking run. He's back down. Well, he's still dropping down the Euro at the moment. 24th place. He's slotting in now. So for the 76, Archie Brown. Huge shame there. Back here, though, at the front, and or near the front, I will say, because Gilbert there under immense pressure still from Ellswood, still right there behind as well. Louis Harvey up 2 positions. I have to say, though, Gilbert, the O-plate, he's up 10 positions. He started this race in 15th. He's in 5th place now, looking comfortable again, the Potenza Racing engines driver. Under 3 minutes to go. There's still a bit of a gap because the driver in front of him right now, Spencer Shinner, is in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. He's got no one close behind, he's got no one close in front, he's got no one to battle with, no one to slipstream. So at the moment, Kai Hunter, Tom Edmonds and Reese Hunter, they're slowly starting to break away because they've got about 2.8 second advantage.
But I mean, and Shinner, you know, he finished 17th in yesterday's final, so running 4th now. He probably hasn't got the outright pace, but he's got track position. But he's got Lewis Gilbert, and Gilbert was, you know, didn't really come forward in the final yesterday like I thought he was going to. He lost a wheel before the start of one of the heat races. Yeah, you know, he didn't come forward like I thought he would. But he's travelling well here into 5th. Ellswood right behind him in 6th. Then the 2 Argenti karts, those black and blue chassis, over the 74 Louis Harvey, the 44 James Lowther. Then it's Jack Steadman and Tom Adams rounding out the top 10. But up at the front, Kai Hunter still leads Tom Edmonds and Reese Hunter, but only by a couple of tenths. To the gap back to Shinner. Now Shinner is going to come under pressure here because there is a train of 5 karts. Gilbert, Ellswood, Harvey, Lowther and Steadman bearing down on the number 25 Coles racing machine.
Indeed, yeah. More comments coming in. Susan Moffat has Mini went yet?
Has Mini has not went yet.
No, next race.
Next race.
Oh,
Susan.
the 44 Lowther with a 5-second time penalty.
Oh no! That could well, that's probably a contact that's been adjudicated already. There he is, and so Lowther will know that, and the drivers around Lowther will know that. There he goes, 44. Yep, seen that. So he can change his race tactics. I mean, he needs to just try and get pull a gap on as many people as possible. Where has Louis Weaver gone? He has not come round. Louis Harvey has dropped back to 10th, so a mistake for the number 74. He's dropped back behind Tom Adams and Jack Steadman. So Spencer Shinner in 4th place, doing good, doing well, doing good. That was great grammar, Henry. I'm glad I went to university. Spencer Shinner driving really well, but he's under pressure from the Diamond of Dalray, the O-plate of Lewis Gilbert, and somebody else under pressure. Yellow flags at Crook and Oblivion. Why would that be? That is for Louis Weaver, and he has pulled out. There's Harry Holland's dad, Dean Holland, there saying, driver, you know, you might want to move that wagon.
Yeah, it's in quite a precarious spot there.
Yeah.
It's one of the fastest parts of the circuit.
It is
as well.
indeed, yes. Yes.
So, anything could happen here. Back at the front, though, because with 15 seconds left to go, we're watching here Kai Hunter, Tom Edmonds and Reese Hunter, the top 3 who are still breaking away. They're clear now by some 3.5 seconds from the rest of the pack, so they're having a good little, well, not scrap because they're working together at the moment, but yeah. I suspect now with that timer striking 0 and the last lap board coming out, expect some moves here because here we go.
Yep, there we go. And looking back, Gilbert is already at the 4th place, so can Shinner hold on to a top 5 with Ellswood, Lowther and Steadman right behind him? Kai Hunter checks over his shoulder. Edmonds is there. Will we see Edmonds lunge up the inside of the Christmas corner? No. After such a bad day yesterday, Tom Edmonds, who is only 16th in the championship after finishing 5th last year, and he came into this round at Whilton Mill with a chance of the title, but it wasn't to be. So I think he's going to be happy for 2nd. He's going to be happy to hang on in 2nd. I
think he possibly could be right. But like I say, well, maybe they've been taking notes from other drivers in other classes because the boot's coming up. But no such luck there. No, stays behind. And I think the top 3, as you see it, is what it's going to be as they cross the line to finish their first heat of the day. Senior Rotax, Kai Hunter, Tom Edmonds and Reese Hunter.
Yep, and smart driving there from Edmonds. He'll be happy with that. And Kai Hunter, I think, you know, noticed that he thought, I didn't think he was going to be under much pressure. And Reese Hunter just laying back a little bit and allowing Kai to take a couple of points off him. He's got a 30-point championship lead over his younger brother. Rest of the field can be streaming across the line. Gilbert in 4th. Shinner held on to 5th, which is good to see. Then it is Ellsworth in 6th, Lowther 7th, Steadman 8th, Adams 9th. Then it is Oakley Pryor rounding out the top 10 out of Kieran Kay, Luke Wooder, Teddy Clinton, Harry Holland, Catherine White. Now, Louis Harvey dropped to 16th. I think there was a problem with that kart. Ahead of Edward Matthews in 17th, Riley Stevenson 18th, and Ryan Luscombe and Harrison Crook, Archie Brown, Alex Hughes, Poppy Stevenson, Andrew Trevor. We lost Harry Gibson, Louis Weaver, George Holbrook, and Oscar Hall. And Oscar Hall, we haven't. Oh, I don't think Oscar Hall's finished a race yet this weekend. That's it's not gone well for Oscar so far. But yeah, good opening couple of races, and now we are into the next race. We've already got Scott Marsh, Charles Green, and Dan Amore in the next race going on. Will do be loving it. William Gaming Channel. Okay, fair enough. Good luck to Levi Earl and Chase Fernandez. Well, yeah, I mean, I seen to Harry Webb, former European kart champion. He was a Rotax champion. He was working with Vision Motorsport, helping Chase Fernandez and a couple of the drivers along. And the Chase Mancunian driver is very fast, hasn't quite got the luck just yet. Now, shall I duck out of the commentary box and get some grids?
I think so, yeah. We haven't got all the grids because I think there was some disputing.
There was some disputing. Okay, well, you look at our good friend Dave there, Dave Hillary, taking his photos. What's that tattoo on his leg? Well, we'll find out. I'll go get the grids. You waffle on. Thank you.
We'll waffle on for a small moment as Luke Wood of the E-Plate comes into the pit lane. Now, of course, at the end of the Senior Rotax race, interesting final that they had yesterday, but of course we've got more races coming up because in a moment we have got, of course, the all wanting and all waiting for drivers posterior Minimax. It's coming up next. Now, Minimax, I have got the results for today, and of course, Reg Hayward, the Coles Racing driver, the man who, well, seemingly overtook nearly the entire field at every race that he did. He won the final yesterday quite comfortably. Well, I say quite comfortably, not comfortably at all, because Ethan Jeff Hall was nipping at his rear wheels, finished about 6,000ths or 600ths of a second just behind. So it was very close at the end of that race. Mackenzie Douglas, he finished in P3 yesterday, so it was a Coles 1-3 on the podium, which was good to see. He was only about 2/10 further down the road, and the top 5 only separated by half a second across the line. There is the Welshman himself. There is Mr. Henry, and if you haven't seen him recently, he has shaved all of his top hair off, which is absolutely fantastic to see. I must buy him some shining cream or something like that to buff that top of that head for him. Top rookie yesterday, Scott Marsh. Again, lots of support out for him. Dan Holland Racing driver, the 47. He finished 5th place yesterday, but again, great showing from him. He's had a good season so far as well, so he's definitely one to keep an eye out. But he's struggled to get in that sort of top sharp end this weekend so far. So we do hope the best for him, and hopefully he gets through. Mr. Henry has joined us back in the commentary box, tapping the grids furiously on the desk. But the good news is that we do have a grid for our race here, but we can't show it just yet because they're not ready.
Like Scott of the Antarctic, I hath returned.
You have returned. Is it chilly out there?
It's mild. Yes, I would say. It's certainly not summer weather. It's overcast, blustery, with potential light drizzle.
Light drizzle.
Light drizzle.
Well, now, you see, I wore shorts today because I saw the sun when I woke up this morning in Silverstone, along with the sound of birds and your snoring.
Thank you, yes. Don't start rumours, they're only true.
There we go. So,
right, for that, you can have a cable tie in the leg.
No, we don't need to have a cable tie. We've got a visitor, Henry.
We've got a visitor. Hello.
Oh, excellent. Well, this is rather embarrassing. It's my mother.
Oh, I tell you, no. Mrs. Jordan, come in. Right, you're going to do the grids for the next race. Mrs. Jordan's going to come in. I'm going to vacate. Yes, you are.
No.
Mummy's going to come in. Mummy's going to come in. Mummy's coming in. Mummy's coming in. This is
No, we're
now,
not.
now let's show how it's done. I'm going to stand back.
We're not doing this.
Yes,
no,
we
Henry, yeah, I've muted your microphone.
You haven't muted the microphone. I'm going to interview Mrs. Jordan. Hang on a second. Here we are. We are live.
Why did you walk in here? Don't walk in here ever again. Why did you do that? The creator is here, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Well, hello. Mother. Race is about to go out. Let's have a look at the grid then for Minimax for their first heat of the day, race 25 of the weekend. Ethan Jeff Hall, who finished second place yesterday, starting on pole position with Ollie Wise alongside William Ray and Ewan Charman on row number 2. Row number 3, Andrew Douglas, or Mackenzie Douglas.
Yes,
it is,
Anthony, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. With Chase Fernandez alongside Freddie Lloyd and Daniel
Amore. Reg Hayward and Blake Ticehurst on row. Mrs. Jordan has left the commentary box. Oliver Sander and Josh Camp are on row 6. Row 7, Freddie Housley and Aaron Fall. Row 8, Ben Crossley and Scott Marsh. Row 9, Callum Ghosh and Adam Wooden. Row 10, Joe Anderson and Levi Earl. Row 11, Charles Green and Mikey Walker. Row 12, Freddie Worlock and Harrison Crowther.
Yeah.
And that's it. Harrison Crowther at the back. So that's going to be so a drive that won on the road. Yes, they got a penalty. Then obviously an exclusion from I think Reg Hayward, yesterday's winner, in fine style. What a pleasure to meet your mother, Anthony.
Well, yeah.
Mummy's going to have to come. Mummy Jordan's going to have to come back in here a little bit later on. But I did put a live microphone on her. She wasn't impressed by it.
No.
Whoops. There we go. Anyway, on with the racing.
Here we go then. Is it going to be a clean start? It is. Green flag out. Minimax is underway. Race 25 of the weekend. Good start from Jeff Hall. Look at the gap he's opened up already. We've had one corner already. The rest of the field go through. Big look over the shoulder there for the number 4, Mackenzie Douglas, as he dives to the inside line there. There's Chase Fernandez. Had a bit of a mare yesterday, but fighting fit. Coming back strong here. Side by side, there's Crowther. The number 7 already making positions from the back of the field is there. Chase Fernandez again down the inside. And the 41 and the 14 getting comfortable. Bit of potting there, Mr. Daniel Amore. And of course, the 14 of William Ray.
As well, the number 7. But I've got to say, Ollie Wise, fantastic qualifier. Oh, there's Reg Hayward, yesterday's winner, and the number 17 of Freddie Lloyd off the field. So, well, I mean, Hayward started each race from the back yesterday in the heats. He started near the front in this one, but now he's gone right to the back again. I think but I was going to say, Ollie Wise, fantastic performance in qualifying. The rookie driver, number 55 for Vision Motorsport. He's only 16th in the championship, qualifying on the front row. I think his dad was walking back out to qualifying, really pleased. The question is now, can we race the front? Lots of drivers can put in quick laps in qualifying. Can he race at the front? That's going to be the really important thing. So Ewan Charman has already gone past him, but he's now got Wise has now got his teammate Chase Fernandez right behind him. Let's work together, okay? If we're not quite as quick as the leaders, let's just follow in their wheel tracks. And I'm sure Ollie can pick up a top 5, top 6 finish. There's number 41 Kart of Daniel Amore, the privateer. Another strong performance. I mean, the Minimax grid has been really turned on its head. I mean, you've got Reg Hayward down at the back. Mikey Walker hasn't started this one. Who's back? Adam Wooden was up the sharp end yesterday. He's down in 17th. Levi Earl's down in 16th. The number 5 seed, Ben Crossley's only 15th. Harrison Krause at the 13th. You've got Marsh down in 11th. Fool down in 12th. You've got some new names up at the front. You've got Amore, William Ray in 8th. Josh Camp in 9th. Freddie Housley. He's got James B. Mack panicking for him this weekend. So Housley's going well. And there's Fernandez, passing his teammate Wise with Mackenzie Douglas, one of the favourites, now getting towards the front there. There's the number 74 making the move. That's Josh Camp for Coles Racing. That didn't work.
No. Catherine Potter joins the stream saying good luck to Chase and Levi here in the Minimax race. So, and Chase is doing a fantastic job at the moment, like we say, up into P3. Good running from Chase at the moment. He's got to fight strong, though, because with 5.5 minutes to go, there are some big gaps there at the front that need filling.
Yes, there are. And, but so number 55, Ollie Wise, just sit in. Now, the chances are Mackenzie Douglas is going to go past you because he's quicker than you. Let him go. Don't fight it. Tuck in. You've got 5 or 6 kart lengths now between yourself and the next driver, which is the GP plate of Blake Ticehurst. Let's hold Blake off as long as possible and stay with Mackenzie Douglas. We're still in the top 5. In the top 5, the top 6 finish will be Ollie Wise's best result of the year by a long way. Yeah. But he's got to learn how to race. Be smart. Don't let the occasion get the better of you.
No. Sophie Kinghorn is out of the kart and onto the stream. And
cheering for you and Charman.
Indeed, yes. You're at the circuit, Sophie. You could probably watch from the sidelines.
But she wants to know that
she wants to watch the stream.
She wants to watch the stream as well, which is quite right as well.
Oh, yeah,
quite
exactly,
right
exactly that. You can see more of the...
While you're there, Sophie, like and subscribe.
There we go. 4.5 minutes to go then. All eyes on this battle because Chase Fernandez is looking to the inside of Charman. Gets that move done. Moves up into P2. And next on the list is Mr. Jeff Hall. But can he catch him? Sector times at the moment slightly slower, as you can imagine, on that lap because, of course, with the overtake, they lost a little bit of time from that one. So that gave us a little bit of, just a smickle of breathing space. But it's all starting to concertina up here because Blake Ticehurst, the GP plate, disqualified from the final yesterday. Big shame for that one. So fighting for it in this one, coming back strong, wanting a better day.
Harrison Crowther, he is up to 11th in the number 7 kart, so he's just gone through there, the Coles racing machine. Looking further down, Scott Marsh is all the way down in 13th position. Things not going well for him. Really impressed as well by number 41, Daniel Amore. I think it's because I'm singing to him. Really, debuting the championship this weekend, privateer driver, the only privateer in the top 15 at the moment. Charles Green is down in 17th position, but in the number 41 kart, that Tony kart with a white nose cone, just having a really, really strong race so far. He's not that far off this lead group. In fact, he's at the tail end of this lead group. So, Chase Fernandez now takes the lead in boot number 1. We haven't seen many people have him move in boot number 1.
No, it's a fast corner, boot number 1. You can carry a lot of speed through boot number 1, which is why you see the overtakes of boot number 2, but not this time around. Just over 3 minutes to go then, and change for third, because Ewan Charman's been moved out of the way. Bit of a hand gesture there, and Mackenzie Douglas, the number 4.
That may have been an apologetic hand gesture, because I think Mackenzie dove in a little bit deep and a little bit of side-to-side nudgery going on. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, you're not allowed to say the C word. Up at the front, Chase Fernandez. So it's important for Chase Fernandez. We've seen him with the speed. Now he's just got to get it across the line. Learn how to win.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just going to be where to position the car. But don't start defending so early, because you've got to remember these drivers, they're just going to work together. They want to pull away, give that, that minute remaining. That's when you need to start to think about
2.5 minutes to go. And I'm sure that, and Harry Webb's been driver coaching Chase, but, Chase has been as fast as new race leader, Ethan Jeff Hall, and second place driver, Mackenzie Douglas. He's been as fast, if not quicker, than both of them for a couple of meetings now, but he hasn't finished a big race in front of them. So he's been as quick as them, he's been quicker than them, but he hasn't learned how to beat them yet. And it's important now that we put it together in a race and beat them.
Charman starting to struggle here, going backwards. Oh, there. Oh, wow. Now
Mackenzie over the grass. That's airtime.
It was indeed. Fernandez went down the inside, and just Douglas wasn't ready for that one.
Well, that's when you've got to concede.
Yeah.
Going into wise years, if someone dives at the inside, you've got to concede, on the entrance to the corner.
Yeah, you have to. And
or else he's going to get pushed wide and over the grass, because, of course, the corner, it's a downhill, 90 degrees, left hand, and then just before you double back on yourself, you flick right out onto the straight. And, the driver that's passing you, their momentum is going to carry them across the track to the apex of the second part of the corner, and you're going to be left with nothing but grass, which is what Mackenzie did. So you've got to concede and then try and tuck in.
Yeah, good running from Josh Camp. He's at the fastest lap earlier on. He's currently up a few positions. Yeah, he's up 4 positions. Finished 10th in his final yesterday, so good to see him up within now that top 10 with less than a minute to go. I tell you what, big mover, number 7, Harrison Crowther, up 15 15 in P9.
Yeah, there he is, number 7, just on your screens there. So, 45 seconds to go. Fernandez second, Ticehurst third. Then a gap back to that fantastic drive. Daniel Amore in 4th place. Ewan Charman, Ollie Wise still great job in 5th, in 6th rather. Josh Camp equally so in 7th. Crowther 8th. Douglas the number 4 kart 9th. But the top 10s with Freddie Housley in 10th, less than 3 seconds. We've got 30 seconds plus a lap to go. This is lap 10 of the race, and now see Fernandez has got to cut back in. Oh no, over the grass, and he clipped the curb, and again that's that bit of luck. We've been as Chase, you've been just as quick as them, but you've got to concede and tuck back in. You can't fight it, because now they beat him again. he's going to have another race of frustration. But you've got to remember, you know, for 9.5 laps, you were as quick, if not quicker, than the leaders. You've just got to get that last minute and a half of the race to go. Here's the new battle for the lead. It's Blake Ticehurst now coming into play, and Ticehurst, the GP plate holder. Where is Blake? He is only, after the disqualification yesterday, only 12th in the point standings.
Yeah, that was due to his NASA panel, because you got to remember he had that collision. It like sort of dangled, and then they took it off.
Tried to come back out without a NASA panel.
And then unfortunately that was due to...
Oh, dear!
No! Oh.
And he's gone off as well, and that was outbreaking himself, and Ethan Jeff Hall goes around. Ticehurst is off as well. Oh, and you just saw that happen. You know, the door was closing, and Ticehurst had committed.
Yeah, it was a tough call. Last lap board comes out now, and we've got a new battle for the lead, because look who it is.
It's Daniel Amore. Come on, Ewan Sharman. He's going to have a little move as well. But Daniel Amore, privateer driver, first time here at the British Championship. He's 3/4 of a lap away from winning a race.
Well, let's see what he can do, because Ewan Sharman is nipping at the heels here.
Good lad, Daniel. Good lad.
Look at that.
Right, park it on that apex. And I mean, this is nothing against Ewan Sharman. Ewan Sharman, a multiple race winner in Cadet Honda, drive with the Argenti team, and but Daniel Amore has now got a white line fever to the checkered flag for Daniel Amore.
I suspect so as well. Ollie Wise in the background as well for Vision Motorsport, wanting to get on in this battle, but like we say, through the boot, 1, 2, 3.
Don't let him on the inside, Daniel.
Go. He's not going to let him go down the inside as checkered flag comes out for Daniel Amore.
Well done, son. Well done, young man. Excellent drive. Privateer driver Daniel Amore rocks up halfway through the British Championship and beats the big boys. A big thumbs up there. Ewan Sharman says, oh, well done, well done. Hey, it's only a heat race, but it's a win.
Oh, yeah.
And you see, this is where we talk about drivers losing the chance. They're overdriving it, you know, making mistakes, and just, he sat. He was patient. When a driver was quicker than him, he let him go, and then tucked in and followed and waited. And, a bit of luck, but hey, you know, sometimes you've got to be lucky, sometimes you've got to be good, and it helps if you're a bit of both. And that was the case there. And, you know, fantastic results. So Daniel Amore wins, Ewan Sharman second. Ollie Wise, fantastic result for Ollie Wise in third. Then it is Blake Ticehurst in fourth, at Mackenzie Douglas fifth, Josh Camp sixth, Scott Marsh seventh, Freddie Housley up into eighth, William Ray ninth, Aaron Fall 10th, Adam Wooden, and then it was Freddie Lloyd 12th. So, about the big names falling down the order. Chase Fernandez only 14th. Yesterday's winner, Reg Hayward, only 15th. Harrison Crowther made lots of progress, then fell to 16th. Ethan Jeff Hall down in 23rd. So there is and Mackenzie Douglas. Take a ticket.
Yeah.
Have a photo. Nose cone penalty. But you know, so already we have got 4 or 5. Sorry, Scott Marsh. Sorry, that one delivered by Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh, with the nicest kids there. He's always, you know, happy as well. He just tried to drive. He didn't have a nose-cone penalty anyway. But already we've got 4 or 5 top contenders in Minimax. Fade down the order. It's going to be a fantastic rest of the day.
Yeah, it is indeed. If that's what we're expecting from race 1, heat 1 for Minimax.
What's Freddie Lloyd done
I think he's got stuck on one of the bollards designed to slow people down.
Yes,
he's slowed down so much, he's got stuck on it.
Oh, there we go.
Well, I tell you what, exciting stuff from Minimax as the rest of the field slot in. There's Mr. Ken Potter coming down.
Ken Potter having a little look at the at Dave Hillary taking the photos.
Yeah.
So Chase Fernandez goes through the disappointment in his face. Reg Hayward again. Likewise, here's Ethan Jeff Hall. Oh, penny for his thoughts. But I think they were in for a very, very mixed day in Minimax if that race is going to go to. And Harrison Crowther as well gets a nose cone penalty on top of that. But I mean, 24 drivers, anyone can win. But next up, 177.
Oh, it is. I have to say, that's 2
out of 3.
No, that's
2
twice that I've seen someone's rear posterior go right in front of that camera as we go to the next race.
Well, fair enough. And I've got to say, look at that. Yeah, lots of love for Dan Amore there. I think the people watching back home, they know a very important win when they see one. Yeah, Lindsay Wright, Catherine Potter, Lewis Werrell. Hey, well, hello, Lewis, our Cadet Army driver, watching. And also Sash there saying well done, so lots of love there for Daniel Amore, and what a boost for that young man.
Indeed. Well, next race about to go out. Let's have a look at the grid then for Rotax 177 for their race of the day. Well, they had an interesting race yesterday, but Matthew Easton will be starting on pole position with Louis Large alongside Henry Ayres and Callum Porter on row number 2.
Row 3 is championship leader Daniel Tate, and Northern Ireland's Jack McConnell with Sam Winter on row number 4. And now Sam Winter, hopefully his chassis is all better because it broke yesterday.
Well, I saw him today.
He looked perfectly happy.
Yeah, I saw him today.
He always looks happy.
Happy lad, he is.
A happy chap.
I saw his car in the double grid there, so he's out on track. Hopefully it's all right. There he is.
Wagon is fixed. Wagon rolls.
Indeed. Now, yesterday, Henry Ayres took the race win. Jack McConnell from Matthew Easton. Again, fantastic race from them. Just 0.8 of a second between those top two when they came across the line. But as they slot themselves into the grid, we saw great close racing from these drivers all the way through the day yesterday. We hope that we see the same today as steering checks coming in thick and fast.
I'm doing some calculations, so bear with me. You carry on.
Good stuff. Into the tram lines we go. Lights out, and off they go into turn 1. Good start then from the front. Matthew Easton with a breakaway already. Henry Ayres slots in as well, moving up into P number 2. Looking to the inside early, though, comes Louis Large. Slots back into position as they go through there. Now the rest of the field, they line up themselves as they go through. Increments down the hill now into the Ashby hairpin. No lunges. They cock a rear wheel, they do, in these 177. You see them, absolutely fantastic footage that we had in the promo video, the intro video, the really slow footage there. Looking to the inside there.
Of Callum Porter to go into that corner. Yeah, it's great stuff.
It was indeed.
Now,
towards the boot they go.
As we're watching the race unfold, I've been doing some calculations.
Okay. Do you mean calculations?
No, yeah, them as well.
Okay, good.
So, we talked about Henry Ayres missing Mansell Raceway.
Yes.
Now, in Rotax 177, they got a 6-round championship.
Yep.
They dropped their 3 worst scores. Now, not their 3 worst rounds, their 3 worst scores. Over the course of the season, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, they score 15 sets of championship points, some in heats, pre-finals and finals. Okay, you drop your 3 worst out of all of them. They're all worth, if you finish top of your heats, it's 65 points, top of your pre-final, 65 points, if you win a final, 65 points, and so on down. So, Henry Ayres has dropped his 3 worst scores. He's got 304 points. So every point he scores counts towards his championship. Daniel Tate, your championship leader, at the moment has 497 points. You take away his 3 worst scores, which is 177 points. He's got 3 lots of 59 points. He's on 320, a lead of just 16. Henry Ayres is still in his championship.
Oh, very much so.
The defending champion in the number 1 plate, but he's got to keep outscoring Daniel Tate. Tate had a rough day yesterday. He finished down off the podium. He's up at the 2nd here, and Henry Ayres is only 4th. Matthew Easton is 3rd in the championship. So Easton and Louis Large also still in with a shout at the championship. It's a 4-way title fight. You've only got 7 drivers in the field, but 4 of them have a shot at the title. The 29 of Tate leads, but then the 1 of Ayres, the 3 of Easton, the 8 of Louis Large.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very important where they finish in relation to each other, because taking 2 points or 1 point at a time off each other is going to be critical on such a small grid.
It is indeed, yeah. It's a tough little grid. Even though, at the moment there is only 7 of them out on track. Again, it's still very fierce and close in the championship, and that's what makes 177 such a fantastic, a fascinating class, because it is just still anyone could actually take this championship.
Yeah, and I mean, look at yesterday. Number 14, Jack McConnell, won the first heat. Today, he's just battling past Callum Porter and signalling, let's go. There's Sam Winter in the number 77 cart right behind them. So, Sam Winter struggled a little bit. But, I mean, 6 out of 7 can win this race quite easily. And if Sam Winter gets up there and, pulls his finger out, then, he can do it as well.
Oh, he could indeed, yeah. Less than 5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. Across the line they go. We finished lap 4. We're on lap 5 now. Easton leading the way from Dan Tate and Louis Large. You can just see there on your screen, but they've got Henry Ayres right behind. Now, like you were saying, Henry Ayres needs to outscore Dan Tate.
Yeah, they've got 2 heats today, and at the end of the 2 heats, the order is combined, and whoever finishes top after the 2 heats, the championship points goes towards them.
Yes.
So it's not, at the moment, Dan Tate would be outscoring Henry Ayres by 2 points at the moment because he's 2 places ahead. But, Henry Ayres could try and get back on terms, and it's so critical. The drivers know this. It's hard for us to kind of explain to the viewer, but let's just say that each position is critical, especially in a field of only 7 karts, because you're only going to be gaining 2 or 3 or 4 points at any given race or weekend. So you've got to make each move count. Tate looks over his shoulder, and he's just set a new fastest lap as Dan Tate, 44.87, but Louis Large 44.92, Henry Ayres 44.97, Jack McConnell 44.90, race leader Matthew Easton did a 45.02. So the top 5, Easton, the race leader, is the slowest of them. They're concertinaing together. Yep,
you can see that gap visibly smaller now. Less than half a second is the gap from Easton to Tate as they go through into the boot section again, just clipping that curb. But, fantastic stuff from Rotax 177. Always a happy bunch. Whenever we go talk to them at the end of the day, they're always happy to talk. They're always tinkering with the cart.
I must confess that yesterday during the presentation, there's a thing there on the screen that says going to sleep. I hope that's not the audience. Let me regale you, and I have to make an apology. So, yesterday during the presentation, Henry Ayres wasn't aware that we did a trophy presentation last night. He and his mechanic, Ashley Whiteman, went to the gym to keep in training, because Ash Whiteman's a bodybuilder and he lives in the gym, and Henry Ayres is a 177 driver looking for a British Championship, as Louis Large passes Daniel Tate for 2nd place, and Henry Ayres wants to stay in peak physical condition to try and defend his British title. I learnt these facts, but I was a little bit perturbed they weren't there for the presentation, so I told the entire paddock and the live stream that he had to go home because he had a bad time, he needed a poo. It wasn't the case. He was in the gym, ladies and gentlemen, Henry Ayres, training hard for today.
Excellent.
So either way, whether he went to the gym or whether he did have that need to go to the loo, he's a bit lighter on his feet today.
Do apologise for anyone having their lunch currently at the moment at home, or breakfast, depending on where you are watching, or tea, depending on where you're watching.
We've had someone tune in from Bathurst.
Yes.
Now, if there's any race in the world that I would like to commentate on or go to, it'll be the Bathurst 1000. Mount Panorama, the greatest race circuit ever made.
Yeah, Bathurst is an absolutely fantastic circuit. Virtually, I drove a Formula 1 car around it. I have to say, it was quite fun.
Really?
But it is a fantastic circuit, that one. But we're not at Bathurst at the moment.
No, but I just wanted to say we've had people tuning in from Bathurst,
no,
and they might, if there's a plane ticket in it for me at the end of it, because I've mentioned the town, then hey, so be it. Yeah. Now, back to the racing. Easton leads by 1.3 seconds. Here comes Jack McConnell having a little nibble at Louis Large. Henry Ayres still there in 4th place, so Tate is retaken 2nd place. Good job from the Ultimate R driver, Callum Porter, holding on to 6th position. Sam Winter is there in 7th. He's only 2 seconds off this battle you're looking at on screen. But Jack McConnell now moving forward. And all the drivers I spoke to last night, they had nothing but compliments to say about the class, about the driving, about the drivers. They were all saying it's just, it's, even though it's only 7, it's still, the racing is so good, But up at the front now, we're starting to see Easton ease away ever so slightly in the number 3 kart.
9 o'clock at night at Bathurst right now.
8:52. Get it right.
Well, it's 9 o'clock.
It's not. It's 8:52.
You round it up. 1 minute to go plus 1 additional lap here for Rotax 177. Race 26 of the weekend here with Wera Tools British Kart Championships at Whilton Mill. You are watching Rotax 177 and Matthew Easton leading the way. That gap is reopened again because it's all kicking off here. This is the battle for 2nd place that you're watching. Dan Tate from Louis Large. Then it's McConnell there just behind with Ayres, Porter and Sam Winter just a little further down the road. You can just see him there behind the privateer driver, the only privateer in the class at the moment, on the red speed chassis as they go through. Oh, look at that. Large looking down the inside. That allowed Tate to get a slight breakaway there. Under pressure now from McConnell. McConnell, who finished 2nd yesterday, wanting to replicate that today. But in this race, look at that, the 20 of Porter tucking right in around the outside of Henry Ayres.
Well done, Callum Porter. Good move.
Nicely done.
Good move, Callum Porter. Well, and now Ayres comes back at him, and Porter again. Smart driving, just sees the car to the inside, doesn't close the door, and lives to fight another day. But Henry Ayres is battling. Yesterday's race winner, battling to stay in the top 5 here. Shows you just how competitive this class is. Matthew Easton 2 seconds in front. The clock has struck 0. And we cross the line now to begin the final lap. Tate 2nd, and he's got a little bit of an advantage now over Large, about a 5-6 kart length gap over the number 8 Coles Racing Kart, who looks over his shoulder to see where Jack McConnell in the number 14 KR Sport Machine is. And McConnell's the first race back in 2 years, and he goes, "Oh, I'm 25. I'm getting a bit old for this." Just like that, he said it.
Just like that.
Northern Ireland, yeah.
All right.
But he's having a good route around the rear end of Louis Large's kart now, down the hill towards Oisiers, and again downhill off camber, left-hander, uphill now out of the corner through the right kink. Here comes Easton. He turns the second apex to boot. Downhill, 190-degree right-hander, almost flat out through Pitts Bend, across the line, checkered flag, and the first Rotax 177 win of the day goes to Matthew Easton, last year's third-place seed. Daniel Tate, championship leader in second. Then Louis Large, Jack McConnell, Henry Ayres, and Callum Porter. The top 6 separated by 3.87 seconds. Sam Winter finishing in 7th place, and a good 177 race to start proceedings as well.
A clean race as well.
A clean race. Now, I mean, we're talking about, I know we're going to get back up, but yeah, there's Michael Burke saying he lives. So when they're not in lockdown up there, so you can do, obviously it's public roads.
Yeah, you can go for a quick drive up
cruise
the mountain.
round there, yeah, a quick drive up and down the mountain. Remember thinking, oh, I'm Peter Brock, I'm Peter Brock, I'm Alan Moffat. Yeah. I'm showing my age now. Yeah.
You got to think they can't get away with having a speed limit on those, right? You got to think they do
about
200 down
so
here.
on the top of the mountain, McPhillamy Park area. So that is where the real lunatics go in Bathurst at 1,000 time, where they're burning utes and stuff like that, or they find a Volvo. Oh, there's nothing that fans of Henry the General hate more than a Volvo.
Oh.
And they'll find a Swedish car and they'll burn it. And but about 5-6 years ago, they brought a rule in that you were only allowed to take up 2 cases of beer per person per day. There's a farmer.
Hanging off the side of his car. He forgot to put his handbrake on. Oh, no, the car's rolling away. Stop it.
No.
No, he's just getting a lift.
Yeah, he's getting a lift. But yeah, no, I mean, so Bathurst, it goes on for the whole week. You got 1,000-kilometre race on the Sunday. But I mean, you got, practice and qualifying from about Tuesday or Wednesday onwards. And yeah, the rule came in. You're only allowed to take 2 cases of beer per person per day to Bathurst, which I think is an outrage.
It is an outrage. So what they do now is they go 4 weeks earlier, bury beer, and then come back.
Good, I'm
just waiting for a mate.
Okay, let's move on. Next race is coming up. Oh, look at that! It's a tank. I want to go in a tank. I want to do the Paddock Show in a tank.
You're too old for the tanks, Henry.
I'm not too old. I'm too fat for the tanks.
Well, both of those.
Is Mini X30 racing today? No.
Oh, the most police road in the region. There you go. Anyway,
moving swiftly onwards.
Yes.
Next up, next race coming up now. Oh yes, Micromax, the pre-final. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 tickets available. Half the field are on 900mm chassis, and the other half of the field are on 950mm chassis, thanks to the wizardry of our good friend Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk. There will be a graphic on your on the live timing screens. There'll be a graphic showing which drivers are on the 900mm chassis and which are on the 950mm chassis. So the top finisher for each different chassis gets a ticket to the grand final. Not at the end of this race, at the end of the next race.
Yeah.
The heat results yesterday, Mr. Anthony Jordan.
I do have them in front of me. Heat 1, Albert Friend took the race win on that one with James Roberts and Rocco Shenton was the 1, 2, 3.
Now, Albert Friend is a 900 driver. James Roberts is a 950 driver. So they were the top 2 finishers in each of their respective divisions.
Yes, that is indeed. Rocco Shenton took the race win in heat number 2.
Rocco Shenton is a 900 driver.
He is a 900. It says it on my piece of paper right here.
Does it?
It does. Look, he's added it.
Oh, bless him.
Mr. Ian Rogers, Jensen Chalk, the 950. Kenzo Craigie, the 950 as well, were 2nd and 3rd. The next closest 900 chassis was Jack Price yesterday in Heat 2 that finished in 4th place.
Why is Caden McQueen coming in near to our commentary box? I've just seen him slink in. Is he going to come in and insult us? Or where is he? Where is he?
I hope not.
Oh, I saw him. I thought I saw him come this way. Where did he come? Nope.
You think you saw him?
It was somebody else.
It was someone else. There we go.
Thought I spotted him sliding in here.
Yeah.
There's Darren Beavers. Hello. Bambino Kart Club, having a little look. Now he's overseeing someone. There's Earl from Zip Kart. Good to see Earl and Tuesday Hines here supporting Rocco Shenton.
Yep.
So this race is going to be, is it an 8-minute race or is it a 10-minute race? It's a, let's have a look, it's a 12-minute race. 12-minute pre-final for the Micromax runners. This sets the grid for the grand final later on. We had a great chat with Rory Armstrong, Jensen Chalk and James Roberts yesterday in the Paddock show, which the viewers back home can watch in
the lunch break.
The lunch break, that's it. Here's the starting lineup.
It is indeed the starting lineup. How they're going to line up: Rocco Shenton starting on pole position with Jensen Chalk, Kenzo Craigie on row 2 with Albert Friend alongside. They qualified with the lowest points.
Jack Price and Rory Armstrong are on row 3. James Roberts and Oscar Cartmail on row number 4.
Row 5, Tyler Davis and Charlie Lomas with Braden Williamson and Lachlan Johnstone on row number 6, rounding out the field.
Okay, so Rocco Shenton is in on a 900 chassis. Jensen Chalk alongside him on a 950, as is Kenzo Craig in Kart 22. So really, Rocco Shenton is fighting Albert Friend, Jack Price, Oscar Cartmail, Tyler Davis, Charlie Lomas and Lachlan Johnson for a ticket. Jensen Chalk is fighting Kenzo Craigie, Rory Armstrong, James Roberts and Braden Williamson for a ticket. The youngest drivers here, they're fighting for the biggest prize in world karting, and Rocco Shenton on the Zip Kart brings them to the line, lights are out the pre-final at Micromax. Off and racing, Jensen Chalk trying to go around the outside. Oh, he understeers through Crook, almost off the track at Oblivion, and he loses 3, 4, 5 places. That brings Kenzo Craigie up into P2, and they're 3 wide. Oh, and that's the Canadian driver, Jack Price, in the number 71 running wide, and so is Albert Friend. So, a couple of main contenders slipping back in the early running, and there's, okay, so the 66 of Rory Armstrong and the 37 of James Roberts, they're really good mates in the paddock, and I said, are you still going to be friends tomorrow night? And they went, yeah, off-track friends, on track, no. And they just sent each other wide going through that one corner.
There we go, but here at the front at the end of the first lap, Rocco Shenton still leading the way, but he's got the very close company of the number 22, Kenzo Craigie, the man who's racing in a Honda Cadets as well in the British Kart Championships, as they go through two very talented drivers, both wanting a chance to win that ticket. But they could both win that ticket, because at the moment, Rocco Shenton, you know, they're on a different chassis size. So at the moment, if this was the final, of course, Rocco Shenton would win a ticket, Kenzo Craigie would win a ticket. So, you know, they need to close in.
For those of you that don't have the live timing screens up, the 950 drivers are Kenzo Craigie, James Roberts, Rory Armstrong, the 22, the 37, the 66, the 18 of Jensen Chalk, and the 29 of Braden Williamson. They're in one sort of category, and you know, the 950, the 900 drivers led by Rocco Shenton, the number 83 of Tyler Davis, the 80 of Oscar Cartmail, the 98 of Lachlan Johnston, the 71 of Jack Price, the 41 of Charlie Lomas. His dad's got the best beard in the paddock, by the way, Charlie Lomas.
Yeah, he does.
And 91 Albert Friend. They're all fighting for the ticket. Now, the difference between the 900mm chassis and the 950, the 900mm chassis, now let's get this right, they come on straight away. You know, their tyres get up to temperature straight away. The 950 chassis, they take a little bit longer for the tyres to come in, because they're that little bit bigger. And but over the course of race distance, they're about the same speed. It's just that they have different characteristics during the course of the race. So to make sure that there's not one that is favoured over the other, there's a ticket available for each.
Yes, exactly that. So as they go through, 9.5 minutes, long heat one for this one, but of course it is pre-final, so you know the next race after this is the final. This will determine where they are going to start for the final. Oh, very wide.
That is James Roberts, the number 37, going wide and losing a place to his mate, number 66, Rory Armstrong.
Yeah, Rocco Shenton also went very wide as well. Kenzo with the move
there.
Look, he's letting him go past.
Well, smart. These two drivers, they know each other well from Cadet Honda. They both race in Cadet Honda normally. And Shenton, and they know that they're not fighting with each other. Hey, why battle? At the moment, this is perfect. If we do this later this afternoon, we both get a ticket to Bahrain.
Yeah.
You know, so let's work together. You know, Kenzo Craigie around the outside, and Rocco Shenton, you know, tucking into second place. he's got to be a bit careful, the Rocco. He doesn't move out of the slipstream. There's Jensen Chalk in the number 18. So he's down in 6th position after that first lap sort of slide wide. He's up to 5th now. He's up to 5th, so he's gone past that dark sort of, well, it's not well, colours Tyler Davis's car. It's sort of a black, yellow and turquoise blue. That's the black, yellow and orange zip kart of 86 Rocco Shenton rather. The 83 of Tyler Davis is similar but slightly different.
Yes. Now, you have to remember, these two drivers leading at the front, they don't want to push too hard, though, because they've got to babysit those tyres.
Yep, well, even in Micro Max with the lacquer group, yeah, you babysit those tyres.
Yeah.
Yep, you just want, hey, even if the tyre wear is really good, you know, there's no point in abusing the tyres. You want to save as much as possible for the big event at the end of the day.
Yeah, the final. That's the one you want to keep an eye on as they go through. Right, here is a look a little further back. This is 4th place backwards. It's Rory Armstrong, Jensen Chalk and Tyler Davis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 there as well. Lachlan Johnstone just behind as well. The 98 just coming into your picture as they go through. 7.5 minutes. And again, just line astern. Not fighting, because we always see this from like the sort of cadet-sized drivers, don't we? So
yep, there's a move from Jensen Chalk. Oh, good move there on Rory Armstrong. Sorry, I mean, we saw Jensen sort of like Mark. He went with Mark Baines Motorsport. Yep. Saw Mark in the paddock this morning. Heard Mark in the paddock a lot yesterday.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
No, he's a great lad. But yeah, his teaching methods, you know. Right, get it up there. Get out there, lad! Go on! Get out there! Oh, yeah, and that's the only bits I can say. I'm swearing.
I'll apologise to everyone who's in the paddock.
No, everybody knows that was almost like having Mark Baines in the microphone. That was. Kenzo Craigie and Rocco Shenton lead the race.
I'm expecting to see Mark just walk into the corridor and throttle you on in a second. There we go. 6.5 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Lots of exciting stuff happening for the Micro Max for their race. Race 27 of the weekend here at Whilton Mill. And, of course, as they go through the 66 on your screen there, Rory Armstrong. Rory, now, how was his races yesterday? Rory Armstrong. Now, he had a 4th place finish, the second fastest 950 in heat number 1. Rory Armstrong in the second heat finished 7th. He was up 2 positions as well, so he gained spots, but again didn't get quite up into that sharp end of it. So seeing him here kind of in that mid-pack sort of area again, more mid to high pack, good to see. Of course, with the pre-final, you want to be more kind of second row is the lowest you really want to be, isn't it?
Yeah, and the question is, do you want to start 3rd or 2nd?
Well, exactly.
Would you rather start on the outside row, knowing that you've got a short run into Crook, but then, of course, if you can manage to hang out on the outside at Crook, you've got the inside line at Oblivion on turn number 1.
Yeah.
Or would you want to be able to tuck in right behind the pole sitter and sort of oust the second place man before you get to that first corner? There's Jensen Chalk. I tell you what, Jensen Chalk, I'm joking about, I've known Mark Baines for a long time and his son Jordan. I think we've just got engaged.
Ah.
Yeah, bless her. Send my sympathy card in the post. But no, you know, Mark Baines Motorsport, the little team that doesn't know it's a little team. They go against the big boys all the time. Yeah. And they found some really good talent over the years. They're like it's almost like the Minardi of karting. They bring the young talent in, and then the young talent they develop. They tend to go off to, you know, other teams or sort of in quote bigger things. Yeah. You know, but you know, Mark and his crew, they're a small team, and they work really hard. They get good results out of their drivers. They coach the drivers well, and yeah, and you can see Jensen Chalk, he's now 4th place, but he's flying up towards, he was 3/10 quicker than the race leader Kenzo Craigie. Now I'm thinking about this time with James Roberts closing in 4 minutes ago, it's about time that we had another switcheroo at the front, because Craigie is 2/10 slower than Shenton, and there are 3 or 4 drivers, including Lachlan Johnson, who's only 8th but who's flying, who are much quicker than the race leader. So Shenton, I think, needs to get back in front and work with, and Craigie needs to follow, because James Roberts, who is Craigie's nearest chassis rival in the 900, no, in the 950 class.
Yeah, it says it on the screen there.
I know, I thought it was, I'm looking at green and red, yeah, so, yeah, Roberts is closing in, and he's a threat, not to Shenton, but Roberts is a threat to Kenzo Craigie. And it's good to see as well, so many Sony karts and the Saudi Academy here.
Yeah.
I saw Bradley Barrett this morning. They're working really hard with a lot of young drivers. You know, Mark and Bradley Barrett, they're doing a lot to give back to the sport.
Yeah.
They've been in the sport a long time. We saw Bradley win in KZ2 on a Saudi kart, but they're now offering young drivers a chance to compete in this Micromax class, the Jag Rotax team, and everyone behind it to provide the pooled engines and that. Really, really well done. And, you know, at the end of the day, Great Britain are going to have 2 fantastic representatives in the grand finals this year because of all the hard work that lots of people have put in.
Yes, exactly that. It is great to see, isn't it? And it's always good to see, you know, these small classes, well, the new classes, you know, coming in and seeing it. There's a move there because down the inside, James Roberts looked for that move. It nearly pulled it off. He's side by side. Yeah. He has got the move done there. And hand up from Shenton there. I don't think he was expecting it. Shenton fights,
the inside.
Fights back.
I was going to say, Kenzo Craig, he's almost lost his rear drum. But now I tell you what, James Roberts has got a problem because here comes the number 66 of Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong and the number 18 of Jenson Chalk. There's the number 83 of Tyler Davis. So the 83 of Tyler Davis is now Rocco Shenton's nearest sort of competition. And Tyler Davis is working his way, trying to get past Jenson Chalk here. Chalk runs a bit wide coming through boot 3, falls back into line. And off we go for another lap. This is lap number 12.
Yeah, so 2.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. It's a long, old race for these drivers as they go through. And again, working together, looking here, down the inside goes Jenson Chalk. Moves Tyler Davis back 1 more position. Rocco Shenton likes that. Rocco Shenton gives that a thumbs up.
Yeah.
But because obviously that's, like you said, it's his nearest rival really in this one with the different classes that we've got here. Obviously James Roberts now closing in and up 4 positions to 37. He's got the company there of Rocco Shenton just in front, but wants to get past. And Kenzo Craigie has now pulled away quite a gap at the moment, 1.5 seconds.
Considering I was saying that he was, you know, he was slower than the rest of the pack and everything that he's been, you know, the battling behind him has allowed him to open up a 1.5 second lead. Rory Armstrong now comes back with the 51.26, fastest lap of the race. This just goes to prove the quality of the engine package because you had 4 or 5 drivers setting fastest laps of the race at different times. A mixture of 900s, of 950s, you know, all setting fastest laps at different points of the race. So this is that is good to see, and that is what the Micromax class is all about.
Yeah. So again, 1 kart separates the 950s between each other. 3 karts separates the top 2 900s out there at the moment. So there's a good buffer between all of them. But as it stands at the moment, Kenzo Craigie leading with the 950s, Rocco Shenton leading with the 900s with less than a minute to go. But for how much longer? Because James Roberts is just looking for an excuse to get past the 86 of Rocco Shenton.
Penalty.
Oh my
dear.
Right, so
hang on. Hold the horses. A 5-second penalty for Rocco Shenton. That would put him 6.59 seconds behind the race leader. And that would put him down to 9th position. And that moves number 91, Albert Friend, into the best placed 900 chassis marker. Albert Friend currently in 6th position. There he is. He's got the SFR Heinz Motorsport logo on his race suit. He is now the best placed 900 qualifier. It's only the pre-final, don't forget, but Albert Friend chasing Jenson Chalk now for 5th and 6th position. Tyler Davis is right behind Albert Friend. So what Rocco Shenton needs to do now is just get his head down, don't defend, just drive and try and pull a gap. Although the last lap board's coming out. Kenzo Craigie has the lead. Rocco Shenton runs 2nd on the road, but it's going to be Rory Armstrong who finishes 2nd and James Roberts who finishes 3rd. So the top 3 are all going to be 950 drivers. This is going to be very, very interesting. So Kenzo Craigie, he may think he's got a buffer at the moment, but when it comes time for the group of the final, he's going to have 950 drivers all around him, Anthony.
Yeah, this is going to be a nightmare in the final later on today. Make sure you don't miss out on this one. You know, this is good for Albert as well, because Albert had a bit of a disaster in his 2nd heat. He got a front fairing penalty as well, and braking formation before the race.
And he went off at the start of this one over the grass at the kick. So here we go, but take another way. Kenzo Craigie out of the boot, round Pitts Bend. He takes the win in the Micromax pre-final. You can see the relief. Rocco Shenton finishes 2nd on the road. Then it's Rory Armstrong and James Roberts 3rd and 4th. Albert Friend 5th. Jenson Chalk in 6th. Tyler Davis and Lachlan Johnson 7th and 8th. And with actually that'll be 6th and 7th, because with his time penalty, that will push Rocco Shenton down to 9th place with Jack Price, Oscar Cartmail, and the rest.
Yeah, no, you are right.
Charlie Lomas and Braden Williamson.
Yeah, I was going to correct you again, but you were completely right.
No, because Jack Price will get in front of him as well.
Yeah, he will indeed, Well, there you go. Kenzo Craigie.
Wow. Oof.
Is that his first actual heat win in
I believe
this year?
Yes, I believe so.
He's always been at that sharp end. He's always put in a stellar performance, but something has always just creeped up and caused something to go wrong.
It's that classic case we're talking about. He's come on so well this year, fast and everything, but hasn't managed to put together a race win until now. What a time to do it. What a time to do it.
How are the nose cones looking? Yep, all good so far. All good there.
You know, I have to say, Anthony, I mean, we were discussing this last night over a beverage and some dinner. There are going to be a lot of the youngsters in Cadet Iami and Cadet Honda watching this, kicking themselves that they did not enter this weekend.
I know.
There are going to be a lot of them kicking themselves.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Kenzo Craigie, Rocco Shenton, Albert Friend, Oscar Cartmail, all from Cadet Honda. We've got Jensen Chalk, Bambino, up into Cadet Iami now. We've got other drivers that race in Iami, and also in the Daniel Ricciardo series that are here doing this. There's drivers from Mini Rock as well. But yeah, there are going to be a fair few drivers that are going to be kicking themselves. They didn't enter this race. So, moving on. Next pre-final is going to be Junior TKM. So, Anthony.
Yes.
Because I am, as you know, a
anorak.
Yes, and a thoroughly thorough investigative journalist.
Yes.
Last night I did mounds and mounds of my own research. I didn't get any assistance from Alfie Garford's dad whatsoever.
This morning.
TKM. Talco Motori. Not motors. Talco Motori.
Talco Motori.
There we are. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Garford.
There we go.
And my own, you know, thorough research, of course.
Google. No, I wouldn't say such a thing. No, you definitely didn't Google.
No, I definitely didn't. I just waited for Mr. Garford to tell me. Thank you, Alfie's dad. Here we go. 14 karts, pre-final time for Junior TKM. Now, before we get there, we might have a moment or two. It's worth mentioning now. Motorsport UK always looking for new officials in racing and karting is that we've got some great news about some officials here. So down on the entrance, the exit of the dummy grid, we have Sam Ellis.
Yes.
Now Sam Ellis is the gentleman who's waving the green flag to send the karts out of the dummy grid. He's the brother of Charlie Ellis, who's the driver with the A-Team logo and text on his race suit. Now, Sam is a fully trained marshal, and he works here, he works at Kimbolton, he works at other things. Outside the commentary box, there's a very special kart that is Sam Ellis Motorsport. That's his kart that is next to the podium out here. There he is with the cap on. Give us a wave, Sam. There he is. So there's our man Sam Ellis. Now he's a young trainee, officially licensed marshal. Now, as well in the timing building, we have got Che Watson, who is now going to be one of our officials. There's Sam, and again, there he is, big smile on his face. We're really pleased to have him here. The Motorsport UK family is really pleased to have him. We've got Che Watson in the timekeepers building. Ian Rogers has been training up. He is nearly now a fully trained timekeeper. He would have been a fully trained timekeeper last year, but of course with lockdown he was locked in Guernsey all year. I mean, I can think of worse places to be.
I could think of worse.
But he started to stay on the Channel Islands all year. There is Che behind there, and Ian Rogers. Oh, there's my good friend Ian Rogers just ducking out the camera there. Hello, sweet pea. There's Che. Give us a wave, Che. No, he's a bit shy.
No.
There he is. There's Ian Rogers in the glasses. He's the man behind the mastery of time, Motorsport timing. And Che Watson on the left there. So he's going to be one of the Motorsport UK's brand newest official timekeepers. We have got a birthday on the post. It is Kelly's birthday here at Whilton Mill Kart Club on Post G.
Yeah, Post G, Kelly. There's cake behind us.
Yes, there's less cake than there was when she left this morning.
Oh, yes, indeed, yeah.
And also, talk about the marshals. We always say about the marshals, they are the most important people in all of motorsport. Last weekend at Whilton Mill Kart Club, one of our instant marshals here at Whilton Mill, Alan.
Yeah.
Alan took a bit of a tumble, courtesy. Kelly's hiding in her marshal post.
Yeah.
They are hard working on this. She's not having a nap, I promise. But Alan took a bit of a tumble, courtesy of driver Harry Higgs. Harry Higgs' cart went into Alan, the instant marshal. Alan was bounced around a little bit. He is back at work here, doing the instant marshal job today. Unfortunately, Whilton Mill have sacked him now.
Because he didn't turn up yesterday.
He did turn up yesterday or Friday. No, we're only joking, Alan. Welcome back. We really value what we do, the incident marshals. Of course, there's the birthday girl in her marshal post. Put the green light on, and that means we got some grids, Anthony.
We do indeed.
What a lovely segue.
I know, it was a lovely segue. Junior TKM, their pre-final race 28 of the weekend, about to do battle. Here is how they are going to line up. The number 2 plate, Alistair Cresswell, starting on pole position with Alfie Garford alongside Freddie Hull and Joseph Booth round out row number 2.
Row 3, Oliver Jenkins and Charlie King. Row 4, James Morley and Tyler Harris.
Aditya Kulkarni and Harvey Jones on row 5 with Leon Frost and Aidan Mitchell rounding out row 6.
Row 7, Darren McInerney. I got a great story about Darren McInerney and Jake Almasawi. Hope Jake is out there and he's better after yesterday. So, 2 things to note. Olivia Jenkins in cart number 48, 4th yesterday. She is wearing Alfie Garford's old race suit. So there's 2 drivers with Garford written on their back. I asked them why they did it, and they said only to confuse stupid commentators. I think they meant me, not you.
Well,
Secondly, Darren McInerney, that young man there, when he was 8 years old, he designed and spray painted his own crash helmet. That's his own design, his own spray paint job. It's absolutely fine. You go and look at it, it's brilliant.
Yep.
He's done a fantastic job. There we go. Now, back to the racing.
Indeed, yes. Here we go then. Junior TKM for their pre-final. This, of course, will determine where they start for their final later on today. Into the tram lines, the blue mist, the TKM mist kicks up into the air. Love the smell. Into they go, in towards oblivion. Hand up there from the number 2, Alistair Cresswell. He's had a terrible start. He's dropping way down the order. 6th, 7th place by the looks of it as they go up into Christmas Corner. Into the braking zone, a sea of Telco chassis as they go through. Nice, clean start. There is still Jake Almasawi in the back of the field there.
Oh, there goes Dara with that crash helmet that he painted himself, designed and painted. A great job there. So back to the quick chat there. Tim Wilson Motorsport getting plenty of love. Vallejo, California. Hello, break and roll. 4:15 a.m. in Vallejo, California. I was trying to stay up to watch the NASCAR last night in Daytona, but got too drunk and I mean fell asleep. Sorry. Kira Harris Racing saying hi Henry, but that's probably not to me. That's to Henry Gregory in another car race who's online. So lots of support coming in. Please keep your comments coming in. Tell us where you're watching, who you're watching, and no Formula 1 spoilers, or we will find you and beat you. How's that? Okay, Garford leads in the number 9 cart from Joseph Booth. Charlie King with a move up the inside into P2 for the Classen Motorsport team. Spoke to Ashley Classen last night and said that they were the flyer, they were the dead fly on the number plates yesterday.
Yep.
They had a rough day, but they're coming back strong this morning.
Yes, good. You feel better now?
I do. I wanted to get the spoiler thing out there. But I'll remind you again, maybe without the threat of violence.
Yeah, no.
All right, okay. Sorry about the spoiler, okay? I'm only joking.
Yeah.
The only person that can be violent towards is Anthony.
Exactly.
And he doesn't count.
No, I
or
don't.
matter. No.
Right.
14 drivers. Jake Almasawi, good to see him back after a rough day yesterday in the gold crash helmet. Alfie Garford continues to lead. Now, Alistair Cresswell, championship leader. And Garford, when we spoke to Alfie last night, he says he knows he's got to take points off Alistair Cresswell at every single race from here to the end of the season to try and make sure that he gets there. That's not Garford, that's got Garford. That's Olivia Jenkins with the Garford on the back of her race suit. But, there's a number 15, Harvey Jones, getting it all sideways in the braking for Ashby's. James Morley in the number 77 going through.
Indeed, yes. Less than 10 minutes to go then on the screen then as they go. Alfie Garford, the number 9, leading the way at the moment. Side-by-side action there as it looked like the 88. Tyler Harris looking at Freddie Hull. A little further down in the order, but there on your screens, a whiz past, out of the boot, and start lap number 4 of the day. There on your screen, the 16, Charlie King, second place at the moment across the line, under pressure from Joseph Booth. Now, Booth yesterday, I think, had a couple of mishaps. Now, finished fifth, in the second heat.
Yes, there's Cresswell making... Oh, Cresswell up over the back bumper of the number 45 car of Booth Oh, and I tell you what, there is the first mistake we've seen from Alistair Cresswell all year. He outbraked himself going to Ashby's, ran up over the back bumper of Booth's kart, and oh, there's the number 15 of Harvey Jones getting side by side with the number 88 of Tyler Harris. But yeah, underbrake going into Ashby's, up over the rear bumper of Booth, bounced down, a couple of bits of plastic came flying off, and Cresswell down to 6th, but with a damaged kart. Has that opened the door for Alfie Garford? That's the one break he's been looking for all season, and it's the first time all season that Cresswell has made a mistake.
Yeah, it has been. He's been pretty flawless, hasn't he? And now we see him go through there with that rare mistake that we see into Ashby. But you've got to remember, Ashby's a very difficult corner. It's so easy to outbrake yourself. It's so easy to make a slight error as they go through. Oh, God. Blimey, down the inside there, looking the 15, Harvey Jones on Tyler Harris. There's the 77, James Morley, on the back of Freddie Hull, fast Freddie Hull, who had a flyer yesterday as well. Good running from Freddie. 8 minutes to go in this race, the pre-final. Of course, this will determine where they start for the final later on today. Through oblivion they go. Absolutely nose to tail, a little bit wide there from Morley, but he gets the momentum, he gets the waft, and a 5-second time penalty is going to be awarded to Alistair Cresswell. That is absolute disaster, but like you say, it was a very tough call to make, but it's just one of those things. The hairpin at Ashby, it's a very tough corner, and accidents do happen very, very easily.
Well, 7.5 minutes remaining. There's a little look back at the battle between the 15 of Harvey Jones, his 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. You've got the 77 of James Morley. I have to say, he's been disappointing this week. Not been on the pace as we've expected from him. He had 2 third places in the first 2 finals of the season, and he's there now battling behind the number 24 of Freddie Hull. So that's 4th and 5th. Now Morley making some moves, and Cresswell going through as well. And Cresswell getting aggressive. So you can see a bit of front-end damage on that kart. So he's already been given 1 penalty. That was for contact. That nose cone looking a little bit skew as well. So there might be another penalty on its way. So he is now getting aggressive to try and get up the order and minimise the damage that he's done in this race.
Yeah, exactly that as they go through. Nice close-up shots there.
Good shot there, Mr. Cameraman.
Yeah, it just shows the kart's working, don't they? Oh, look at
sideways coming into the boot.
There you go. That's hitting the curb incorrectly.
Again, when we talked to Sam Winter, he said you got to use the curbs, and you can use the curbs, but you've got to hit them right.
Yes.
You've got to hit them at the right angle. And again, look at that nose cone, that number 2 Talco chassis, the Talco Motori team kart. And here comes Tyler Harris, outbraking Olivia Jenkins. Well, no, outbraking Freddie Hull, sorry. Freddie Hull, the number 24 Precision Racing kart. Here's Charlie King. King doing a good job holding on to 2nd position. Less than a second behind Garford, and just about an inch in front of Joseph Booth. No longer. There goes Booth up to 2nd. And I think it's if ever a team deserved a good result, we talked about Classic Motorsport, but Tim Wilson Motorsport, they deserve a good result today, because in the second yesterday, it all went wrong for all of the karts.
Yep.
Yes, and so, but now Booth moving forward, closing in, although King has got him back. No, that's the James Morley, the number 77, who's now trying to pass King. So it's this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th you're watching on your screens. Although Cresswell in 5th position, number 2, will have a penalty to be added onto his time at the end of the race. Here comes James Morley, and he passes Charlie King for P3.
Does, yeah. I was speaking to Charlie King this morning very briefly as he gets overtaken there again by the number 2 of Alistair Cresswell, but he was saying that he's really hoping for the wet conditions to come out. It's Mr. King, purely because the ARC chassis that he's running is quite of a softer sort of setup.
Variety.
Yeah, and it likes the wet conditions.
And he's going backwards in a hurry now. He's lost. Again, it's one of those things. Now, that might be a mechanical issue. He's lost a lot of time. He's lost momentum. Let's have a little look now. Top line speed going up the hill past Fine Lady. Well, the straight line speed seems to be there. I think that was a case of losing momentum, losing his rhythm, and just getting monstered. There's Olivia Jenkins and Leon Frost. Frost, who qualified on the front row yesterday, as Morley passes Booth for P2. Cresswell still there in 2nd place, but again, we can count Alistair out of the top result here. So he's got at least 1 penalty. But looking back here, so there is King, there is Harris, then it is Jenkins in the 48 and Frost in the 59. The O plate of Aditya Kulkarni He's only in 10th place, and it's Aidan Mitchell, Dara McInerney and Harvey Jones.
Indeed it is, yeah, tucking in there. James Morley getting as much as he can out of that Tim Wilson Motorsport kart as they go up the hill. He's got the close company of his teammate Joseph Booth just behind, as well as Alistair Cresswell. But like you say, with that 5-second time penalty on board, it's not the end of the world. It is only the pre-final, so he can come back in the final, and he's trying to make moves here. Man's got moves, and Cresswell moves up.
Man's got a chip on his shoulder by the looks of it. He's getting, I mean, yeah, we haven't seen this level of aggression from Alistair Cresswell, but he knows he needs to be aggressive because he's got this time penalty. He needs to get up there and then try and pull away in the remaining 3.5 minutes. So he thinks, right, well, the nose cone's gone. I've already got a penalty. I may as well just, all heck to it. Let's just take the risk. And yeah, man's got some issues to deal with. Yeah, and he's all point, think. Well, yeah. Yes, that's the same. So please don't pass me. Please don't pass me.
Yeah, he's going to pass it though.
Well, the other drivers would have seen that big board that says number kart 2, 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
So if you've got a bit about yourself, then you'd be thinking, okay, he's got a penalty. Let's just follow.
This race. Yeah,
let's not battle with him and risk. We got to drive. Oh, Morley! Wheel wide coming out of Wilkins, bouncing over the grass there. I mean, that was some severe air time. I mean, air traffic control nearly got warned of that one.
Oh dear. Yeah, so this gap now, look at that, it's opened up massively. 1.7 seconds is the lead now that Alfie Garford's got. But again, now that they're in a sort of a position, and now that Cresswell is back at the front of this, expect them to now start to push each other all the way. So expect that gap to disappear. At that time, now they were faster through Sector 1 than Garford, but only by a smidge. Not that much. We'll see what Sector 2 is the fastest or personal best. Sector 1 was set by the 4th place driver at the moment, the 45, Joseph Booth. So keep an eye on that one as they go through. But less than 2 minutes to go. Identical second sector times between Garford and Cresswell. Absolutely nothing between them. So let's see what can happen with that time of running out. We'll keep an eye on the gap. It has come down just a small bit. 1.6 seconds is the gap now from 1.7. But it's not much. And with that timer running out, 90 seconds plus the 1 lap to go, it's a very tall order. And especially if these drivers start to scrap.
Yeah, Freddie Hull there doing a good job in 5th position. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Flash across your screens. Out of Ashby, up the hill towards that downhill, just over 90 degrees. Left-hander at Oisiers. You can see the dip in the track, and then you've got the grass bank that James Morley hit a lap or so ago. Now into the booth, over the curb there. Nice soft curb through boot 2 and 3, ignoring the 3rd apex. You're getting the kart, so you're moving the kart to the outside of the track. The run down that short hill towards Pitts Bend. This bit of track is fantastic.
Yeah.
Crook and Oblivion, that left-hander at Crook, and then if you turn right into Oblivion, there's a slight dip, isn't there?
Yeah.
It sort of dip and starts to fall away, and you've got to be so careful. If you get one understeering moment halfway through that curve, then the momentum and the speed takes you into the fence.
There we go.
Oh, there's Hull. Well, he threw the air, and oh dear, that's he's hurt his hand there. Joseph Booth comes out now. Let's have a look. So Hull up the inside. Booth closes the door. Hull's there, bounces over, and his left rear wheel catches Joseph Booth's hand. As you can see, Booth there, but significantly, ladies and gentlemen, you saw him put his hand down and lifted himself out, lifted his body weight out of the car with that hand. So that's, not too serious. But Cresswell now has passed Morley and is in 2nd place on the road. That incident is going to help Cresswell because, of course, it's taken one driver, out of the thing. So Booth now out of the race. The only retirement so far. Hull has continued in 4th position, but Cresswell in 2nd, Morley in 3rd, approaching the final lap. Now let's have a look. So Cresswell 1.4 seconds down, a 5-second penalty, 6.4 seconds down. Well, with that incident, that would only drop him to 4th place, provided he doesn't have a nose cone penalty. If he has a nose cone penalty, that would put him 11.4 seconds off the lead, and that would drop him back to 12th.
Leon Frost there as well.
Oh, and more collisions.
Oh, yeah.
3 karts off.
The E-plates there as well. That's Dara McInerney there. Aidan Mitchell, I think, is one of them.
Harvey Jones, Aidan Mitchell, they're getting his kart out of the way. Oh, and that was the battle over 10th, 11th and 12th. Oh, they were dropping like flies. So 3 karts out there at the end. There's McInerney, Mitchell and Jones. And, of course, that's only going to help Alistair Cresswell again. So there's 3 fewer karts for him to fall behind, even if he does get a nose cone penalty.
Looking at Cresswell's nose cone, again, it might not be, but it's bobbing up and down quite a lot.
Well, the way that he went up over the back of Booth's kart.
Yeah.
As the checker flag comes out, Alfie Garford takes the win in the pre-final. So Garford, the championship challenge for Garford is not over yet. He's fighting and clawing, and he was helped there by at least 1 penalty for Alistair Cresswell. So Cresswell drops to 4th place. James Morley and Freddie Hull 2nd and 3rd, although Hull was involved in the incident. Then Leon Frost in 5th, Charlie King 6th, Aditya Kulkarni in 7th, followed by Tyler Harris, Olivia Jenkins and Jake Almasawi, the top 10. So we know that Cresswell's got 1 penalty. That'll drop him to 4th place, 6.07 seconds behind the winner. Let's have a look and see if our friend Dave Hillary gives him the nose cone photograph, and that'll give him another 5-second penalty, which would drop him. Well, with that incident going on, that would still only. Well, let's have a look. Alistair Cresswell. I mean, nothing for Alfie Garford. Let's have a look. Wow, no penalty for Cresswell. Cresswell has dodged a bullet.
He has indeed,
big time. Freddie Hull. Nope.
He's good.
But Freddie Hull was involved in that incident with Joseph Booth. So there may be, I mean, Alistair Cresswell could have come away with maybe a 3rd place finish there, a 3rd or a 4th place finish after the race he had. That. Leon Frost.
Frost has got one.
Who, me? Oh.
He looks at it.
The death stare afterwards. So it's not his job. It's only
Charlie King with one as well.
But I mean, okay, so Cresswell could have dropped he's dodged a huge bullet there. He's dropped a couple of points to Alfie Garford, but not half as many as he could have dropped if they wanted those few incidents there, and that nose cone staying on after that incident with James Booth.
48, Olivia Jenkins as well. Another nose cone penalty coming in thick and fast. Al Masawi, thumbs up.
Hey, good to see that. Here comes Joseph Booth. Now Booth retired another 45 car. I hope he's okay. And you've got McInerney, Mitchell, and Jones all going out. So yeah, I just hope that they're all okay and they're good. There's Matt Cotton from Motorsport UK Media Department there, the beanie, which tells you that it's not warm outside.
No, it's not warm.
So he's there doing social media posts and everything on Facebook and what have you. South Australia, lots of people watching from Australia. Lismore, Australia.
Lismore, yeah, 9:30 there.
Yep, Roadman in the booth to right, Zane. Man has got serious
wind.
patois. Big things that go on.
Please don't.
My man Zane. Yes, I mean, well, good to see that there's plenty of people watching in Australia.
Yeah.
Got lots of good karting friends out there in Australia. The Aussie Rotax Pro Tour, Scott Howard and the rest of the team out there. Ian Black, I think recently retired Ian Black from the Rotax importers. Hope to see a lot of the Australians at Bahrain at the end of the year. There's Darren. There's Aidan Mitchell there in the white helmet with the glasses on. Darren McInerney there with his with the long hair. His dad. Looking over the E-plate card. So that's the second of 3 pre-finals we've got going out now. The next one, strap in, boys and girls. Time for TKM Extreme. We're down to 19 karts. So, who have we lost overnight? We started with 20 yesterday, only 19 now. Was there an exclusion? Well, Lewis Wadley and Harvey Roth were excluded from the first heat. Lewis Wadley driving aggravate oh, okay. Lewis Wadley driving in a manner incompatible with general safety. Aggravated contact. Disqualified from the meeting. Steward's decision. So the O plate of Lewis Wadley, that is not only his race weekend over, that is his championship challenge over. Oh dearie me, that is a shame. Aggravated contact. That means that he was, obviously he was perturbed and felt he was wronged or slighted in some way by a fellow competitor, and then decided to, well, I think the common karting parlance is fence him. And as a result, the stewards went, goodbye. That's a real shame. Lewis Wadley is such a fast driver. I mean, podium finisher at Shennington in the opening round of the season. Was looking back here. Let's have a little look at the starting lineup of the 19 drivers that we have left. Pole position will be current championship leader, 2019 British champion and E-plate holder James Pashley. Alongside James Pashley is Chris Whitton, then Joseph Reeve-Smith and Tom Johnson for Class and Motorsport on row number 2.
Spencer Lane and Theo Hesketh on row number 3 with Michael Cornell and Joe Fowler on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Adam Sparrow, the defending champion, and Zach Bowen, Theo Tibbets and Matt Allnutt on row 6.
Andrew Lawrence and Josh Rainstrick on row 7. Kai Springfield and Megan Lawson ran out row number 8 for Class and Motorsports. Nathan Wells, Harvey Roth on row 9, and rounding out the grid on row 10, 19 karts, Joe Stockford, Precision Racing on that Talco chassis.
So, the last time that TKMs were at Whilton Mill as part of the British Championship was the final round of 2019. They had a double header that weekend. Chris Whitton won both finals. Theo Hesketh and James Pashley took second in the 2 finals, with Joe Fowler finishing 3rd in both finals. Lights are out. We're off and racing for 12 minutes of action into the first 2 corners. James Pashley takes an early lead, very orderly start from the 19 competitors. Joe Reeve-Smith in 2nd place, Chris Whitton looking to the inside in 3rd, and then it is Tom Johnson in P4. Looking at where Tom Johnson is in the championship, he is quite a way back. He only joined us last time out at Kimbolton. So, yeah, Johnson, a real wild card. There's Joe Fowler going wide, and Joe Fowler, Class of Motorsport really needs someone to put a smile on their face here. At the moment, Tom Johnson and Joe Fowler are doing their best to give spirits a bit of a pep up at Classen. Karts are a far cry from 1963 to 77 when I race. Well, because they got bodywork on them now, and they're not made out of wood.
No, exactly.
Sorry, break and roll. I mean, yeah. Do you know what? Break and roll. I bet you in 1963, 1977 when he raced, I wonder if he raced at Wollongong Kart Club. I wonder.
Oh, we'll find out. Let us know. Let us know. Well, there is the number 1 plate, Adam Sparrow. Now, Sparrow yesterday, Spadders, he didn't have the best of days. He had 11th place finish in his first heat, 10th place finish in his second heat. So, obviously, in this pre-final, he wants to get up said order.
Now there was a Classen versus Classen battle there. That was, it was Joe Fowler passing his teammate Tom Johnson. I held my breath there, sorry.
Right, yes.
Yes, carry on, as you were saying.
Well,
I thought I rudely interrupted you.
Well, no, I had said.
What you were saying. Adam Sparrow wasn't best pleased with Harvey Roth yesterday, one little bit.
No.
After an incident there, but up at the front. So, Pashley, he came into this weekend with a lead of 19 points. That was extended because obviously he won the heats and got maximum heat points. Joe Reeve-Smith, who is 2nd in the championship, is chasing him hard. Fast lap of the race for Theo Hesketh there, the number 2 place. Big shout out Michael Cornell. Look for the number 85 kart running in 5th position at the moment, just behind the number 2 of Theo Hesketh. Cornell, privateer driver, a true privateer driver. There he is, all white chassis. Had that horrible roll at Shennington where he damaged his shoulder. Tried to come back 2 weeks later at Kimbolton, and that didn't work for him. And now there he is, another retro-style crash helmet. But Michael Cornell, the first round ever of the British Championship under Motorsport UK jurisdiction, PFI, start of 2019. Michael Cornell podiumed it. It remains his only podium in the British Championship to date. Is he on course for a second one here this weekend?
Well, let's find out, because with 9 minutes to go in the pre-final, lots could happen. still plenty of time for well, either of us to make a mistake, and I'm sure these drivers won't. The number 2 diving down the inside there. Theo Hesketh getting past Chris Whitten. Good little move there through Oisiers. Moving up once more. Oh, someone getting very wide there. That looked to me potentially like Spencer Lane. Could have been the all-white cart that went through. I think it was the strawberry racing cart that went through. But it's marked as a private deer.
Now, Alan Dove,
yes.
Karting1.co, has pointed out something a very, very good point. Right. So we talk about what's different about the karts. They're not made of wood. They were never made of wood. But the Techno Puma from 1963, says Alan, is still the fundamental design that actually hasn't changed that much today. Correct. So, a little bit of history about Techno. The Pedrozzani brothers from Italy, they built karts. They're still a Techno karting brand in the UK. They're the only company so far in history to have built a kart, a Formula 3 car, a Formula Junior car, a Formula 2 car, and in the 1970s, a Formula 1 car.
Oh.
Chris Amon drove it. They weren't very good, but they did it. They went all the way through every single formula. Techno, the Pedrozzani brothers from Italy, built them.
Well, there you go.
There we go.
Henry's history lesson.
Thank you very much. Now, on to the 6th lap. The top 4 have broken clear. Pashley, Reeve-Smith, Hesketh and Whitten. A reminder, if you're watching this, please share the coverage on your social medias. We're trying to get the word of karting, the word of the sport of karting out to as many people as possible. And don't forget to, my YouTube moment, like and subscribe.
Yeah.
I'm getting good at this social media thing for a dinosaur. I still don't get it. Okay, Pashley, Reeve-Smith, Hesketh and Chris Whitten. Theo Hesketh, Chris Whitten, Zach Bowen up into 5th place. Adam Spatters is up into 6th position. Spencer Lane 7th, Joe Fowler 8th, Tom Johnson 9th, Michael Cornell slips to 10th. Then it's Theo Tippett, Harvey Roth, Matt Allnut, Kai Springfield, Andrew Lawrence, Nathan Wells, Josh Raystrick, Megan Lawson and Joe Stockford. Stockford had he had Reg Dewey helping him out yesterday.
Yeah.
I tried to get Reg in on the commentary box, but he was too busy. And he's gone to a wedding today. Derek Morgan, big
yes.
Congratulations to Del Boy, Derek Morgan, getting married today. Fortunately, he's invited the Dewey family to it. You can imagine. Hope they said them. I hope they haven't got a tab open on the bar for everyone. Pay for your own booze afterwards. Belinda will be busy hanging off the chandeliers. Oh, there's Joe Fowler that's gone out. Oh, and it's a chain.
It's a chain to come off.
Oh, chain parting company.
There it is. Yeah, nice shot there from the camera guys.
Oh, just not a weekend to forget. And I got to say, after winning last round at Kimbolton and Fowler getting himself into championship contention, okay, the pre-farm, there are championship points up for grabs in this race. With Pashley and Reeve-Smith 1-2 in the championship, and in fact Hesketh 3rd in the championship, running 1-2-3. Joe Fowler was 4th. He's going to have to do a real top gear from the rear in the final to get himself, and he's going to have to hope that some of these top 3 have issues that drop them back, or else his championship hopes are going to fall by the wayside. Don't forget, in TKM, this is the 3rd out of 4 rounds as Chris Whitten moves into 3rd place. At the end of this race, the Rotax KZ2s go to Warden Law, and then everybody has 1 round at PFI. So the TKMs have only got 1 weekend at PFI left after today.
Yeah, so we have got championship points up for this race. The disembodied voice in my head could potentially put those up just to give a recap for the viewers at home.
I think you've upset him.
I don't think I have upset him. I think, Mr. Disembodied Voice in my head, could you please put the championship standings on the screen for us now? Thank you very much.
I stand corrected.
There we go. So, Pashley, at the moment, 4 drop scores, 502 points there. At the moment, the E-Plate leading the way. Joseph Reeve-Smith, 475. But like you said, with only that 1 round, or 1 round after this left to go at PFI, it's still very close there, isn't it? Because when you add in drop scores, it gets a lot closer.
Yep. So, I think in the TKMs, they drop 2 scores.
Yeah.
So we're dropping 2. They've got, let's have a little look at TKM. They've got, so there's 3 point scoring opportunities at PFI. So you need to go to PFI you know, you dropped your 2 worst scores from the year. You've got 3 point scoring opportunities this weekend, 3 more at PFI. And so it's not beyond the realms of possibility that like Fowler and Sparrow can catch up. But yeah, very close between Allnut, Springfield and Bowen. There's a change for the lead, is there? Joe Reeve-Smith, wheel to wheel. And Pashley holds on through the kink. Now Inkerman's down towards Ashby. And that allows Theo Hesketh to repass Chris Whitten for 3rd position. So, that's a, letter of intent.
Yeah.
Signed and delivered by Joseph Reeve-Smith and replied by James Pashley.
I'd quite like to see that again, but really slow, because those wheels there, it was the rims that were touching each other.
Why do you ask this embodied voice in your head, seeing as easy back, mate?
Well, yeah.
Can we see that again?
Potentially we could. We'll have to wait and see. The side-by-side bit, please.
Coming out of Christmas corner.
Coming out of Christmas corner, yes, please. But yeah, it was the rims absolutely touched it. Really slow it down at the exit here. Those tyres were so close to touching each other. There, it could have gone so much worse.
Okay, that's metal to metal.
Yeah,
that is one thing. If it was metal to rubber, that would have been a big one.
Yeah,
a big one.
Yeah.
So there we go. Thank you, disembodied voice in his head, not in my head, because you've left me and I'm all alone.
Yep.
Okay. Pashley, Reeve-Smith, Hesketh, Whitten. 2 seconds in front of Zach Bowen. Now, Zach Bowen, the number 18 kart, has got Adam Sparrow and Spencer Lane right behind him. So 5th, 6th and 7th are together, but they're 2 seconds behind this battle. 2.5 minutes to go. Let's see if Reeve-Smith does again. He's having a look. He's committed a bit more, and this time he gets up the inside much more early going into Christmas corner, and Pashley can't risk running around the outside. So, second time of asking, Reeve-Smith gets through.
Yeah, so good run there. That's allowed the number 2 of Theo Hesketh to close in on this battle, as well as the 33 of Chris Whitten. 4 karts battling for the lead here in the pre-final for TKM Extreme. Again, exciting races that they gave us yesterday for Heat 1 and 2. Exciting stuff they're giving us here. The concertina effect closes in, and I think a bit of a brake check there from Reeve-Smith, to back them into each other.
Yep, and of course now we're going to have to use our savvy. Here comes Pashley though. Now it's wheel to wheel again. Pashley on the outside through Oblivion. It's a drag race up the hill towards Christmas corner. Theo Hesketh works with Joe Reeve-Smith, but look at Pashley. Oh my word! It's taken the top 3 in the championship out. The top 3 in the championship have all just crashed, and that was Pashley on the outside trying to hang tough. Zach Bowen moves into the lead. One to Chris Whitten. Did he get slowed down? Well, Whitten had to take evasive action as well. Now, this is what happens when you hit rubber to rubber contact. We saw that brilliant slow-mo of metal to metal. This is rubber to rubber. Ping! Up and over. And oh my word! Ladies and gentlemen, that is why these drivers spend thousands of pounds on their crash helmets, because they are a lifesaver.
Yeah.
And I'm not being overing. That was a 100-kilo go-kart travelling at 50 miles an hour into the side of Joe Reeve-Smith's head, and whoever made that helmet, whether it's a Bell or an Arai or what have you, well done, because you have just saved Joseph Reeve-Smith from a terrific injury there.
Yeah.
And woof. I mean, we can talk about it and hyperbole about it, but I mean, we can take a deep breath after that one, because we saw that replay, and it was a great replay of how metal to metal, and it was inches from disaster. That's what happens when it's, oof.
Yeah, that's what happens when you are you miss it by a millimetre. 10 seconds to go then on the board. Drama in the TKM Extreme pre-final, but here at the moment,
and
Chris Whitten leads the way.
Joe Reeve-Smith is still in this race.
He is still in this race.
Joe Reeve-Smith is still in this race, and he needs to send a letter to his helmet maker to say thank you.
Yeah, I suspect he's got a nice tyre mark on the side of that as well.
I bet he's got a crook neck after that one as well. And now, oh dear, there's Zach Bowen getting run wide by Harvey Roth. Oh, and who's that number 11? So, okay, Chris Whitten, let's reset. Chris Whitten, Adam Sparrow, 1-2. Harvey Roth looks like he's up to 4th behind the number 11 of Spencer Lane, who now runs 3rd. There's Whitten, and here's Sparrow. This is what these 2 drivers need to get themselves back into championship contention. Spencer Lane in 3rd place. We start the last lap. Then it's Harvey Roth in 4th. 5th looks like Theo Hesketh. Bowen is 6th. Then it's Cornell, Johnson, Springfield and Tibbett, your top 10. Up the hill for the final time towards Christmas Corner, Anthony. And look at Spencer Lane.
Yeah, great stuff there on the outside from Lane, going around the outside of Christmas Corner.
Off
yeah,
on the inside of Adam Sparrow. We've seen this before. It didn't end well.
Sparrow around the outside of Ashby, though, retakes second place.
Bravo.
What a move that was. Down the inside, Roth moves down in now into P3. He's got the inside into Oisirs. Gets that move done side by side as well, because Theo Hesketh, the number 2, wanting to come back into this as well. Sparrow sweeps to the outside, trying to get the line. Roth goes to the inside. He can't quite make the move. Oh, that's very close there, but out of the final corner, checkered flag for the 33 of Chris, Whitton, Sparrow and Roth.
And look at how close the rest of the field got. Oh my word. Whitton, Sparrow, Roth, Lane and Bowen, your top 5, separated by 6/10 of a second. 6th was Hesketh after that crash. 7th was Cornell. 8th was Springfield. 9th was Theo Tibbett. 10th, Tom Johnson. Matt Allner, 11th. 12th for Nathan Wells. Josh Raystrick, 13th. Andrew Lawrence and Megan Lawson, 14th and 15th. James Pashley finishes 16th. And Joseph Rees-Smith, thank your lucky stars. Look at the damage on the kart, but hey, that's just plastic and metal. You know, it's not skin and bones. And he finished in 17th place. He finished, all 3 drivers in that crash finished the race, which says a lot about the toughness of the equipment, both the karting equipment and the safety equipment. Stockford and Fowler, and again, a great replay there. I'm sure you can watch it back on, there you go. There is the rim has been, that was Joe Fowler's kart, but I mean, I'm sure you can watch it back on the live stream later on. Yeah, there's going to be Theo Hesketh there breathing a sigh of release. He was just, as Pashley and Rees-Smith clashed, Hesketh was just on the outside and was forced onto the grass. Yeah. So he had nothing to do with anything. He spun and avoided. Spencer Lane, he went round the outside there to make a move. What a result there. There goes Michael Cornell. Good result for Michael. He could do his bootlace up. He'd probably go a little bit quicker. No, sorry.
There's a 10th there.
There's a 10th. There's at least a 10th there.
At least a 10th.
Number 42. Oh, Tom Johnson. Nose cone.
Good quote, that.
May this be the day that you almost caught Carter Adam Sparrow.
Yes.
Caught him doing what? Having a wheel on the caravan?
No. Right, there we go. Well, that brings us to the end of the first part of the day here at the Sunday for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. More races coming up after the lunch break, and as well, we have got the Paddock show that we filmed last night coming up for your viewing delectation in the lunch break. So please do stick around, enjoy that as well. We'll be back at around 1:20 for the first of the second heats of the Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax Minimax, and Rotax 177. And so forth.
Plenty more big thing go on here at Whilton Mill after the lunch break. Enjoy. Hello and welcome to tonight's Paddock show here at Whilton Mill. Anthony, it's an abbreviated show, but we've got a lot to talk about. We've got a full day's racing and finals in Minimax, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Which way are we going? You choose, because we had a bit of a domestic last night.
We did, and I lost the first domestic, so I'm going to win this with domestic, and we're going to go that way.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
I mean, first of all, we've had 22 races today.
plenty of good winners. So let's go through so Mini
Right,
Max.
let me get. Do you know, this is where I need to be more prepared.
Well,
and
no, that's
actually
all right.
get it up on my phone.
Mini Max. I mean, what a drive from Reg Hayward. So we figured out why he qualified. He started last. He's a mechanic, Jensen Butterfield. Forgot to put his scrutineering card in. So he started last. We're going to get run over there by Anderson Chilcott and the rest of the Sam Pollitt racing team. They're flashing us.
They're going to get caught out now.
No,
You're not going anywhere now. I'll stand
we'll
Go
stand
ahead, Henrik. Go.
Right,
Go
okay.
on, you've got him.
Who's this? Team manager. How's it? We're very quick. Anderson, hello.
You alright? Hello.
I'm not too bad. Sam Pollitt, hello.
How you doing? You alright?
I'm not too bad. How was your day?
Good until the final.
Yes. Okay, no problems. Thank you. I told you we're on a quick one tonight, so there we go. We'll let them go.
I'll let them go.
We'll let
Don't want
them
to get my toes run over.
No.
Oh, there's another one.
There's another one. Oh, this is a Land Rover. This is going to be. Well, this seems to be the. We've done a really good job here of of walking at the wrong place.
We have
so, Reg Hayward, a winner in Minimax. Junior Rotax, that was a great shot. There he is.
Mr. Linden.
There's our winner in Junior Rotax. He's got his cap on the right way. Oh, go on then. So, is it sunk in yet?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, very.
I'm going to get run over again.
Run over again, but I mean, okay. So we've spoken about your brother on the mechanic, Matthew Higgins doing the driver coaching for you. It's all paid off. We've got it all again to do tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully we can carry on. Top 3 points for the championship would be great.
Brilliant. Right, carry on. We'll let you go because this is a quick show. Now, so
right.
that was junior. Senior
Yes.
Rotax. That was a good one. We had Reese Hunter. We're going past the 8-mile long Dan Holland racing. It's only a 50-minute show. If we go in this end and Reese is down the bottom end, it'll take us 74 minutes to walk all the way down there through the karts. But again, Reese Hunter.
I'm just having a nosy.
Just having a nosy. Oh, fair enough. We'll have a little nose.
No, there we go. We were in here yesterday.
They're running away.
Reese's cart's all the way down the other end, so we can't even talk to Reese.
Rotax 177. Dan Tate didn't take the win, so we had 2 drivers coming into this weekend in Rotax that were undefeated. Ethan Jeff Hall and Dan Tate. Ethan Jeff Hall took second in the end, and Dan Tate finished just off the podium in 4th. There's Tate's number 29 kart. That's going to help the championship battle a lot. I mean, Henry Ayres, the winner.
Yes, Henry Ayres won by 0.8 of a second. Fantastic running from him. Showed great performance. He missed the last round. He missed Mansell. He was here for the first round, but it's great to see him back at a car after such a long break.
Now what that means is that so they dropped their worst 3 scores of the season in 177. Mansell Raceway, they scored points for their heats, points for the pre-final and points for the final. So there's 3 scores. So Henry Ayres, he can drop those. Yeah. So he's not out of championship contention by a long shot, but he can't afford to have any bad races from now on.
No, he can't. No, he has to have
the pressure's on.
Yeah, he has to have a clean sweep.
And he's told us that this is last year karting.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, right. Let's tiptoe past class and motorsport.
Yeah.
There's
we don't
Mr.
want
Lomax.
to alert that we're here.
Right?
Yeah.
Look at there. He's desperate to come out and say something, but no, he's going to stay in there.
No, he's
we
going
didn't
to
get wolf whistled or flash mob. I thought we made it safely past class and motorsport. They're loading the van. We'll stay away. Ashley's on the phone and she's having a beer. So no, come on, Ash. Come this way. Ashley, off the phone, live on the Paddock. Oh, not that we condone drink. Right. No, that's all right. How was your day? Without swearing. A tough day. Yeah, Joe Fowler finishing 7th. Charlie King having a great start and then having an incident.
Yeah, it's been a learning curve.
Okay. For the drivers, for the chassis, for everybody.
Everything and everyone.
Sometimes you get those days. So on some days you're the windshield and some days you're the bug. If you're the windshield, everything goes right. If you're the bug, not so much.
Yeah, 100% we are the flies all over the number plate at the minute.
But you get it. But again, it's only halfway through in TKM, so you've got pre-finals and finals tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's a different day.
Now, pace-wise, Joe Fowler looks like the strongest thing. Have you got the pace?
Has anybody got the pace? Depends on who you're racing with, doesn't it? You can have the pace and not have the look.
There we go. Well,
we've got what we've got.
We've got what you got.
Go with it.
Great, thank you very much, Ash.
No
so I mean, in TKM, we had Alfie Garford and Alistair Cresswell celebrating, wins in the heats. In TKM Extreme, James Pashley was victorious, and that's significant for the championship. He leads the TKM Extreme Championship. So Micromax.
Yes.
I mean, ugh. So we controversial day.
Well, the points at the end of today, so the intermediate.
Oh, there we are. Look at that. Small children. Hello. Right. Who are we? Who are we?
Jensen Chalk.
So speaking of Micromax drivers.
There we
Right,
go.
so how are you?
I tell you what, Jensen.
Ryan Armstrong, I'm not a Micromax driver.
You're not a Micromax
He's
driver,
brother.
and he's brother. And who are you?
James Roberts.
James Roberts. Okay, so here are some of our Micromax drivers. And who are we?
Rory Armstrong, I'm Micromax.
Excellent. So 3 Micromax drivers and a helper. Great stuff. Okay, so who's going to win the tickets to Bahrain at the end of the year? Oh, really?
Me.
But you've got to beat Jensen, and then you've got to beat Rory.
Too easy.
Too easy? The man just said it's too easy to beat you, Jensen.
I would have won the Bahrain ticket if the last heat was the final. I came second, but the person in first was on a 900 chassis.
Yes, so now this is what we're talking about. So we've got 900 chassis and 950 chassis. There's a ticket for each. So are you a 900 or a 950?
50.
You're a 900?
950.
You're a 950, and you are a...
950.
So you're all fighting over one ticket then? Right. Oh dear. Are you going to be this much friends tomorrow?
No. Not during the racing.
Not during the racing. What about after the racing? This is the important bit.
In the paddock, yes, but on the track, no.
Great. And do you know what? That's what we love to see, isn't it? We'd love to see that. So good luck. You're running with Mark Baines Motorsport, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh bless. I'm sorry. You know he's not allowed into Bahrain or anywhere south of this circuit.
That don't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. He's going to do it. This is great.
He'll do it in the airport.
He'll be doing it in the airport. Right. Well, good luck tomorrow, guys. That's great to see, isn't it?
It is,
Our Micromax drivers that added, this is a huge weekend for them. You know, to qualify for the grand finals in Micromax, you've got to be 11.
Yeah.
No older than 11. They're racing for a ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain. That's the biggest karting event in the world, and you've just seen how small they are. They're taking it in their stride.
Yes. Now, a question I want to ask over here.
Okay, ask away.
Because there are TKMs here, and it's a common question that's been asked.
No, it's
this is a collective question for everyone. What does TKM stand for? Anyone know?
What does TKM stand for?
Talco Motors.
Talco Motors.
That's what we thought it was.
The man himself, Alan Turney's gone home. But you've got Alfie here, so he's done a really good job there. Adam Sparrow, he was fast, but didn't quite have an Olivia Jenkins. 4th place. Come. I want to talk. Obviously, she's had an accident. There's been some sort of mechanical problem, and your jeans have been ripped, and it's taken half the material off you. Tay, top 4 finish. Well done.
Thank you.
How did it happen? Tell us all about it.
I think it was just about staying where we were behind the O-plate, and then they all just kind of took each other out, and just keeping it clean really helped.
Got to be in it to win it. Well done. This man here, Alfie Garford's had a strong day. We weren't at the finals in TKM, but I mean, it's worth it. Their finals tomorrow. We took some points off that man, Mr. Cresswell, yes?
Yes, not as much as we wanted to, but it was slowly.
And tomorrow, you got a chance. After tomorrow, there's only 1 round to go for you, so tomorrow's a critical day for you, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got to pretty much win everything from now on and hope that Alice doesn't have as good as results as he had at the start of the year.
Okay, well, you'll get it done then. Get it done. There we go. That's Alfie Garford today, and Oliver Jenkins from the Junior TKM camp.
Yep.
Which Junior TKM. I mean, if we don't find out what TKM stands for officially, we're gonna just make up some sort of nonsense.
We are. I'm gonna think of something tonight while eating dinner at the dinner table, just thinking what could TKM stand for.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just Google it.
Oh, you could. No, that's no fun.
That's
not
no
much
fun.
No. This is old school investigative journalism.
Yeah.
Ask around. If no one knows, you make it up.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. The Sun newspaper takes that, for example.
There's GMS karting. They had an up and down day. We saw Riley Stevenson make it into the final, but we saw Ben Ballou sadly not get out of the final. There's Ollie Goodyear. He made it into the final through the Repechage, one of our privateer drivers. So, yeah, this is how you've got the caravan behind them, But again, the merchandise, Ollie Goodyear, number 55, resplendent. Mr. Goodyear there standing, hiding down there.
He's not hiding, he's doing tyres.
He's doing tyres. He's doing tyres. I say, good merch on that for that. Yeah, that's not bad at all. That's Delta Raceway merch. And here we are now. this is what Saturday evenings at
I can
kart tracks are all
smell
about.
the barbecue.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You can smell the barbecue. We're heading up towards the field. Nice sunset. You know, it's a bank holiday weekend. It feels like a bank holiday weekend finally.
Yep.
You know, yesterday we were here and it was somewhat cold.
It was somewhat chilly.
And it was, yeah, but again, you know, a fantastic evening of racing. I mean, you know, tomorrow.
Yes.
So the drivers that won today,
Yep.
obviously are going to start out as favourites.
Yep.
But have we anyone in mind you think of that maybe hasn't shone today that will turn it around tomorrow?
That's a tough cut. One, Scott Marsh, I think.
Okay, yeah, very quick.
Very quick. I just think he just needs to bring it up to that sharp end of that one. Junior Rotax, I think, well, Mr. Armstrong.
And Mr. Ginchard as well.
Yeah.
So, Dan Ginchard, again, 16th to 1st, nose cone penalty, back down.
Yeah.
You know, that was an awesome drive.
It was a great
But I mean, Junior Rotax, the championship battle is so good. I mean, you've got about 6 or 7 drivers all within 30 points, you know. Okay, tomorrow for them is round 4 out of 6. You've got Ward and Law in a couple of weeks, and then you've got the final at PFI. So every class apart from KZ2 will be doing 1 round at PFI. The KZ2s finish up at Ward and Law. But I mean, that junior race, I mean, Leon Henderson was leading the championship for about 3 or 4 laps.
Yep.
And then he got involved in an incident with Neil Clark. So you think he's going to be coming back. But I mean, Ollie Stevens, you know, he got on a podium here. Okay, there were penalties in front of him, but that doesn't matter. He's so consistent, and he's still leading it without really threatening for a race win.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. I thought we were going to get run over again.
No, well, that's the Tim Wilson Motorsport squad leaving. They had a tough outing in that last.
In fact, yeah, don't let them
TKM.
see you after what you said in the last.
Well, no. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, facts. 6 drivers started the race. 1 retired before they got out there. Then 2 of them crashed into each other. 2 more of them crashed each other on the last lap. It was, and there was someone else retired as well. But out of 6 karts in a race, the team ended up with no finishers, which is like Ash Klassen said, you know. Sometimes you're just a fly on the windshield. Now here's Jensen Butterfield trying to navigate.
Are you wanting to come through
so
it?
Right. We're going to ambush him because Jensen Butterfield won the.
No, he doesn't want to.
He's shaking his head. I just want to know how. Right. I mean, unfortunately for you, Mr. Butterfield, your driver gave it away on the podium when I asked him. Reg, why did you start at the back? And he went, well, my mechanic forgot to put the scrutineering card in. But this was all part of the master plan, wasn't it?
Absolutely. No, quite right. It all was a plan and it all did come together in the end. But yeah, it was a bit of a sticky situation this morning between me, Grandad and everyone else. We didn't quite get the card in time. So we got disqualified from qualifying, which was a shame. But we drove back in both heats from the back to 3rd and I think it was 5th or 6th. So a really good drive from Reg. You know?
Yeah, I mean, talk about. We calculated Reg passed 50 plus drivers today, and he's overweight for the class because he's almost as tall as DJ, which isn't hard because he's a dut. But I mean, he's much taller, so you've had to take the graphics kit off the kart. So how much overweight of the class is he?
Well, now he's sitting at about 2.5–3 kilos over the minimum weight. So it's enough to make a difference as such. So that hence as to why the white body kit and whatnot and less stickers, just trying to shave the weight. Which we are slowly getting off, you know. But it's a shame. The kid, he's 11 years old, you know, but he's a big boy. Yeah. He's very young, but he's a big boy. So we're doing all we can for him, and he's doing himself just as good.
But he does have a mechanic that won the Minimax British title a few years ago, isn't that right, Mr. Butterfield?
Yeah, that's it. Once upon a time, 2016. But that's about my one claim to fame.
There we go. Anyway, well, there we go. Well done, Jensen. We'll let you go now.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, guys.
No problem. Right, so not getting over. I was going to say.
You do like to ambush people when they want to go home, don't you?
Oh, well, yeah, there we go.
Exactly that.
Well, I mean, so, that's a good, so we had some great racing today.
We did, yes.
You're pointing
I am pointing me because we've only got about 30 seconds left.
That's not a problem.
So, a recap of today.
Yes.
Very quickly, I'll get it back up on my phone because, you know, it's disappeared from me again. So we'll start from Micromax. We'll do the whole day. Rocco Shenton, 3 points. He's going to be going into the pre-finals tomorrow. Yeah, Jensen Chalk, Kenzo Craigie, they're your top 3. Minimax, we've got Reg Hayward, he took the win in the final.
Over Ethan Jeff Hall.
And Mackenzie Douglas.
Mackenzie Douglas. Watch out for Scott Marsh and Harrison Crowther as well tomorrow.
Yes, exactly that. Junior Rotax, of course, it was Harry Linden, Sam Gornall and Ollie Stevens. Of course, I didn't know that when I was interviewing them because I was supposed to be talking to Mr. Ginchard.
And watch out, there's Ginchard, there's Jez Williams, there's Sam Gornall, there's a whole host of drivers that come in that race.
Senior Rotax, Reese Hunter, Sean Butcher, Matthew Higgins.
Kai Hunter, can anyone beat the Hunter brothers? It's critical for the senior Rotax drivers to beat the Hunter brothers tomorrow, because the next round is at their own circuit and they're going to be nearly impossible to beat up there.
Exactly that. Rotax 177, Henry Ayres, Jack McConnell and Matthew Easton.
Dan Tate has his championship lead narrowed. Henry Ayres last year at karting can't afford a bad result. He is now closing in the championship.
I've got intermediate classification for junior TKM. Alistair Cresswell starting 2 points out of that one, gaining championship 65 championship points from Alfie Garford and Freddie Hull. That's how they're going to be doing it.
He says he knows he's got to outscore Alistair Cresswell from now on, or else the championship for him is done.
Starting on the pre-final for TKM Extreme, James Pashley, Chris Whitten and Joseph Rees-Smith.
James Pashley extends his championship lead today, but again, 7 or 8 drivers right behind him. But again, with only 1 round after this one, they've got to start outscoring Pashley, and by quite a margin.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
We blitzed through that one quite quickly, didn't
no
we?
No problem. So, well, thank you very much for watching this little jaunt around the paddock on Saturday evening. If you're watching during the lunch break, please don't go away. We'll be back with the finals very shortly. If you're watching on YouTube on Saturday night, have a safe evening. We will see you at 10:50 tomorrow morning, local time, for another 20 races.
We will
Thank
indeed.
you very much.
We'll see you then.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Whilton Mill and event 7 of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. My name's Henry Baudet, and joining me later on, as always, will be Anthony Jordan. We have got a packed afternoon lined up for you around this 1,200-metre circuit located in Daventry, Northamptonshire, UK, about 30 minutes away from the circuit of Silverstone, in the centre of Motorsport Valley, Great Britain. It's a 10-turn circuit. The weather is cool, cloudy, overcast, but dry. And coming up, we have the remaining heats in junior, senior, Rotax and Minimax. And 177, we have the finals in all classes. What's coming up, first of all, is the second heats for race 30 and race 31, Junior Rotax Heat 2 and Junior Rotax Heat, Senior Rotax Heat 2. And then we are into the second and final heats for Minimax and Rotax 177. Then at 2:20, the first of today's finals, Micromax. 2 tickets up for grabs for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. After that event, we have Heat 3, the final heats for Junior and Senior Rotax. And then we're into the finals for the TKM classes, Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. I'm pleased to say that I've spoken to Joe Rees-Smith, and he is okay after that incident in the previous TKM Extreme heat. We have repechages for Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax to get us down to the final 34 drivers in those 2 classes that will contest the finals. Minimax is the first final then, of the Rotax classes up at 4:30, and then we have 177 and Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax to round out the day. We'll do a live paddock show straight after the racing is finished, and that will round out today's action at Whilton Mill. Whilton Mill, 1,200 metres of adrenaline, of camber, and Jamie Perrelli was kind enough to take us around on a hot lap of this circuit during testing. So here we are on board with Jamie Perrelli, coming into the boot as we approach our hot lap. Now you've got to get your kart set up, coming out into Pitts Bend, get a good line off the curb, straight line speed across the start-finish line to start a lap. You go left into Crook and then right at Oblivion, and the road begins to head uphill over the curb at Crook, and then not being too careful on the inside curb there, up the hill now past Fine Lane towards Christmas Corner. You're going up, and then hard on the brakes for the hairpin at Christmas. Off camber through the left-hander now at the kink, still heading uphill, and now the right at Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby. This is a real technical part of the circuit. Watch for the outside, don't get a wheel off. Jamie just did there. Hard on the brakes for Ashby. You think it's going to get tight, and then hard on the power up out of Ashby's hairpin towards Wilkins. Right-hander, the left-hander downhill towards Oisiers. Again, don't run too wide at the exit of Wilkins down the end. You've got a big inside curve at Oisiers, stay off that, then the road cuts back across itself up to the back straight now towards the boot. A three-part complex, left, right, and right again. Uphill left, coming into the first part of the boot here. Now, an overtaking opportunity up the inside into boot 2, right here. You missed the apex for the third part of the boot. Flat out, downhill, right-hander, 90 degrees, around Pitts Bend to complete a lap of this Whilton Mill circuit with Jamie Perrelli and Project One Racing. That was 46 seconds. And welcome back, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you. I got caught in the queue there for lunch. Here's the grid.
It's Dan Ginchard and Ted Bradbury on row 1 for race 30, the second heat in Junior Rotax, with Daniel Sabula and Harry Linden on row 2. Great qualifying from Sabula. Scott Lapsley and Stephen Duncan on row 3. Neo Clark and Gustav Usakovs on row number 4. Row 5 is Charlie Hart and our on-track guy Jamie Perrelli, with Pearson Buddock and Archie Walker rounding out row 6. Ben Folland and Ryan Willis on row 7. David Owlechner and Cathal Clark on row 8. Alfie Gallagher, Leo Lacastro, Ethan Lomax and Ben Ballou round out the top 20, followed by Jay Lawrence, Evie Poulane, Callum Romain, Sophie Kinghorn, Declan Russell, Edison Purcell and Charlie Ellis. 27 drivers, 8 minutes. They come out of the boots. This is, for some drivers, it's their second and final heat. For others, it's their first point-scoring opportunity of the day. Out of Pitts Bend, into the tram lines, lights are green, we're off and racing, and Ginchard gets the whole shot, but look at the number 12 car, privateer driver Daniel Sabula is up into P2. What a great qualifying effort from Daniel, and he's converted it into a good start. Harry Linder looking to the inside as they go into Christmas Corner. They're 3 wide, and everybody safely negotiates their way back. There's that green and yellow car of Charlie Ellis, and as I see that, somebody wants to get a little bit of exposure for sponsor team and Tweaks by crashing through their barrier.
Yes, that was in the background there, just at the exit of the Christmas Corner in towards the kink. Hopefully they get that sorted out quickly. So a good start then for Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. There is the culprit, the number 40.
That's Jamie Perrelli, but he didn't do that on his hot lap.
He didn't do that on his hot lap. The hot lap was very quick.
I noticed that Ben Ballou hasn't gone out, and we saw his kart getting damaged quite badly in the first heat. Ben Folland, who was the other, the alter key in the Jamie Perrelli incident, he has been given a technical flag. Up at the front, though, can't tell you how impressed I am with Daniel Sabula, a driver that came out of the Daniel Ricciardo series a couple of years ago, and this is his first season in the British Championship. Privateer driver on a Tony Kart chassis, and he is doing extremely well indeed. Down out of Oisiers and Wilkins they go. There's number 81 of Neo Clark up the infield straight towards the boot. Lap number 2. Ginchard leads. Daniel Ginchard from 15th on the grid to winning on the road in yesterday's final before a no-scone penalty pushed him back. But he is going to be fired up. You've watched the first race where contender after contender, there's Perrelli sadly retiring, contender after contender fell by the wayside. Bradbury is in 5th position now, chasing Neil Clark. There's the Saudi Kart of Cathal Clark, new to the championship this weekend, not new to the British Championship, but new to this class this weekend. And there is Charlie Hart, we saw have a very impressive run in the heats yesterday. He picks a position ahead of Stephen Duncan.
Yep, good move there as they go through. Now you're starting to see a bit of a 2x2 sort of formation starting to appear here. Just under 6 minutes to go. There is Stephen Duncan whizzing past the screen. Now, leading the way, Ginchard. Now, he had engine issues yesterday.
Yes.
It was resolved for the final.
Yep.
He won the final after coming all the way through the field.
Drove the wheels off that O-plate Genty Motorsport machine, that Kart Republic chassis.
To then get a nose cone penalty.
Well, you know, that's... we can talk... There's a move for 3rd place, is Neil Clark for the Thule Motorsport team. We saw what a great story the return of Thule Motorsport is, you know, reformed literally a couple of weeks ago. You know, they signed Tom Adams from Coles Racing at the start of this week. Same goes for Neil Clark. You know, it's literally Andrew Thule has been working on the team now for 3 days, and they're up racing at the sharp end of the British Championship. And of course, this is a preparation season for next year. But I mean, we're not, you know, over-egging the pudding here with the Daniel Sabula, but the young driver, the Anglo-Polish driver in kart number 12, who's a really engaging young man. You know, he could talk for England. You know, I mean, I can talk for Wales, but I mean, he can talk sense for England. And yeah, there is. He's got the Pertune engine. Of course, he's just working. You know, him and his dad working. Now, we spoke to him at Clay Pigeon. He did our track walk at Clay Pigeon. His dad's job is to do the karts, and Daniel's job is to do the cooking.
Yes, yes.
Because his dad doesn't trust him with the kart, and he doesn't trust his dad in the kitchen.
No.
There we go.
So that's how that worked. Good teamwork there. There's Mr. Linden.
So there's the Harry Linden again chasing Neil Clark there. But you carry on. What delight did you get from the lunch break? They look like particularly plump chips.
Well, they're halloumi fries.
Halloumi fries. Oh dear, that's modern. Carry on. Oh. Harry Linden in kart number 21, running in 4th place. Neil Clark again, podium in the first 2 rounds of the championship. Now moves across to Thule Motorsport in the number 1 kart, but he went from Sam Pollock to Thule Motorsport, and the pace is still there. Linden, for Dan Holland Racing, following in his wheel tracks, and I have to say that they're not gaining too much ground on Daniel Sabula. Sabula is, you know, he is just sitting there, and he knows his track quite well. He put a really sterling effort in qualifying, and there is that number 12 kart, and again, very distinctive crash helmet design. Up into the boots. They go over the curve in left place, and you can see the top drivers all taking virtually the same amount of curve, the same line. They missed the 3rd apex through the boot, and with 3.5 minutes to go, Ginchard is now stretching his advantage. Charlie Hart puts in the fastest lap of the race, 44.73 seconds. He's in 6th position for Sam Pollock Racing, just behind his teammate Ted Bradbury. Further down the order, Stephen Duncan is 7th, Archie Walker is 8th. Now, Archie Walker flew up the field from poor qualifying result in heat number 1, making slower progress in heat 2. Pearson Bullock Carter, Lancashire's finest, is in 9th position, followed by Gustav Usakovs, one of the consistent drivers this year. Then Ryan Willis, Scott Lapsley, who had a terrible day yesterday, won the repechage, then got excluded. David Aulechner is in 13th position, followed by Alfie Gallagher, Ethan Lomax, Cathal Clark, Callum Romain, Leo Lacastro, Evie Powlane, Declan Russell rounds out the top 20. Then Jay Lawrence, Edison Purcell, Sophie Kinghorn, and Charlie Ellis. Now Sabula is finally on lap 8 under pressure for 2nd position. Neil Clark moves to his inside. Sabula quite sensibly doesn't fight him. 2.5 minutes to go. Sabula is in exalted company up here at the front of the field. Now, of course, he doesn't necessarily know too many of these drivers, but the other drivers don't necessarily know him. So by just driving sensibly, by not battling and defending too early, this is Sabula telling the other drivers, yes, you can trust me, you can race with me, and I'll race you properly, and we can work together. That is important as a new driver comes into a class, or a rookie driver comes into a championship. Harry Linden now lines up a move on Sabula with 2 minutes to go, but continuing to pull away at the front is the O-plate of Dan Ginchard. Up the hill, out of oblivion, through Fine Lady. I'm going to end up singing to Anthony because it's once, twice, 3 times at Fine Ladies. I know, I'm serenading while he's eating his chicken wrap here in the commentary box. Is it nice? Yes, he nods. Yes, it is. Neil Clark in P2. Sabula going with him. Sensible stuff. They're not going to catch Dan Ginchard. Dan Ginchard has checked out. Here comes Linden. Sabula runs a little bit wide, loses 2 places, but significantly he's got the wherewithal to cut back in as they come out of Oisiers. We've seen several drivers trying to hang it out on the outside of Oisier's, and they get spat over the grass. You've got to concede if you get past going into Oisier's. Sabula did. Yes, it cost him a position, but he's still right there in contention. And a top 6 finish here for the young Pole would be superb. That's all he needs. It's his first heat of the day. Ted Bradbury in the 53 is behind him. Then it's the 46 Vision Motorsport Kart of Stephen Duncan, Scotland Stephen Duncan. And then a gap back to Archie Walker in 8th. And the Coles Racing number 15 of Pearson Bullock Carter. Now we're going to see Sabula try to go back at Charlie Hart. Not quite. We've got 45 seconds plus a lap to go. Down the hill. Here goes Sabula looking to the inside. Well, I didn't really commit to the move there. If you're going to make a move in Oisier's, you've got to stuff it at the inside and decide. And Charlie Hart again. Yeah, that slowed them both down, and Sabula misses the apex there. A bit sloppy the last lap for Sabula, but again, hanging on to a place in the top 5 at the moment. And we've already seen one privateer take a win, Daniel Amore. That's Amore in Minimax. That's twice in one race I've had to sing. It's only because Anthony's eating and he can't shut me up. Hey! Side now, Bradbury to the inside of Christmas corner. 10 seconds to go. Oh, Sabula on the outside fights it. Oh, Sabula getting his elbows out, and Bradbury does not go through. So, Linden in 3rd. Clark, the 81 Kart, in 2nd, and then Hart, the 50, is in 4th. Then it's the 12 of Sabula in 5th. Here comes Archie Walker in the KR Sport number 7, passing division number 46. Out of Oisier's. The top 3, wheel to wheel for 4th place. And it is Sabula back into P4, so Sabula's repassed Charlie Hart. So I make that 5th position rather, because Dan Ginchard is almost out of camera shot. If you start the final lap, Ginchard, the O-plate, comes up to Christmas corner. Hard on the brakes. Now Linden in 3rd place, defending from Charlie Hart. Charlie Hart tries to go around the outside. Now they're through the kink, uphill. Through Inkermans now, downhill towards Ashby. Sabula, then Bradbury are following this battle for 3rd place. Linden checks over his shoulder. Yesterday's race winner, don't forget. And Linden defends into Oisier's, making sure that Hart doesn't dive in deeply, but he tries to have a little look. That's going to slow him down. Sabula now to the inside, maybe. He's going to try the crossover move coming round boot 2 and 3, but up at the front, untroubled and en route to another win. It's the O-plate of Dan Ginchard. He takes the victory. 2nd there's someone on the grass there, 2nd for Neil Clark. Harry Linden takes the 4th for Sabula, who beats Hart to the line by an inch, a skosh. Then Bradbury in 6th, Walker 7th, Duncan 8th, Usakov's 9th, and Pearson Bullock Carter rounds out the top 10. And of Ryan Willis, David Aulechner, Scott Lapsley, Ethan Lomax, Callum Romain, Alfie Gallagher, Declan Russell, Catherine Clark, Leo LaCastro, and the top 20 rounded out by Sophie Kinghorn, Jay Lawrence, Edison Purcell, Edie Poulain, and Charlie Ellis. Complete your finishers. Anthony Jordan.
Yes.
Thoughts?
Do you know what? It's actually quite nice to just sit back and watch a race and just let you do all the work.
It's fair enough. Well, that's all right, you know. Hey, I let you do all the work. I let you do all the work on Friday.
Yeah.
And now here, so here we go. Let's have a look. There's Neil Clark going through. Let's do nose cone watch. There's Dave Dave. What's his surname? Not Dave Gregory. Dave Hillary. Dave Hillary.
Yeah.
It's funny how the disembodied voice in my head appears when I don't ask him to put the points up.
I know.
I know. It's almost like, there we are. Oh, this is a remarkably clean race. Oh, I mean, he's had to change his camera battery twice. He's taken so many photos the last 2 days. But this one, the junior drivers have... oh, that's a good technique. Good rolling technique from David Aulechner.
Yeah.
There's Scott Lapsley going through.
I'd like to see a slow-mo replay of that, I think.
Oh, majestic.
Majestic.
Let's have a look. Here we go. And we'll do the double leg push. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He's going to hate us for
in
that.
a row.
He's going to absolutely
5
hate
in a
us.
row. Superb.
He's going to hate us for that, isn't he?
Wow, that's all right. So that is race 30 in the thing. So that's for half of those drivers, that was their 2nd heat. There's one more junior Rotax heat to go. Now we look ahead to race number 31, which is senior Rotax. Now, Neo Clark getting lots of support on the social. We're about to say, I will say this once, and I will say this once only, no spoilers for any other form of racing on the live chat, because there are people watching this and recording of the racing. If you spoil it, we will find you and beat you.
Yeah.
Here's Derek Turner in the red, Charlie's dad. Charlie has been racing gearbox this year. He's come back to have a go at Rotax this weekend, and he's going to be starting a little bit down towards the back. Well, there's Derek. So he's mid-grid for Charlie. In this race, we are going to see Jensen Watts in kart number 63, one of the 2 Zip kart drivers. Jensen got through qualifying for the first time all season.
Yes.
Well done. He's looking up at his mechanic now, so he's had miserable luck in every qualifying session. We spoke to him last night. The kart has broken in every qualifying session of the year before he's put a lap in.
Yeah.
He got through qualifying. He said, hey, it was slow. We've had to change a lot with the kart, but hey, we're in now. Let's have a look. Paddock watch, Joe Turney on your left, then Jordan Chamberlain, Steffi Velasconte. Then we've got Dan Holland, and there they are. I'll say hello. That smile. There's Mr. Engine Tuner there in the middle with the blue and white stripes. Followed by, there's Mr. Carter, Mr. Marsh, Mr. Hudson, Chief Sweeper, Mr. Wooder behind there, and then Reese Hunter with his race suit on, and someone else chewing their jacket. That's the Dan Holland team. There we go. So Joe Turney, racing in Europe this year, factory driver for Tony Kart team. You know, try kart racing, car racing. Hasn't got the budget for it. Came back to karting and is one of the few drivers who's like, yeah, making a living out of driving a car. Jordan Chamberlain, Newport's finest. Second in the World Karting Championship in 2010 to a certain Nick De Vries. Led until 2 corners from home.
There we go. Here's the grid then.
Carry on, Anthony.
Yeah, well, there we go. At the same time, Matthew Higgins, Kai Hunter on the front row, Sean Butcher and William Ellswood on row number 2.
Caden McQueen and Spencer Shinner on row 3, Magic Camara and Tom Adams on row 4.
Samuel Hawthorne and Harry Gibson on row 5 with Matty Hinchley and Harry Holland on row 6.
Row 7, Brandon Nagelvort and Louis Weaver. Row 8, Miles Barthorpe and Teddy Clinton.
Row number 9, Reese Hurd and Oakley Pryor. Running at the top 20, Charlie Turner and Catherine Wright on row number 10.
Jensen Watts and Luke Wooder go from row 11. Oliver Meadows and Ryan Luscombe go from row 12.
Chaz Heighton and Andrew Trevor on row 13 with Chris Simpson and Harrison Crook on row 14, rounding out the grid.
28 drivers, 8 minutes, plus a lap. And we have...
Well, Kai Hunter's out there, but Reese Hunter is watching his brother from the sidelines.
Yes, he is. So keenly, let's have a look. There is the number 3 kart of Kai Hunter on the outside of row number 1. Now, watch for the number 42 of Caden McQueen. Yesterday he was very fast, but a bit unlucky. Lights are green. We're out of the tram lines and off and racing. Kai Hunter, a slow start there from Kai Hunter. Sean Butcher from the inside of row number 2 gets into P2. Matthew Higgins leads the way. Caden McQueen in 4th place. And it looks like Will Ellswood and possibly Magic Camara battling further back for about 5th or 6th position. Everyone safely through Inkerman's, just about down towards Ashby's. Hold your breath.
Holding, held. Perfect. Look at
all
that.
Through safely.
Good stuff there. Catherine Wright in the middle of that sandwich there in the middle at the back of the field. Gets through though Wilkins and Oisiers. Good start from the field as they exit onto the infield straight. Back here with the boot. There the 42. Caden McQueen up now into P3. Great start from the 42 driver.
Yeah, because Sean Butcher has been bullied back to 4th. Sean Butcher's gone from 2nd to 4th, so Kai Hunter and Caden McQueen have got through. Now, team formation at the front, Matthew Higgins. Oh, here comes Butcher back at McQueen. Oh dear, and that is the number 11 of Matty Hinchley getting his elbows out, breaking himself going up to Christmas corner. And the number 7 kart of Tom Adams is in front of him. And Hinchley there, the ultimate R driver, dives to the inside there. Harry Gibson going through. Then it's Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. There's Spencer Shinner, who's had a great day so far in the number 25 Coles Racing kart. But Shinner, 2-4, he's in 7th place at the moment, and he's got Tom Adams right behind him. Up at the front, however, Sean Butcher has regained 3rd place from Caden McQueen, but those 2 Dan Holland karts are pulling away.
They are indeed. It's not the Hunter brother duo this time around, though. There's only one Hunter. This time it's Higgins and Hunter as they go through, but still 2 Dan Holland Racing karts leading this way. But like you say, Sean Butcher move for the lead, because he tried to do it there. Kai Hunter now back in the lead. Gets that job done through Christmas corner, holds onto it all while they're doing this. That's allowing the field to catch back up. They're not pulling away as they go through, because you can see there Sean Butcher, the man who split the 2 brothers earlier on. He splits them this time around, albeit this time it's Hunter, Butcher and Higgins now after 2 laps of racing.
Well, I mean, and look, watch for Caden McQueen in 4th place. McQueen up the inside, and again, Matthew Higgins very sensibly just backs out of it there going through Pitts Bend. So Friday, Paddock show. We saw it, Caden McQueen, and I asked the question. I said, you're jumping into the middle of a championship battle that you're not involved in. Is that going to affect your part as a racing driver's psyche? He went, not one bit.
Not one bit. No.
So, you know, man will not be conceding to the championship contenders. It's up to them. And this is Caden McQueen's mindset, and it's the correct one. Okay, I'm here to win, and I'm going to do my best to win.
Yeah.
You're in a championship fight. Your choice.
Yeah.
Battle me and risk ruining the championship, or let me go and play the long game. Your choice.
Yep.
That's the right mindset to come in.
Yep.
If you come in tiptoeing around the contenders, then you're never going to do anything. So Caden's going to give every one of these championship contenders the option: the brake pedal or the grass when he makes a move.
Yep.
And he said it's up to him. If you're thinking about the championship, then you use a brake and you just fall back in line. So, and again, we talked about it, yesterday, and there's going to be people. You won't say, we'll talk about it yesterday, but we'll say it again. So we got the Zip Kart name. It's a Mad Croc chassis, but the Zip Kart name, and we've got Rocco Shenton and a couple of drivers racing for Zip. We've got a move. That's Kai Hunter back into the lead. 10 years ago this weekend, we lost Mr. Karting, Martin Hines, the man who did more for developing young British karting talent than anybody else really in history. The Zip name has been through a bit of the doldrums. They're now coming back. You've got Earl, you've got Tuesday Hines, who are here today overseeing this. Zip are back in the cadet game, and they're now developing a relationship in other classes. And it's great to see the Zip and the number 42 racing at the head of the field on this weekend of all weekends.
Yeah.
So, yes. And a big hello to the Zip team out in the paddock, to Tuesday and to Earl, and a big well done to all the hard work they've done to bring the Zip name back to where it should be, and that is at the front of a kart race in the UK.
Yeah, it is good to see, isn't it? The Zip name, classic name in karting in the UK, and like you say, great to see it back at the sharp end here.
And 42 was the famous number. There you
go. So, just over 3 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. Senior Rotax for race 31 of the weekend, and a technical flag going out to number 18, Harry Gibson, currently in 13th at the moment. So that's not going to sit well with man Harry.
With Mr. Gibson. No, he's right. That's going to promote Jensen Watts to 14th, and there's a move. There is Matthew Higgins fighting back at William Ellswood. Yeah. So Ellswood in the brake cart slips back to 5th position. Magic Camara in 6th. Spoke to Magic this morning. You said he was struggling. We just said there's something wrong with the car. We're struggling with power. The team are working on it. And the KR Sport team have found the answers. Here comes Caden up the inside. And again, Caden getting quite a bit of support on the live stream from people like Hugo Gilbert. So we'll call him Lightning McQueen. But he's not got number 95 on. And he's not going, ka-chow!
Yeah, exactly
there we are.
That.
I'm a child, I know.
You are indeed a child. But it is a great film. I do recommend it. There we go.
Not the second one, though.
No. First one's the best.
Third one's all right.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes then, plus that one additional lap up into Christmas Corner. They are Kai Hunter, McQueen. There's the 18 retiring. Butcher, Higgins, Ellswood.
Rear bumper, no longer connected.
That'll be why. There is Sean Butcher.
And there goes Caden McQueen. Now we've got coming up down towards Oisiers. There is Higgins at the inside of Butcher. No. And this is allowing Kai Hunter to pull away at the front. Good battle. Oh, there go. Oh, my word. That was lick a stamp and send it. Matthew Higgins. And that is pushed Butcher. That's lost in momentum. McQueen capitalised up to third. Matty Hingley in the number 11 kart also getting involved. And I think that was Harry Gibson having an incident with the boot there. And who else has dropped back towards the rear of the field? I think Chris Simpson and Ryan Luscombe may have been involved in that as well. Here comes Tom Adams in the Thule Motorsport number 7. And the Thule will be leaping for joy. And they've got Sam Fugit, who's normally Leo Robinson's mechanic, helping him out this weekend. Helping out to get the Thule name back up there, because of course staffing is a problem when your company's only 3 days old.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but Sam Fugit, he's not Leo Robinson in the X30 class, not doing anything this weekend. So Sam's helping out and helping to run Tom. Because, of course, you wouldn't trust Tom's car with his dad, Chris, I tell you. Oh, no. Only joking. Back to the racing before I get into trouble. It's Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins and Caden McQueen, the top 3.
Sun's coming out and making an appearance, which is good to see as we head nearer to the end of the day, a little bit later on. Like you say, 1 minute plus that one additional lap here for Senior Rotax. And that gap at the front, 1.8 seconds now is Kai Hunter clear from Matthew Higgins in that 75. There on your screen, Caden McQueen, the 42. at the moment. A little bit wide there out of Wilkins. Got to be careful because you don't want to hit that grass because there's a big bump and a big divot in that section there, so you've got to avoid it. A little look further back behind McQueen. Sean Butcher and William Ellswood are going toe-to-toe. They've got the company of Matty Hingley, the number 11, up 5 places at the moment. Jensen Watts currently 13th, up 8 places at the moment. So good running there. Charlie Turner as well, 12th place, up 7 positions. So good showing from them at the moment as they go through. Last lap board will be out this time. There, a little further back, there is the 61, Charlie Turner, who is up 7 positions, and the very striking livery, the yellow and blue livery. As they go
the
through.
EOS.
The EOS livery, as they go through. Well, there, on your screens again, McQueen struggling now here because he's got the increasing pressure of Sean Butcher, who was leading this race at one point. He's dropped back to 4th place.
And it is interesting. Numerically speaking, it's interesting. So the Zip team always traditionally had number 42. That was Martin's, that was Martin's number. His son, Luke, always had number 57. Heinz, 57 varieties. And you got the 42 and the 57 battling together. Just, numerical coincidence.
Yeah.
William Ellswood, number 8, and Matty Hingley, number 11, don't care much for numerical coincidences. They just want to battle and get in front of both of them.
Indeed. Final lap board is out then for the senior Rotax race, and round goes Matty Hingley. What happened there? I didn't quite catch it.
Well, he's 3rd in the championship. Let's have a look at the replay. He comes out of Ashby's, and he just I have to say, there was a kart there, Matty. I know you had power down, trying to squeeze the KR Sport machine onto the grass, but the KR Sport machine was not for moving.
It wasn't at all. Checker flag goes out. Kai Hunter sees it first from Matthew Higgins and Cader McQueen crossing the line. Sean Butcher, William Ellswood ran out the top 5 from Tom Adams, Magic Amera, Spencer Shinner, and Brandon Klein Nanglevort in top 9. Samuel Hawthorne running out the top 10.
Charlie Turner, Jensen Watts, and that is the number 33 of Catherine White. Well, the wagon made it to the finish and then decided to stop.
Yes.
Yes. Well, at least it made it to the finish, and now we're going to see. You can see her sister Jessica, Ethan Lomax, going over there to offer a concerned thing. Oh, look, you got to look if you still go in. But at least she made the finish. A bit of a conversation, a conference about what went wrong. But Catherine crossed the line, and she crossed the line. Well, it was 27, so it was going wrong. Her last lap was 51 seconds, so it was going wrong before the finish. Now, nose cone watch, all clear there, all clear with Mr. Butcher, Mr. McQueen. Yep, he's going to try and drive past that, noticing Mr. Ellswood, all clear. Thumbs up. Tom Adams, thumbs up. Anthony.
You've been corrected, I think.
Luke was actually 42 in karting. Well, why did he go to number 57 then? It was 57 maybe in the British Touring Car Championship. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Sorry, 100cc karting videos. Do apologise. Very, very, very occasionally I get things wrong.
Yeah.
Only about once every 3 sentences. It's not bad average.
Hey, it's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. Oh, now we did. Magic goes through. There is Magic's media career is coming on quite nicely. He's doing quite a lot to promote himself. He's got his own little video channel, YouTube channel, and what have you, Facebook page where he's doing a lot of media work. It's good for Magic. And there is Jensen Watts in the number 63. Oh, see, Tomo Jensen, he's just delighted. Oh, Jensen. He's got a nose cone penalty.
Yeah,
he's had the worst mechanical luck. There's Miles Barthorpe going through the 24. He's had the worst mechanical luck of all. And then he gets round in a decent finish, finishes 12th, has a nose cone penalty. So he's back in the pack for the final. Now we have posterior watch.
Now we have mechanics, yes, posterior watch.
That's an ultimate R bottom. Oh dear, oh dear. That's not a man, that's a static camera,
right.
Ladies and gentlemen.
There isn't a cameraman
there's the front of some people. There's the Coles Racing tent. So we've got Adrian Coles
right on the right.
Yeah, there's Connor Hall there chatting away, 3rd to the right, ex-driver from Bristol. We've got, who is that there? That is Pearson Bullock Carter in the with the red hair, chatting away to Connor Hall.
The flying mullet.
The flying mullet, Archie Brown. Always good to see, look at that. And yeah, so that's the Coles Racing Collective. And you can see there that on the dome of Chris Walker from Kartpix.net.
Oh, yes, you can. There's quite a shine on that.
Chatting to Callum Porter from Ultimate. There's
Argenti. There's a Argenti backside.
Oh, this could go horribly wrong. Right. Oh, Forza Motorsport, Jamie Croxford's team. So that's a Euro mechanic, so that'll be an expensive mechanic. There's Chloe Chong and her family. up on there. Good to see Chloe now. Oh, there's the puppy.
The puppy.
There's the puppy. Right, puppy watch. Chloe Chong, who featured in the intro video. Oh.
They're wondering where we can see them. They're
talking about the dog.
We can see you, Chloe. We can see the puppy as
Chloe.
well.
We can see the puppy as well. Where's the pooch? Where's the pooch? There's the pooch. Yay! Oh, I say. Now I thought it was a spaniel, but that looks like it's a brown Weimaraner or something like that. It's lush, whatever it is. I want to go and squeeze those ears.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone else is thinking, what is going on?
There we go.
There we are. But anyway, so good luck. Yeah, thank you. Good luck. We'll see Chloe in the Minimax race later on. But up next, it's going to be race number 32. We'll see Chloe in the junior Rotax race. She was in Minimax last year.
Yeah, junior Rotax later.
Doggo Watch, the Doge. So when's the junior TK, the star of Alpha Live? Well, yeah, because it wouldn't be us two idiots, I tell you that.
Exactly.
When is the junior TKM final?
That is race 37 of the day. That will be participating itself at 3:15.
Okie dokie, the time is now 10 minutes to 2.
There we go.
Here we go. Let's have a look at the starting grid. There's a Basset Hound. I could spot a Basset in the paddock. There he is. Oh, okay. I'll see Chloe Chong's puppy, and I'll raise you a Basset Hound. There he is. Oh, look at it. There he is, walking along. Sorry, there's some karting. I have to read a grid. I've lost it. I've seen a dog.
I'll read a grid. Here it is then for Minimax race 32. Heat 2 of the day. Ethan Jeff Hall starts on pole position with Ollie Wise alongside William Ray and Ewan Charman on row number 2. Mackenzie Douglas and Chase Fernandez on row 3 with Freddie Lloyd and Daniel Amore. Please don't sing, Henry, on row number 4. Then it's Reg Hayward and Blake Ticehurst on row 5 with Oliver Sander and Josh Camp on row number 6. Freddie Housley and Aaron Full on row 7 with Ben Crossley and Scott Marsh on row number 8. Callum Ghosh and Adam Wooden on row 9 with Joe Anderson and Levi Earl rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Charles Green with blue hair on row 11 with Mikey Walker alongside Freddie Worlock and Harrison Crowther on the 12th row of the grid, rounding out 24 drivers.
Now, Heat 1 was absolutely superb. Dramatic.
Mental.
Yes. Daniel Amore, the winner. You can see him there in kart 41, starting on the 4th row of the grid. Ollie Wise finishing in the top 3 there in kart number 55. We have several drivers in this race out of position, several big names who had poor results in the first heat. They're going to be wanting to fight back. It's going to be a mixed-up grid for the final, no matter what. And Ollie Wise gets a great start. Wise in kart number 55 outguns Ethan Jeff Hall to the line. I hope there wasn't too much of an outgunning and there was a jump start. But regardless, Ollie Wise has the lead. And, there's a couple of drivers at the back there that were slow away. I'm trying to see who that might have been, if there was an incident or whether they were just slow catching up to the field. But yes, definitely 3 drivers right at the back. It might have been, it's Oliver Sander, Oliver Sander, Joshua Camp and Aaron Full possibly there. Yes, they were all involved in some sort of incident, maybe going into Crook. They're in the race, but they have been delayed. Up at the front, Wise, how long can he hold off this lead train for? Because you've got Ethan Jeff Hall, Ewan Charman, and the number 4 of Mackenzie Douglas right on his rear bumper.
Well, let's see how this race progresses with 7 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Breakaway at the front. Ollie Wise leading, but very close behind. Ethan Jeff Hall, who's looking for a move down the inside. Charman's going to try and follow as well. He's got the move through the Christmas, so he can't follow it through Inkermans. And there we go. Look at that. Mackenzie Douglas up into P3. Capitalises on that for Coles Racing.
Yep, now Ollie Wise has got to try, again, be sensible and be smart. And just, there's drivers that are going to be quicker than you. Let them go and follow. Live to fight another lap. There's Reg Hayward, yesterday's winner, behind Blake Ticehurst. That's 8th and 9th. William Ray has slipped back to 10th place in the XL Motorsport number 14. Ewan Charman trying to fight back against Mackenzie Douglas. So Ethan Jeff Hall will now start the stretch away. And Mackenzie Douglas has got to press the go pedal now. Okay, Ethan Jeff Hall. There's Ollie Wise spinning out of second place. And there's someone else. It's Mackenzie Douglas. Well, I was just saying that Mackenzie Douglas had to go because Ethan Jeff Hall was about to pull away. He obviously went for the move, and Ollie Wise wasn't for being passed, and there was a territorial dispute. Both drivers spin. Both drivers are still in the race. Both drivers down at the back.
Yeah, that's a big shame there.
But with 6 minutes to go, and the way the first heat in Minimax ran, I won't say their chances of victory are over.
Well, I know exactly that, because anything could happen. Chase Fernandez there, the 90, looking good as well. Was looking good in the first heat, and that was what was one of those big causes as well, which shook the field up.
Yep.
And hopefully not wanting to replicate that this time, wanting to better that.
Well, I mean, let's see what Chase has learned.
Yeah.
He was passed going into Boy's ears, and
Yep.
he didn't concede the corner. He stuck it on the outside and ended up going over the grass and spinning.
Yeah.
He makes the move on Ewan Charman. It'll be interesting to see if somebody tries to make a move on Fernandez going into the same corner in this race. What does Fernandez do?
Yeah.
Harrison Crowther, fastest lap, 47.44. He is up from last to 14th. He went from last to about 8th or 7th in the first race, and then had a problem and dropped back towards the end. Yesterday's winner on the road, Harrison Crowther. But yeah, so Fernandez in second. The gap between Ethan Jeff Hall and this battle you're watching on your screens is 3/4 of a second. And again, once again, Chase Fernandez getting a lot of support on the live stream.
Well, at the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall is leading the way at the moment quite comfortably. He's got a good buffer, 8/10 of a second.
Yes, but it was a full second. Oh, there's Mackenzie Douglas coming in. There's Daniel Amore, and last time around, 47.44 for the race leader, Ethan Jeff Hall, 47.32 for Chase Fernandez. There's Reg Haywood.
Yeah, he's a man on a move at the moment. Currently up a fair few positions at the moment, up 3 positions. He's
Chasing Freddie Lloyd.
Yeah, he's just got past Blake Ticehurst, the GP plate, moves up into 5th place. Yeah, Freddie Lloyd next on the list, but this battle here, battle for 2nd place, is starting to, it's starting to close up now, because that train is getting ever so longer. 4 minutes to go, plenty of time left in this race for any moves.
Okay, lap time check. Look at that, 47.26 for Ethan Jeff Hall.
Oh, wow.
Leading, but with no slipstream.
Yeah.
47.0 for Fernandez, 47.1 for Charman, 47.0 for 4th place Freddie Lloyd, and a 46.85 for Rocket Reg Haywood.
That's what happens when you don't put a sticker kit on your card.
Yeah, and we spoke to his mechanic Jensen Butterfield last night. He says he's only 11, but he's so tall, and so they're only about 2 kilos over the weight limit. They're just shaving as much weight as possible. Hey, the graphics kit, it weighs a few grams, a couple 100 grams. Take it off, save as much weight as you can.
Yep.
You know,
at least 2/10 in that.
But this, yeah, this pack are closing in on the race leader Ethan Jeff Hall. 46.98 for Fernandez, 47.0. The hands moving, here comes fast Freddie Lloyd.
Yeah, great little lunge down the inside there from the 17 of Freddie Lloyd, but here comes Reg Haywood now, gets 2 for 1 while those two were scrapping. Great run there. Fastest lap though, Blake Ticehurst, he's got the momentum. Expect to move here maybe into Ashby. No, thinks better of it.
It's outrageous, 46.5. Half a second quicker than the race leader. There's Ticehurst, the GP play holder in the Coles racing kart, but now he's got the problem he's got is that he's come up on a pack of traffic, so he's now going to go into their pace. But Fernandez is within 3 or 4 kart lengths of the race leader. So, Chase Fernandez, it was at about this point of race 1 that it all went pear-shaped for him. Let's see what he's learnt.
Let's see what we can do this time around. He's in. Well, I would say that was lunge distance now.
It will be at the end of this straight coming to Christmas corner.
It will be. Let's see what can happen. But Reg Haywood, he's in a prime place here because he's got a bit of a gap behind and he's waiting for Chase to go for that move. And Reg knows that Chase will do that. He will go for that move. And Ethan Jeff Hall, crucially at the moment, isn't defending.
No, but Fernandez had a brief moment there where he can make a move. And there he goes up the inside, going into Wilkins, makes the move, runs Ethan a little bit wide, takes the position. Okay, Chase, 2 minutes to go, leads the way. Jeff Hall and Haywood and Lloyd right behind him. Jeff Hall back at him. Now, does Chase concede and fall back into the line? Yes, he does. Well done. He's going to potentially lose second place. No, he's not. See, he conceded early, lives to fight another lap, and he's still right with Ethan Jeff Hall.
Yeah, now Jeff Hall knows now to start defending because he knows that the pack is there. He wasn't defending previously. See, now he's defending into Christmas corner. He's not done that at all this race so far.
90 seconds to go. Let's start backing them up. They'll start tripping over each other. There's Daniel Amore, the race winner, and he's got Freddie Housley in 8th place right there. So the top 8 are all together. Oh my word, this is going to get... Where's my tablets?
I thought Haywood was going to go for a switch back there. Thought better of it. slots back into position. That NASA panel looking very wobbly there on Chase Fernandez, but it's still attached as they go through out of Voisier's. Look over the shoulder again for Jeff Hall. Can't see that anyone's that close. They go into the boot section now, nose to tail. 4 of them now with a small breakaway. 50 seconds left on the timer. Still a couple more laps left to go in this race.
Yep, and as we look back, so Crowther now into 8th position. Crossley is 9th. Daniel Amore slips to 10th. Marsh 11th, and Wooden is 12th. 1.8 seconds separates the top 11. Let's just hope they all come home. Just 30 seconds to go. Fernandez defending. Hayward to the inside of Fernandez. Fernandez slots back into 3rd place. So Reg Hayward is there. Now he is Ethan Jeff Hall's leading challenger, but Jeff Hall's got a 10 kart length lead as they go into Voisier's on what will be the penultimate lap. Behind Hayward, Fernandez in 3rd. Charman in 4th. Ticehurst 5th. Lloyd 6th. The number 17 Dan Holland kart. Then it's the number 7 Coles kart of Harrison Crowther and his the 20 Sam Pollock kart of Freddie Housley. Then it's Scott Marsh, Crossley, Amore and Wooden. 12 drivers all together. William Ray runs 13th. Then it's Camp, Green, Ghosh, Fool, Earl, Anderson, Sander, Worlock, Wise and Walker.
Let's see what Hayward can do, because Hayward now, he's got the clear air in front of him. This is good for him because now he can try and catch up. And I suspect that Ethan Jeff Hall was really hoping that that board, when he went past it, would say last lap, and it didn't.
It said
about 2 seconds left. So he's got this lap to finish, and plus a whole nother lap before this race is over. He looks over the shoulder. He is clear at the moment by 7/10 of a second, but through these sectors, Reg Hayward has consistently been a little bit faster.
And if you notice, Chase Fernandez is not battling with Hayward. He's still working with him right to the end, because he's thinking, well, we've got to try and go for it. Let's see if I can push Reg up the hill. Can Chase Fernandez get onto the rear bumper of Hayward? The answer is not quite, but he's looking. Nope, dives in the end. So Ticehurst defending from his teammate Crowther. There's Freddie Lloyd, the number 17 kart, and his teammate Scott Marsh. They're trying to work around the 2 Coles racing machines to get into the top 5. But Ethan Jeff Hall still has this one in the bag. Can Reg Hayward pull something out in the last couple of corners? Is he close enough? I'm not sure he is.
I don't think he is either, as they go through again. The 49 of Adam Wooden there trying to get in on Freddie Housley. But back here at the front, the number 12 Strawberry Racing driver Ethan Jeff Hall has managed to hold off the pack. And this will see a checkered flag for Ethan Jeff Hall, who takes the win in Heat 2. Reg Hayward from Chase Fernandez.
And I have to say, Fernandez, smart drive there for Chase. Needed a good result to make up for this morning, and he got it. Ethan Jeff Hall, likewise, also got it. Reg Hayward's looking strong again. Charman in 4th. Ticehurst 5th. Crowther in 6th. I'll put my teeth back in. Freddie Lloyd 7th. Then it is Marsh 8th. Wooden in 9th. Amore, this morning's winner, finishing in 10th place. Then it's Housley, Crossley, Camp, Ray, Fool, Green, Earl, Ghosh, Anderson, Wise, Sander, Worlock, Adams, and the only retirement, sadly, was Mackenzie Douglas. This means that we're going to have a great mixed-up final grid in Minimax. Now, I said earlier, yesterday, that I thought TKM Extreme could be the best race of the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, the last race we saw in TKM Extreme was off the hook.
It was off the chain.
I've got a feeling Minimax might be in a position to challenge. They're looking, I mean, all the racing is going to be great, but I mean, Minimax is just bubbling up to be superb today, have to say.
Now, nose cone watch. Ethan Jeff Hall, fine. Hayward, fine. Chase Fernandez, fine.
Ooh, yeah.
Ewan Charman, fine.
Yeah. Ticehurst, yep, good.
Yep.
Lloyd, yep.
Good.
Crowther. He's already put
yeah.
There's no Harrison, there's no use doing that. You can't tell David's good. He's going to look at it anyway. Here's Scott Marsh.
Slowly creeping. Yeah.
Now, we saw the David Auleshner double foot push, 5 in a row. We're going to see the same from... No, he
fires it out. Yeah, he saw that.
There's Mr. Amore.
With the 1 foot push.
Good.
Yeah, good.
1 foot push. Ooh, 1 foot push. Okay. I would go for the double foot push.
Oh, there's a photo.
Freddie Housley. And you can see the gap between NASA panel and nose cone where the bracket has done, has gone down. Double foot push and no nose cone for Ben Crossley. Josh Camp. Double foot push. Only the 1, then he gets going again. No foot push from William Ray. Not playing the game.
Oh, Aaron full.
Let's have a look.
Is it
We're having
good?
a look. Is that right? Nope. Carry
No
on.
photo, thumbs up. No, he's
1,
all right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got a 6 double
7.
7. 7 double foot push from Aaron Full. That's a record.
There we go. Tell you what, that's a heart in your mouth moment there. Is that, huh? Have I? No, no, I haven't.
Where he points over and you just think, you know.
Is this where we get to see mechanic posterior watch?
Oh, mechanic posterior watch. Oh, 50, yeah. Well, moving swiftly on, we've got another race coming up. It's going to be race 33, and it's going to be Rotax 177. There we are, 7 drivers, 7 of the best. Now there is the Chloe Chong puppy walking past the commentary box. Probably walking away from the Basset Hound, which looks at it and thought,
Feel free, Chloe, to turn around and come into the commentary box. We'd love to get Pooch on the mic. So
she's thinking about it. Well, they're walking over to the Basset Hound because the Basset Hound looked at it and thought, lunch.
Oh, dear.
Here we go. So, 7 drivers, 177. The championship battle still bubbling. Lovely. I mean, we're the whole gamut here, you know. This is what we. And ladies and gentlemen, I know that here in the paddock, that this is going out in the paddock, and of course, they're used to me and Anthony talking utter nonsense.
Well,
but
they're used to hearing you talk.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's a good point, well made. But I mean, for the people watching back home, we've got lots of people watching in Australia. I mean, and anyone who's watching this as a fan of karting knows that karting is a big family.
Yep.
You know, in any national championship, when you're going around, you meet the same people, different circuits, families, sisters, brothers, you know, aunts, uncles, grandparents, all coming to watch. It's just a big family, and we enjoy having them all back here in the paddock. And now we'll have a little look at the starting lineup.
We shall indeed. Here is how they line up for Rotax 177. Race 33 of the weekend for Heat 2, and it's Matthew Easton starting on pole position with Louis Large alongside Henry Ayres and Callum Porter. Sorry, I had a little lump in my throat.
That's live stifling of a belch, ladies and gentlemen. Row number 3 on the grid will be Daniel Tate, championship leader, and Northern Ireland's Jack McConnell with Sam Winter, Swedish house mafia of karting. And he's forgotten to do his bumper up. Now, okay, Sam, this is only a heat. Yeah, don't damage the bumper. He's trying to hold it up. I got to say, he wants to make sure that bumper doesn't touch the wheel while you're holding it, because that would then do you a nasty injury. So I would, keep the bumper away from the rear tyre that is rotating. Keep your hand away from it as well. Into the pits we go. Down to 6. Okay. Easton on pole for KR Sport. Number 3, Louis Large on the outside of row number 1. They come to the tram lines. Lights are green. We're off and racing. Into Crook and out of oblivion. The pole sitter gets the whole shot. Tucks into the lead. Large second. Henry Ayres in third. Now, on drop scores, there's about 16 points between the number 1 of Henry Ayres and the 29 of Dan Tate. Tate was ahead of Ayres in heat number 1. Ayres currently ahead of Tate in heat number 2. Watch for Jack McConnell and the very impressive Callum Porter, the only British Championship rookie in the field, and has done very, very well. He's been right on the pace, driving for the Ultimate R team, the only Ultimate R 177 driver. They come into the boots. Now, we talked about why Philip Howard withdrew. He had entered, but he injured his ribs here a few weeks ago at another event. Came up and did some testing last weekend, did 18 laps, and I was like, nope, no home. He said he's had physical therapy and everything like that, but yeah.
Shame not to see the real number 1 here.
Shame not to see the real number 1. And again, that takes the number of drivers down to 7. But he had entered, late withdrawal, but it's because of a rib injury.
There we go.
Yes, because I was here when he injured the rib, and the seat actually broke. The seat stay that goes so if you have a look at the side of the karts, there's obviously the chassis. The chassis itself comes up, and it goes up into the side of the seats. Now then there's a bolt and a washer that goes on the inside of the seat, and the washer broke off.
Yeah.
So it was literally the bolt head of the washer broke off. So it was just the other end of the bolt that was jammed in the chassis that was digging into Philip's thing, going through the seat, going round here, and it was just bang, 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 rib. He cracked a couple of ribs, game over.
Yeah.
There's Dan Tate making a move.
Yep, indeed.
And he's passed Henry Ayres, and Jack McConnell now passing Henry Ayres. So Ayres losing ground here. Now, of course, he can't afford to lose ground. I mean, at the end of this second heat, they're going to be ranked, the 6 to 7 drivers, and they're going to get championship points based on their heat rankings. At the moment, Daniel Tate is due to outscore Henry Ayres, and he's going to extend that lead in the championship by a little bit. Henry Ayres needs to, okay, they've got the final to go, but oof, he needs to be, gaining points on Mr. Tate, not losing them. So up the hill, there's Jack McConnell now. Jack McConnell passing Dan Tate. That's good news. So Ayres is now just one place behind Tate. Up at the front, Louis Large and Matthew Easton. They're the other two drivers in the championship battle. So we've got 4 championship contenders. There's 8 of Large, the 3 of Easton, the 29 of Tate, and the 1 of Ayres. Large and Easton leading the way comfortably. Then there's sort of like Jack McConnell, who said he's looking, he's trying to do the rest of the season. He's not just doing a one-off round. He's going to hope to do the rest of the season. But he's not in the championship hunt, but he's still taking championship points off Tate and off Ayres currently. So at the moment he's Louis Large and Matthew Easton's best mate.
Now, I've just spotted. Now, that looks like Sam Winter potentially is actually working on the Kart right now, still in the pit lane area.
He's allowed to.
He is allowed to.
And because there's no pre-final now, it'll be after this race, it'll be straight into the final.
Yep.
Why not get the problem fixed? At least be allowed out, do a couple of laps to make sure that the car is running smoothly so that you're more confident going into the final.
Yep, and then look after your tyres for the final.
Well, obviously he's going to have fresh tyres for the final.
Yep.
But I mean, he's going to be thinking to himself, now why did it fall off? Is there something that is broken? So I'm going to put it back on, make sure, it might be okay, on a trolley, but we want to get out on the circuit, get, the bumping and the boring and, of the curbs and the vibrations and everything like that, see if it works.
Well, it was the outlap that it went off, so it's not like they were going fast and full race pace in that section.
And there he comes, coming out to the pit lane there now. Yeah, so watch for Sam Winter. He'll do a couple of laps, I'm sure, make sure that all is well, the problem has been fixed, and then he'll probably come in and retire.
Yeah.
But again, for a driver's confidence, and that's what we saw with Dan Ginchard yesterday. So we saw the first heat yesterday, the last lap, Ginchard's kart started suffering with a bit of a misfire.
Yep.
They went in, came back out for heat number 2, and it was okay for a couple of laps, and then it died again. So that's why he started so far back in the final. But of course, it didn't have that chance. I mean, the KR Sport team worked on it, and they did fix the problem for the final, but they didn't have that chance to test it to make sure. So you're going into the final, having had 2 mechanical issues in the heats, thinking, oh, they fixed it. At least this way, Sam Winter can get the problem fixed and go into the final with an extra degree of confidence.
Indeed. Now, this is good stuff that we're seeing currently from Louis Large.
It is.
Because he's leading the way at this one. Now, before, it's always been KR Sport 1, 2, 3 with Matthew Easton, McConnell and Ayres. But now it's good to see a Coles racing kart leading the pack in 177.
The 2018 177 Series champion, Louis Large. Matthew Easton sets the fastest lap of the race. No, Henry Ayres does, 45.05. Matthew Easton getting some support online. And again, please keep your comments coming in.
Yep.
Apart from anything to do with touring cars or Formula 1 or any other bits of racing that's going on this weekend.
Yeah.
Because that won't be welcome.
You will be found.
Yes. I will find you. And I will kill you. That's my
Liam Neeson impression.
I have very special skills. I can talk rubbish like nobody else.
There we go.
There we are. That's it.
2.5 minutes then, plus that 1 additional lap. That's my code for Henry. You've gone too far again.
Henry, shut up. That's it. Louis Large, Matthew Easton, again, so close. Look at these 6 drivers.
Yeah.
Separated by 1.4 seconds. Nose to tail, smart driving. Everybody is. Sam Winter's done 2 laps. He's only gone round his personal best lap of a 45.58.
I will suspect, get ready for when the timer strikes around 1 minute 10 seconds. We're going to start seeing some. There's DJ's prediction.
DJ's prediction on upon the timer. So up the hill, yes, nobody. And this is what the drivers say. They say the racing is really good because you can trust everything you're racing with. They race properly, and yeah, you're going into a race where you've got 90 seconds plus a lap to go, and all 6 drivers that started the race are still in with a legitimate shot at victory. They're just waiting. They're just waiting. Now, will the moment come when Louis Large starts to defend? You've got 10 seconds, by the way, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, or will it come when actually Matthew Easton makes a move? DJ's time prediction was incorrect, ladies and gentlemen. I take no pleasure in that. But actually, look at that. Louis Large is pulling away, and you went 10 seconds.
I was 10 seconds
10 seconds too early again, as Jack McConnell has a little nibble at the inside of his teammate Matthew Easton. Henry is watching that over. Now, will that sort of... Yep, now McConnell weaving around a little bit. He's just trying to shake Ayres off out of his peripheral vision. Up the hill, now we're starting to look over our shoulder a bit more. So one move didn't quite work for McConnell. It forces him back, and it's given Easton a chance to move up onto the rear bumper of Louis Large. So we've got 30 seconds to go. We've got about 2 and a bit laps left. Daniel Tate, smart, watching and waiting, playing the waiting game at the moment. You know, he's sitting behind Henry Ayres. Will he make the move in the heat? I mean, if he does, and it doesn't happen, what's he going to lose? 1 place to Callum Porter, which, you know, isn't too much of a hill of beans, but Ayres starts to defend, and Callum Porter, again, really, really strong run from Porter. We have to look back at his results, you know, from previous rounds. I mean, he's certainly been not this close to the front running pace. So well done to the Ultimate R team and Callum for working on their pace, their craft and stuff like that, because it's hard. I mean, okay, Louis Large is the only Coles Racing driver in the field, but Coles Racing has got a bunch of drivers here.
Yeah.
KR Sport, a bunch of drivers. Strawberry, a bunch of drivers. Ultimate Art have got a couple, but not many. And there's no one else in 177 from Ultimate R that Callum Porter can work with away from this championship, you know, to get better. So he's doing this on his own. Very impressive. Final lap, you're pointing at the screen. Just tell me to shut up.
Yeah, Easton's really caught up to the back of Louis Large here, hasn't he?
Yes.
Louis goes defensive there. That's critical, because now he's not got the optimum speed. Are we going to see a move into Ashby? I don't think so, no, because again, defensive goes Louis Large. And maybe a move into Isaiah's.
Blythe, stand firm. Your man in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir is about to have a little nibble at the race lead. Is he a Blythe Spartan? Oh, he's a Blythe something or other as he lets Louis Large know he's there. Final corner, Louis Large testing the brakes just a little bit and takes the win.
Nicely done there from Louis Large to see him back on that top spot.
Let's have a look again. This is where... So, Louis Large...
Did he hit the curb? Or?
No, he hit the brake pedal hard.
Oh, yes, he did. Yeah.
To slow everybody down.
Yeah.
And it had the desired effect.
It did indeed. There we go. So Louis Large wins the Rotax 177 Heat 2 from Matthew Easton, Jack McConnell, Henry Ayres, Dan Tate, which is a crucial one because, of course, you know, points in the heat.
Yep. So, Henry Ayres, in the first heat, I think Tate was 1 position in front of Ayres.
Yeah.
So it will be very neck and neck in that one between those. But they both have lost a bit of ground to Large and Easton.
They have indeed.
Fascinating championship battle. You think because of the smaller number of drivers, every position means that much more.
It does indeed. There we go. Callum Porter comes in 6th place. Sam Winter, fixes that car, gets that bumper back on. Went out.
Did a few laps.
7 laps he did.
Yep. So the kart's okay. His tyres will be 5 laps fresher than everybody else.
Yep.
Right, here we go. Here's Dave Hillary. Let's have a look. Now,
are we
going to be interested in Matthew Easton's nose cone here. That last corner contact note is fine. It was fine.
It's good. We should be all good here.
Yes.
Yeah, check. Yep.
Sandra tries to. Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that. Wu-Tang.
There we go.
Check out my gravel pit.
Nope. Well, that brings us to the end of the Heat 2 side of things. Now, coming up next, a race that we've all been waiting for. It is time now for the first final of the day. It's time for race 34, Micromax.
So, the biggest race of these young drivers' careers. Here we are down on the grid. 12 karts, 12 drivers, 2 tickets to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. 2 types of chassis, 900mm chassis, 950mm chassis. The best placed 950mm driver and the best placed 900 driver. Sadly, we don't have an award for the best beard, but Charlie Lomas's dad would win it if we did. They go to Bahrain. There's Jag Rotax. They have been brilliant, offering the pooled engines. You know, Sodi Academy are here, Zip are here, Darren Beavers and the Bambino Car Club are here supporting these drivers, giving them the best chance because they all know how special their prize is. Let's have a little look. Thumbs up there from Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong. He'll be starting second on the grid. Kenzo Craigie, your pole sitter. Kenzo, he is on the 950 chassis. There's the 37, James Roberts. He's on the 950 chassis. The 18 of Jensen Chalk on the 950 chassis. Now we get down to the 900s. Lachlan Johnson, Rocco Shenton in the 86 on a 900. The 41 of Charlie Lomas on a 900. So we've got 2 races, a race within a race. We'll do our best, ladies and gentlemen, to keep you up to date of who is racing who for the tickets. There is obviously an overall winner. The overall winner will qualify regardless. If the second place driver is on a different size chassis to the winner, the second place driver goes through as well and gets a ticket. But we will tell you if you've got live timing and scoring up, courtesy of motorsport-timing.co.uk.
Highly recommend having that.
Highly recommend that. That's got it has a 900 and a 950 graphic on there to tell you who is in which position. It's been a fantastic series of races. And now we wait. Hang on a second. So Matthew Easton doing his own mechanicking as well.
Oh yeah,
top lad.
He's his own spanner, and
yep. So
driving all weekend.
There is Lomas is Kart. So Lomas is on a 900. So Lomas is effectively racing the 71 of Jack Price, the 80 of Oscar Cartmail, the 83 of Tyler Davis, the 86 of Rocco Shenton, the 91 of Albert Friend, and the 98 of Lachlan Johnston. Kenzo Craigie, the pole sitter, is effectively racing the 18 of Jensen Chalk, the 29 of Braden Williamson, the 37 of James Roberts, and the
the 91's not firing.
Albert Friend.
Oh, it gets going. Oh,
and I've got to say, you can see the team members from Jag Rotax there making sure that everybody gets into this race.
Yeah,
that's great. That's what you want to see. Let's have a look at the starting lineup.
Let's do that indeed. Final time, race 34, Micromax. Here is how they're going to go. Kenzo Craigie on the front row with Rory Armstrong alongside James Roberts and Albert Friend on row number 2 with Jensen Chalk and Tyler Davis on row 3. Then it's Lachlan Johnstone on row 4 with Jack Price alongside, rounding out that row for the Zip Kart team. Row number 5, Rocco Shenton and Oscar Cartmail with Charlie Lomas and Braden Williamson on row 6. But did we see Braden Williamson there?
I think we're all out there.
29. Yes, he did clock up, so he is out there, which is good.
This is going to be a
false start
and a 15-minute race. The longest race of the weekend for them all. 2 of these young men are about to win the biggest prize they might ever win in karting. And their nerves, they've got nerves of steel. They know what's at stake.
I mean, I'm nervous.
I'm nervous for them as well, because I know how big the prize is. Well, we both do.
Yeah.
But, you know, the last time Britain was represented in the grand finals in the Micromax division, Macaulay Bishop finished second in the world. And it's safe to say, I think, that is something that catapulted his career. He went from an independent to the next year going with the team and becoming the British cadet champion. So it catapults you up the karting echelons, winning and racing that. Britain's got a fine tradition in all the classes, the likes of Oliver Hodgson, Mark Kimber being former champions. We go.
Off.
Yep.
Someone's alarm going off there. It's probably
the cameraman's.
Ian Rogers. It's just like, I should be doing something now.
Okay. Kenzo Craig in the 22, Rory Armstrong in the 66. Lights are green, we're off and racing into Crook. Let's all get through cleanly. Crook and Oblivion. And now up the hill, Rocco Shenton, you can see making some moves there up the inside. Lots of Sodi karts, 2, 4, 6 of them in a row. And they all get through. There's Jensen Chalk, the number 18, moving into P3. And, sideways for Rory Armstrong, the Northern Irishman there, tapping his steering wheel, a bit frustrated. He knows he's made a mistake, but he's still in the race. There's the 37 of James Robinson. And Jensen Chalk side by side. Jensen Chalk trying to go around the outside and into third place behind the 86. Well, Rocco Shenton is already up into P3, I believe. Great start from Rocco, but up at the front, Kenzo Craigie. And is that Albert Friend, the number 91, who's in second place? Yes, it is. So, Craigie, number 22, blue race suit on the 950 chassis, has the lead. In the 900 chassis, Albert Friend runs second. And then it's the 900 of Rocco Shenton in third.
Let's see what they can do. Look at that, Shenton. He's tucking right in as much as he can behind that NASA panel. Really try and get the waft out of that kart up the hill.
And I've got to say, great news. All 12 drivers safely round the first lap. They're all still in with a shout. The KTM Motorsport number 80 of Oscar Cartmail runs in 10th. The SFR Heinz Motorsport kart of Lachlan Johnson runs in 9th position.
Yep, so as they go around at the moment, Kenzo Craigie leading the way for the 950 class. His closest rival is Jensen Chalk, the 18, currently in 4th place. You can just see him there in the green helmet whizzing past the camera. There are the rest of them going through. The 37, James Roberts and Tyler Davis. Tyler Davis made positions up earlier on as well. He was looking one to keep an eye out in the pre-final. Keep an eye on in the final now, because this is where it really means it for the drivers. This is where you'll see controlled, calm, collected racing.
So, Craigie, Friend, Shenton, Chalk, then Roberts, Davis, Armstrong, Price, Johnston, Cartmail, Lomas, Williamson. Craigie on the 950 chassis leads. Friend on the 900 chassis in second. The moment the tickets are going to those two. There comes Jensen Chalk, defending 4th place. So Shenton is the second of the 900 drivers. Chalk is the second of the 950 drivers. Kenzo Craigie has got 2 karts in between him and his nearest 950 rival. Friend has got virtually nothing between him and his nearest 900 rival. And here comes James Roberts moving up into P4. And here comes the number 83, passing Chalk to move into P5.
Yep, good stuff from there. 12 minutes to go again. Still a long way in this race. 15 minutes. It's a long time for these young drivers as they go through one of the longest races of the weekend so far. Down the inside goes the 83 of Tyler Davis and also the 66 as well of Rory Armstrong.
Wide. Jensen Chalk running wide and losing a couple more positions. And that's going to push him back to 4th in the 950 division. Craigie is the leading kart in kart 22 in the 950. James Roberts in the number 37 is the second of the 950 karts in 4th place overall. And Rory Armstrong, now in 6th overall, is the 3rd of the 950 karts. Albert Friend has got Rocco Shenton breathing down his neck for the lead, second on the road and the best of the 900 karts. In fact, Albert Friend, I think, has been given the hurry up and is now catching Kenzo Craigie for the overall race lead.
Well, let's see, because you've got to remember, Kenzo Craigie, he can be very clever here. He doesn't need to battle Albert Friend. He can just say, oh, right, it's the 91, it's Albert. I know who that is. He's on a different chassis. I can just let him pass. I don't need to battle, and then I can just stick with him and get pulled along.
But in the heat of battle, can these young drivers remember who they're racing against? Kenzo Craigie, the thing, come on, let's work together. Yep. Well, Albert Friend might do that until he sees Shenton gaining ground. And then he's going to have to make a move because, you know, Shenton wants Albert Friend's his ticket.
He does indeed, doesn't it? They all want their ticket. So we're speaking to them, weren't we, in the Paddock show yesterday evening, and they were all like, oh, yes, we all want the ticket. Well, what class are you in? Well, you're all in the 950. Oh, okay, right then. So you're all going to fight each other for it. Well, there we go. 10 minutes to go out of the final corner, and look at that. Absolutely nose to tail between Craigie and Friend as they go through Oblivion, through into Crook, up towards Fine Lady. Then it's the long run up to Christmas Corner, side by side now for the lead. Don't fight it, Craigie.
He doesn't.
Good stuff. There we go.
Albert Friend saying, I gotta go. And Kenzo doesn't fight it. Now Kenzo needs to look back. His nearest rival is number 37, James Roberts. He's at the very top of the camera shot. So Kenzo has got breathing room.
Yeah.
Kenzo's got big breathing room. You know, we've got 10 minutes to go. He can afford to push Albert Friend along. Rocco Shenton is going to arrive on the scene. There he is, the number 86 zip kart. He is going to arrive on the scene, and he is going to want to get past Kenzo Craigie post-haste.
Indeed.
Tout sweet, monsieur.
But if these two start working together, they're just going to pull that gap. Because remember, look, Shenton hasn't closed the gap on these two yet. Shenton's still in a bit of a no man's land at the moment in third.
Yep, I mean, Kenzo Craigie's done a great job, and we've watched Kenzo progress up in Cadet Honda this year into a real star in the making. He's pointing, saying, go, go, go. I'm not going to fight you. And Albert Friend is trusting him. He's not defending. They're keeping Shenton 0.8 of a second back.
Yep.
Shenton fighting for all he's worth. Craigie holding on, and Albert Friend, another Cadet Honda driver who's burst onto the scene this year and is doing a superb job. He's got the SFR Heinz Motorsport livery race suit on, the SFR Screed Flooring Racing. He is doing all he's worth through boot 2. Albert Friend down the hill. Craigie pushing him along. Shenton still 0.8 of a second behind, not able to make any inroads. Just under 9 minutes to go. Further back, we've got a big gap back to 4th place. James Roberts, Tyler Davis in 5th, Rory Armstrong 6th, Jack Price 7th, Jensen Chalk in 8th, then Lachlan Johnston, Oscar Cartmail, Charlie Lomas and Braden Williamson.
There we go then. Albert Friend, another fastest lap of the race. 51.410. Looking strong here at the front. What is that gap to Rocco Shenton? Is it opening up? Because at the moment, it looks to me like it's around 0.9 of a second is that gap.
Last time around, Albert Friend did a 51.41, new fastest lap of the race. Kenzo Craigie did a 51.42. Shenton on his own, without the aid of a slipstream or a push, 51.6. So it is growing. These two drivers, the 91 and the 22, driving beyond their years in terms of maturity. Are they driving towards a ticket to Bahrain? Out of oblivion, up the hill. Craigie checks behind him. Kenzo Craigie, well, he's the one that can breathe easiest out of the top three, because he has got a 3-second advantage over the number 37 kart of James Roberts, who runs in 4th place, who's the next best placed 950 chassis driver. Friend has only got 1.3 seconds, but he's got that rear gunner.
Yeah.
He's got the. Oh, he's run wide. Oh, he ran wide through Wilkins, and that has put Craigie back into the lead. And not only has Friend lost the position, he's lost momentum. This is Shenton's chance to close in.
This really is. Now, that's a rare mistake that we don't see from Albert Friend often, and that was out of the Wilkins corner. Again, it's very easy just to run wide out there. There's a big divot in the grass area, and if you hit that, again, you lose so much momentum, and he did lose so much momentum.
It was unlucky that he had made the mistake, but it was lucky that it didn't cost him even more. He's now back on Craigie's rear bumper and pushing away. The gap, well,
still 1.1 seconds, so he didn't lose that much time.
He lost 0.3,
yeah,
and that was all. It could have been so much more. Roberts with a new fastest lap. 51.27 seconds, new fastest lap from James Roberts in kart 37. 51.27. Now James Roberts, he's pulled away from Jack Price and Tyler Davis, and Kenzo Craigie could have company up at the front, because Roberts is closing and he's only 1.3 seconds behind Shenton. There is the number 66 making a move of Rory Armstrong. So, as we finish lap number 10, Craigie and Friend, there's the man on the move now, James Roberts. We're over half distance, and the young man we spoke to last night making his bid for victory. He's got to get up this hill, 51.75 last time around, so he was 0.2 quicker than Shenton. He's got 0.8 of a second to make up to Rocco Shenton, and if he gets to Rocco Shenton, has he got time for the pair of them to push up to the front? Charlie Lomas gets a warning flag. There's the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th and 9th. Chalk in the 18. The 71 of Price, the 83 of Tyler Davis, the 66 of Armstrong, and the 98 of Lachlan Johnson.
These drivers here locked in a sort of train battle at the moment. Not looking like they're gaining any time, but we have seen fastest laps come out of this group earlier on in the race, but again, they're just working together. Notice how none of them are overtaking each other and scrapping, because they just want to try and use their slipstream, use all those wheels working together to close that gap, but at the moment, they are struggling.
And I tell you what, the slowest driver of the top 7 or 8 is now Rocco Shenton, so is the setup on that number 86 kart going away. He's slipped to 1.7 seconds behind the top 2 now, but all is not lost for Rocco, because Roberts is now within about half a second. And if Roberts in the number 37, the second kart you're looking at there, if he can, on that Sodi kart from the Sodi Academy, if he, oh, he's a privateer, but he's on that Sodi chassis, if he can get to Shenton and start pushing him up the front, then they can work together. We've still got just under 5 minutes plus a lap to go. Plenty of time, but Craigie and Friend will not battle at the moment. It's Craigie and Friend going to Bahrain. Can Shenton and Roberts do anything to stop that and work together? Time will tell, but time is ticking away.
It is slowly ticking away. 4.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. We exit Fine Lady up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Look at that, Shenton lowering the radiator, trying to get a little bit more heat into that engine, get a bit more waft out of it. That's what he needs. There he goes, it goes through, but look at that gap. It's closing in. Oh, there's the 83.
Tyler Davis.
Yeah, that is
off
a huge
at Christmas
shame.
Corner. He was in 7th place, and he's obviously now going to drop right back to pretty much last. Now, Roberts has caught Shenton. You can see Friend and Craigie both frantically looking over their shoulders. The gap is, Roberts has gone straight past Shenton. That tells me that he's thinking, oh, sorry, Rocco, but, you know, you're just not quick enough. Let's see if Rocco can latch on. But Roberts, the man on the move at the moment, has he left it too late? He's saying to Rocco, come on, think, push, push, push. We got everyone on the live stream saying push, push, push in the comments, because they know what this means. They know the tactics is going to come into play now. It's still Craigie from Albert Friend, and then this battle of a third. Roberts and Shenton. Roberts on the 950 chassis, effectively chasing number 22 of Kenzo Craigie. Shenton on the 900 chassis, effectively chasing number 91 of Albert Friend. And they're side by side, and that's not going to help either of them, I have to say.
No, it's not going to help either of them, because that's just going to allow the top two to now break away even more. That gap is now over 2.5 seconds is that gap. Shenton furiously saying,
push, 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 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, stop defending, because it looked to me like Shenton actually gave the position to Roberts going into the boot. I saw his hand come out and said, right, in you go. Have that all the 66. 5-second time penalty.
Rory Armstrong, probably for the incident with Tyler Davis. Davis still in the race, but down so Rory Armstrong's chances of a place in Bahrain gone. Braden Williamson is down in 12th place, and I think Braden may have had a slight issue. Here are the leaders. Kenzo Craigie, that blue race suit, kart number 22. Albert Friend, kart number 91, just working together. The lead over James Roberts is now 3.64 seconds. I think, well, have they done enough? Their destiny is now in their own hands.
It is indeed. They'll have to go through into the boot.
Shenton shaking his head. I think the setup has gone away on that kart.
It could have been. So but he had a killer start. He made the start.
He had a killer start, but the setup's going away. And I've got to say, so 10 years after Zipkart lost Martin Hines, after we all lost Martin Hines, Zipkart have come back, and they have come within a couple of seconds of sending their latest young star to the biggest event in the world of karting. It's great to see them back, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough this time. But this is only the start of the new journey for that brand, that manufacturer, that famous name. But here are the two stars of the day. Craigie and Friend down out of Wilkins into Oisier's, 90 seconds to go. Roberts is not going to catch them. Shenton is not going to catch them. Jensen Chalk in 5th place is not going to catch them. It's down to these two. Let's just drive smart and sensible. You've earned your trip. 1 minute plus a lap to go, Anthony.
In towards oblivion once more. These two absolutely seamless through this race. We've only seen a small mistake, and that was out of Wilkins, but from now it's been absolutely nose to tail, clean as a whistle from these two drivers, showing their worth, showing why they deserve that trip, showing why they need to show that they need to represent the UK in Micromax in Bahrain.
Exactly. Albert Friend does not need to win this race. Second is a win.
Yep.
Let's hope he remembers that. Let's hope Kenzo Craigie remembers that. Second is a win here, boys.
Yep. Just bring it home. That's all you need to do.
Yep, into the boot. Around there, the two Sodi karts of Craigie and Friend. You know, Bradley Barrett, Mark Barrett, the whole Barrett family are here supporting this. The Sodi Academy was sort of their baby. You know, they set up Sodi Vitesse, becoming the importer for the chassis. This is the chassis that the Micromax drivers believe use out in the grand finals. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner. The clock strikes 0 now. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. They have a 4-second lead over James Roberts, who has tried everything, but it looks like he's going to come up short. Shenton still runs 4th, Chalk is 5th, Price 6th, Johnson 7th, Armstrong is 8th, Cartmail 9th, Davis 10th, Lomas 11th, Williamson 12th. They have all taken on the Micromax Challenge. They have all played their part, but they are all going to come up that little bit short as Craigie and friends come out of Pitts Bend. They see the last lap board. 1,200 metres to glory for Craigie and friends. Crook, Oblivion, Fine Lady, and up the hill towards Christmas they go.
Look at this, looks over the shoulder, does Kenzo Craigie, doesn't defend because I think he knows that he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to defend. Albert Friend behind him is on a different chassis, the 950 from the 900, only 50 millimetres separates these drivers, really, doesn't it, in terms of class? Only a couple more corners to go, out of Wilkins, into Oisiers, through they go, avoid those curbs, down that straight, only the boot to go for these two drivers.
3 corners to go, Kenzo Craigie and Albert Friend. First stop, Whilton Mill, next stop, Bahrain. They both celebrate. They are victorious in the Micromax UK qualifiers. Kenzo Craigie and Albert Friend, joint celebration. That is teamwork. The next time they are teammates, they will be representing Great Britain. Well done. Great deserved stuff. And Anthony Jordan is going to go and speak to 2 of the happiest young men and their families. Well done to the Craigie family and the Friend family. And well done to those 2 young drivers. Commiserations to everybody else. But Britain will be represented in Micromax in 2021 by Kenzo Craigie and Albert Friend after a tense and exciting Micromax final. James Roberts and Rocco Shenton, you could only imagine their disappointment, but 3rd and 4th on the road, effectively 2nd in class for both drivers, is nothing to be ashamed about. Jensen Chalk finishes 5th. Jack Price in 6th, Lachlan Johnson 7th. They go through, nose cone checks have already been passed. There is Rocco Shenton, there is Jensen Chalk. Have to say the race was as clean as you like, the best way to decide it. And we are used to seeing emotion in the paddock area at the end of some of these races. Oh boy, I'm not sure if we're going to see emotion like we're about to see. Anthony Jordan is hurrying over there to see 2 very happy drivers now that there's the rest of the field. The winners have gone down past underneath where that camera position is, and you can just see this is the disappointment now. The drivers getting up and out, their dads, their mechanics are there just to say, hey, unlucky, you know, well done, keep your chin up, and there's a couple of drivers, I'm sure, going over to congratulate their friends, because we saw, we didn't speak to Kenzo or Albert last night, but again, all the drivers we saw today, we're really good mates off track. On track, not so much, but off track we are. And so they're going over to congratulate their friends. What an achievement. And while all the support team here, Tina, Gary, and everyone from Jag Rotax have done a fantastic job, they'll be coaching them into what to expect. Anthony Jordan is with our winners now.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, our race winner with a huge cheesy grin on your face, Kenzo Craigie. You have won a ticket to go to the World Finals in Bahrain. What a feeling that is.
It's amazing. I thought I would never be able to do, but it turned out I could do it. I'm so happy right now.
I can imagine so. Now, me and Henry, we've been watching your career, through Honda Cadet. You've been progressing, you've been getting up that order, and now here at Whilton Mill, winning in your class with that ticket. Like I say, a huge well done. That grin on your face says it all. Where's Dad? Is Dad here?
He's over there somewhere.
He's dealing with the car, is he? We need to get him over here, don't we? We need to get Dad over here because we need a chat with him as well. Call him over.
Dad!
There we go. I think he's tucked away with the kart there. But no, I have to say, Kenzo, what a run from you. Well done. Best of luck at Bahrain. We'll see you out there, hopefully.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I'd like to thank
Everyone.
yeah, everyone who's been supporting me. My dad, my mum, my little sister, and Mark from Sodi.
From Sodi Academy.
You're so happy, aren't you? Dad, well, you must be happy as well.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We came here not knowing what to expect because we usually race Hondas. So we came here trying the chassis out, trying to get the setup right. We got a lot of help from Mark and the Sodi team and from the Jag Rotax team as well. They were excellent as well. So I'm happy that we're going to be going to Bahrain along with the Jag Rotax team to represent the UK. That's brilliant.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Well, well done, Kenzo, and hopefully we'll see you out there. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Albert, come through, Albert, because, of course, there was not only one ticket, there are 2 tickets to Bahrain, and another man who's won it, Albert Friend. Albert, what a race that was. You can be happy with that as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I never thought I would be able to do this, so I got the chance and I made it to Bahrain.
Have you ever been to Bahrain before?
No.
It's a first, is it?
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens.
Excited to represent the UK. It's a good feeling, isn't it? Anyone you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank SFR Motorsport, my dad for bringing me, and my mechanic, and my family for watching me on the YouTube live stream.
Excellent. I'm sure they're all pleased watching at home as well. Is this Dad here? Come on, let's get Dad in. Let's have a chat as well. Dad, you must be happy. You've got yourself a ticket to Bahrain as well.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Looking forward to it. The most nervous part of the weekend was seeing him on the weighing scales this morning because he's tiny and he only just made it by half a kilogram. So we got to feed him up before Christmas, like we do the turkeys.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, get that turkey dinner in you. But yeah, a great feeling. And again, hopefully we'll see you out there. But well done, Albert Friend, heading to the World Finals in Bahrain.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, plenty more action coming up. Don't go anywhere. More finals coming up in just a moment.
Fantastic stuff there, and great job to get the dads in as well, because they suffer the most. 2 drivers, I don't even know if they know where Bahrain is. But moving on, it's now time for the 3rd and final heat for Junior Rotax. It's going to be Dan Ginchard and Sam Gornall on the front row, Daniel Sabula and Ollie Stevens on row 2. Row 3 is Scott Lapsley and Jez Williams, Neo Clark and Chloe Chong. Start from row number 4. Row 5 is Charlie Hart and Leon Henderson. Row 6, Pearson Bullock Carter and Leighton Cooper. Then it is Ben Folland and Mikey Porter, David O'Lechner and Daniel Armstrong. Round out row number 8. Row 9 is Alfie Gallagher and Ollie Goodyear. Row 10, Ethan Lomax and Oliver Martinsky. Row 11, Jay Lawrence and Jessica White. Then Callum Romain and Lexi Belk on row 12. Declan Russell and Bobby Joe McFall on row 13. Charlie Ellis and Alex Biles. Round out the field, 28 drivers, just 8 minutes. The 3rd and final Junior Rotax heat of the day. And can Dan Ginchard make it 2 wins out of 2? He's watched a lot of his title rivals trip over one another today, but he dominated his first heat. From pole position, can he do the same? Sam Gornall's going to have something to say about that, I'm sure. So will, Jez Williams is there as well. So let's see if Jez Williams can get up there. Let's see if Daniel Sabula can hold on, and can Ollie Stevens turn consistency into race wins. We're off and racing. It's a perfect start from Ginchard. Sabula slots into 2nd, and I think that's Strawberry Racing. Scott Lapsley, kart number 33, moving up to 3rd. Oh, something that was like just a sticker falling off one of the carts there. Nothing too substantial, but a few drivers in the middle of the pack taking evasive action just in case it was something more special. Oh, and a spin, a half a spin. Well caught there from Sam Gornall in kart number 4. He was having a big accident and then decided not to.
Yeah, it was on the grass. He was grass tracking there. But yeah, gets it back on the straight and narrow. slots back into position. Now, a crucial thing that you saw there, it's straight away out of turn one, Ginchard immediately said, right, let's think, let's go.
Yeah, he was signalling his intent there. It was almost like a warning, don't bother fighting with me. And of course, Daniel Sabula, who's not in championship contention, he's probably just sit there behind, learn. Just sit and try and get towed around by one of the drivers who's one of the top performers not only in the UK but in Europe this year in Rotax. This is a driving coaching lesson you couldn't pay for.
Oh, definitely not. No, this is pay attention, Mr. Sabula.
There is, and there's a move. Lapsley at a great start has now fallen back a little bit. Chloe Chong, puppy power. Moving up into a top 10 position. There's Chloe. There's Ollie Stevens in kart number 27 Dan Holland Racing, making a move as well. Passing number 50, Sam Pollock Racing kart of Josh Hart? No, Charlie Hart. Well, you were obviously very, very great emotion down there in the paddock there. Great. I've got to say that, I mean, Kenzo Craigie's dad, I bet you could do a wicked Chris Eubank impression.
Well, I didn't ask him.
No. Time and place. Here's Leon Henderson picking his time and making a place. Charlie Hart drops back in another position. There is the number 15 Carter, Pearson Bullock Carter. Down the hill towards Ashby, Sam Gornall. He is in 5th position. So Ginchard leads, Sabula in second, Williams is third, Clark is fourth. Now Stevens moves up into, what was that, 5th position.
Yeah,
so Ollie Stevens boosted by that first podium yesterday, And, Daniel Armstrong getting a 5-second penalty for his efforts. 15th place at the moment, that's going to drop him right down the order. Charlie Ellis has not gone out. So Charlie Ellis, the privateer driver, that really great orange and, yellow and green kart. His brother Sam Ellis there on the grid would not be best pleased with that. As there's Neil Clark passing Jez Williams.
Now, I've seen that quite a lot. When a driver sees another driver move their radiator up, they know that he's distracted. He's moved his radiator up. He's not going to expect this.
Yes, and also one arm turning hard is not going to have as much strength as two arms.
Yes.
So he's not going to have the strength to suddenly turn in.
Yeah.
Very, very smart.
So I've seen that a couple of times today.
Smart.
There we go. So 5 minutes to go then. Obviously a lot shorter race because this is just a heat.
Yes.
Heat race, so it's a lot shorter as they go through. A nice long train of karts there as they go through the boot section. And with that 5 minutes to go, Ginchard, the O-plate, leading the way comfortably once again. At the moment, it's clear by about half a second, about 9/10 of a second. And Jez Williams just getting his nose.
Yeah, and that was so. Yeah, we had Neil Clark made the move on Daniel Sabula.
Yeah.
Jez Williams thought, I'll pop in there as well. And Sabula was coming back across to defend. Well, it's only wanted to lose one place, and that caught Jez Williams unaware. So hopefully it hasn't dislodged a nose cone. Ollie Stevens still runs in 5th, Gornall 6th, Henderson 7th, Charlie Hart 8th, then Bullock Carter, Lapsley, Folland, Aulechner, Chong, Armstrong, Cooper, Lomax, Gallagher, White, Porter and Callum Romain, your top 20. 27 of the 28 starters still running.
Yeah, exactly that. So as they go through there, good look here at Ollie Stevens, the 27, under pressure from Sam Gornall. We saw Sam make that small little calculated error earlier on in the race on lap 1.
Yes.
He's not replicated that since.
But he wants to make the highlight reel.
He did.
Is what he wants to do, basically. That's
all
what he wants to do. There's the Thule Motorsport of Neil Clark now. I mean, a podium for the Thule Motorsport team on their first weekend back after 3 or 4 years away would send Drew Tooley into floods of something or other. He warned me this morning. He goes, because it's coming back into this level of karting after 3 years away, building the team up from scratch. When I spoke to him this morning, he was saying it's like looking at all the things they had to buy that he sold a few years ago, and now getting back. But hey, it's a labour of love. The teams do it because they love what they do. Chloe Chong and Alfie Gallagher have had some sort of territorial dispute.
Yeah, now I did see a marshal pointing towards Inkerman's a lap ago and walking in
the scene of the crime.
Yes, walking to the said scene of the crime, and yes, unfortunately they have dropped down the order. There's your race leader. There's second place.
The question remains, so after 2 dominant performances, the moment, and we're going to be at 2.5 to 3 minutes plus a lap to go, if Dan Ginchard stays where he is, he's going to be on pole for the final. The question remains, can anybody stop him?
Yeah.
I mean, they couldn't stop him from 15th on the grid yesterday. Only a nose-cone penalty stopped him. Can they stop him now from when he starts from pole? It's going to be one of those races where if they if they just follow at the start. Here's Sabula up the inside of Clark. Oh, that's going to be tight. Sabula getting his elbow. Oh, and Jez Williams this time goes through as well. So Jez Williams is determined to make one of those moves work. He made that one work. But I mean, you know, the question remains, can anybody stop Dan Ginchard as this race progresses? I think what you're going to see there comes Jez Williams up in the second place. But of course, you know, Jez, he had a great result in the first race, but a nose cone penalty, so that's going to push him down the order.
Yeah.
You know, there are drivers that are almost as quick as him, as Ginchard, but they're out of position.
Yeah.
You know, what they're going to have to do is Dan Ginchard, I mean, I know we're talking ahead of ourselves here because we've still got 2 minutes of this race to go, but, you know, in the final later on, Dan Ginchard's got to be prepared, and there's another move for second place. Sabula up the inside. Williams tried to sort of dissuade him against it by moving across. Williams on the outside, side by side. Oh, good stuff there from Jez Williams to repass Daniel Sabula, and now Sabula's going to be forced wide by Neil Clark, and he drops another place. But I mean, so Dan Ginchard is going to be under all sorts of attacks on the opening couple of laps, because everyone else will now know if we let the O-plate get away at the start, there's no catching him. So we've got to peg him back right from the word go, drag him into a war, effectively.
Yeah, exactly that. With 1 minute to go, and, you know, that can happen. But with these drivers all scrapping and battling, you know, Dan Ginchard's just pulling away, isn't he, at the moment?
Oh, yes.
Now it's nearly 3 seconds, so, you know...
44.89, outrageous.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous speed he's got out there.
Oh, Sabula!
Sabula in a sandwich.
Into Henderson there, Henderson, the innocent party there. Sabula just up over the back of her. Oh, there's the number 73 of Alex Biles having a moment. All to himself, by the looks of it. But, I mean, yeah, that was Sabula just riding him over the rear bumper of one kart, and that sort of jettisoned him across the track into the path of, unfortunately, on Henderson, who went grass tracking. Now Neil Clark is chasing Jez Williams for second place, but this is happening, I mean, let's have a look. So 44.89, that is the only driver under 45 seconds in this race.
No, so Jez Williams
sorry,
is also
44.97, do apologise.
And also Charlie Hart, done at 44.
Okay, you made your point. I was wrong. 44.99 for Leon Henderson, yes. Okay, he's the only driver under 44.9 seconds. I get there somewhere. There's Sabula carrying a few war wounds now, chasing Charlie Hart up the hill towards Wilkins, down the hill now towards Oisiers, almost doubling back on yourself, then flicking out of the end part of Oisiers onto the sort of the infield straight towards the boot, taking plenty of curb going into there, but you don't want to drop your left wheel over the curb because the ground drops away into a divot. Last lap board is out.
It is indeed. That will be, of course, to Dan Ginchard. Now, the last time Dan Ginchard was at the front and he was on his own and he had no qualms with anyone, by the time we cut back to him, he'd lost a lot of time.
I think that was a kart deciding to do that, not the driver.
No, I think you are correct in saying that. No signs of that this time around. The team have done well at Argenti. I suspect it may have been an engine swap. I didn't ask that, but I suspect it may have been. Or Stevens
to the inside, and who's that? That is Charlie Hart trying to go through. Somehow Neil Clark managed to stay on track, and now Charlie Hart getting caught up with Sabula. Sabula losing places. Out of the boot we go. There's Williams in second, Stevens up to third, Neil Clark in fourth, sticking his nose at the inside. Ginchard has taken the victory.
So Williams takes second, up 4 places from Ollie Stevens, finishing in third. Neo Clark, Charlie Hart round out the top 5 in that one. Sam Gornall, Leon Henderson, Daniel Sabula finishing in 8th place. Pearson Bullock Carter in 9th, and Ben Folland rounding out the top 10 in that one.
Yep, and you go down there is your winner. So 2 out of 2 for Ginchard. There's no IARMY today. This is Rotax and TKM. Don't know what happened to Charlie Ellis, but he didn't take the start. Correct. Harris, Matt Cook, Christmas Corner is a great overtaking opportunity. And people say it's nice to see a privateer on the second row for Daniel Sabula. And also Lexi Belk getting plenty of support. And Lexi came home in 21st.
There we go, rest of the order will appear on your screen, of course. There's the rest of them coming up. Now, Ollie Goodyear, 18th out there, Declan Russell, 19th, Jay Lawrence, 20th. Lexi Belk, like we say, they're 21st place. Leighton Cooper, Oliver Martinsky, Bobby Joe McFall there as well. Alfred Gallagher, Chloe Chong, they had that coming together at some point. We didn't see that, it was off camera. As the nose cone watch begins. Thumbs up all around so far. All is well in Junior Rotax for their Heat 3. Here comes Scott Lapsley. It's oh dear, 65. David Ordinaire there, and that is not what he wanted to see there. A nose cone penalty going to the number 65 for David. Jessica White coming in there, all good. 55 coming in as well, Ollie Goodyear. All is well. Oh, no, it's not well for the 85. Callum Romain. Unfortunately, that nose cone has dropped and a photo is taken. Oh dear as well, the 28. Oh, it's a Jay Lawrence. That it's devastating when you have such a good race and you come in and just a small thing like that. Undisputable thing as well. Oh, and another one, 75 as well. Leighton Cooper. Chloe Chong comes in. The NAS panel's not in the right spot, but the nose cone, it is. The nose cone's fine, but the NAS panel is in a different spot of where it should be out there. Well, that was race 35, Heat 3 for Junior Rotax. It's time for the senior version of the Rotax class. Race 36, Heat 3 for Senior Rotax coming up next. And there we are. A look at the clubhouse there. You can see some of the drivers. Ethan Jeff Hall, you can just see him about 4 bodies in. You can just see the top of his hair behind the mechanic there, the Tony Kart suit. Henry would know who that is, but I don't. There we go. There is Archie Walker's dad there as well, in the cool shades, leaning over the barrier. He's probably waiting for a decent race to kick off out on track. And the rest of the Dan Holland team are down on the other side as well there. A look at the clubhouse here at Whilton Mill. Again, fantastic facilities here at Whilton Mill, the heart of the UK, just south of Daventry and just north of the Grand Prix circuit Silverstone. There is a look at the Motorsport timing van. There we go. Ian Rogers providing the Motorsport dash timing uk.co.uk as well, so they provide the timing for us here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Again, nice little plug there. They do excellent stuff for us, and we have the timing in our building as well. And there's a live look at the dummy grid then for Senior Rotax for their Heat 3, Group A and B, taking out to the circuit in this one. 14 rows, 28 karts. Here is how they are going to line up. Matthew Higgins and Reese Hunter on row number 1. Sean Butcher, can he get a race win this time around? Let's hope so, with Tom Edmonds alongside on row number 2. Caden McQueen and George Holbrook on row 3, with Magic Amera and Kieran Kay on row number 4. Samuel Hawthorne and Louis Harvey on row 5, with Matty Hingley and Jack Stedman on row number 6. Brandon Klein-Nangelvoort and James Lother on row number 7, with Miles Barthorpe and Lewis Gilbert, the O-plate, on row number 8. Reese Hurd and Archie Brown on row 9, with Charlie Turner and Edward Matthews on row 10, running out the top 20. Jensen Watts and Alex Hughes on row 11, with Oliver Meadows and Riley Stevenson, the JMS karting driver, on row 12. Chaz Heighton and Oscar Hall on row 13, with Chris Simpson, the XL Motorsport driver, with Poppy Stevenson alongside, rounding out the 28 kart strong grid. Into the boot they go, and we're about to get heat number 3 underway for Senior Rotax for their second day of racing here at Whilton Mill. What can be done? We saw excellent driving from all of these drivers earlier on in the week. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Is it green flag first time? It is. Lights out. Off they go in towards oblivion. Good start from the front. It looked like Matthew Higgins dived across the front of Reese Hunter as they go through. Reese Hunter, terrible start. He's all the way back in 4th place now. Caden McQueen up into 3rd place as well. Sean Butcher, good start. All the 59 getting pushed out wide there. Reese Hurd, he's going backwards
crashing.
as well.
They're still crashing.
They are still crashing in the background.
Yeah, he got pushed across and he came back on the track. He sort of like somebody else was just at the momentum and sort of like dipped their nose going under his rear bumper, and it sort of hooked him off the ground and sort of spat him sideways into one or two other drivers there. yeah, Oscar Hull hasn't gone out again. What a miserable weekend for Oscar. It seems that he can't buy any luck here, so it's a shame. But Higgins is leading. McQueen now challenging Butcher up to second, and Reese Hunter in 4th place. See if he can gain a position as well. Yes, he does. He moves into P3, and that is Tom Edmonds in 5th position, with Magic Amira and Brandon Nagelvort in 6th and 7th. Holbrook 8th, Hawthorne and Hingley rounding out the top 10.
There he goes. They go through very defensive driving straight away from McQueen. That's good for Higgins. It allows Higgins to open up a small breather. McQueen now just needs to focus down the inside. There goes Holbrook. Gets past. Oh, crikey. You know, all over the grass there. Who was that? Was that Mr. Hawthorne? No, I believe it was Nangelvort. I think it was Brandon Klein Nangelvort.
Yeah, in the Coles racing cart. And oh, there's Tom Edmonds on the grass coming out of Oisiers. And he gets himself back into the way, but falls back right into the back. He's in front of the number 51 of Alex Hughes and the number 87 of Riley Stevenson. Now, what has happened to Louis Harvey? Had a misfire in the first heat, and has gone backwards in this one as well, down to 23rd in the number 74 cart. Oh, and there's a half spin for the number 93 cart of Nagelvort there under braking for Christmas Corner. He just about saves it in front of Matty Hingley. There's the number 62 of Jack Steadman. This is the battle about 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th place. Jensen Watts going around the outside. Does he make that move work? Yes, he does. Well done, Jensen lad. On the zip cart, well, the Madcroc chassis with the zip cart team. There's Archie Brown. You can tell him by what he's got.
Oh dear!
And that
Magic Amera.
Yeah, that's Magic. It looked like the number 15 of Samuel Hawthorne. And oh, Amera's cart is totaled.
Yeah, that wheel is completely off there.
And oh, that's okay. That's difficult. That is right at the. Can the marshals get that? The incident marshals get that to a safe place, because that is going nowhere. And with the left front completely torn off the cart, it's going to be difficult to pull.
It will be indeed. Well, here at the front, Kenny McQueen. He's dropped back slightly here.
Behind George Holbrook. That's 4th and 5th. So we didn't see what happened there. But you've got Higgins, Hunter and Butcher with the top 3. Reese Hunter just setting the fastest lap of the race. Now there are yellow flags at this point of the track. There's Charlie Turner, number 61, going through out of pits bend. They look like they've moved Himera's carts to a safe place. But yeah, the top 5 have now spread out a little bit. Louis Harvey has retired. Edward Matthews has also retired. Kieran Kay.
He's massively dropped down the order. He's gone down 15 places, yeah.
Yeah, strange that. So we are really starting to see the mice getting in the machine. Reese Hurd out of the race. Yeah, Himera out. And yeah, Louis Harvey. That, again, a misfire problem. The cart obviously wasn't right from the start. And the Argenti team. Oh, and there's one of the GMS karting carts going very wide, coming out of Wilkins. That looked like it was the 87 of Riley Stevenson.
Yes, I think it could be right. Just over 4 minutes to go then. Nice shot there as they come out. It just shows the speed out of the pits bend corner over that curve. Now, it looks really smooth there, but we walked on that track yesterday. Oh, you could break an ankle in there.
Absolutely.
It's really deep.
So, you know, you talk about what makes this circuit so physical on the drivers. Of course, no suspension on these carts. You go over those curbs, and they do, because it's quicker. You know, that cart is going, and you're doing the same in the seat.
Yeah.
And so are your ribs, so are your fillings, you know, so are your neck muscles. Yeah, that's what makes this circuit so physical. Butcher putting Reese Hunter under a bit of pressure, has to be said. Higgins driving away a little bit at the front.
Yep, they are indeed, as they go through again. Right, let's have a recap then of what's going on now. James Lowther, up 8 positions at the moment, currently in 6th place, the number 44. Good moves there at the moment. Brandon Klein Nangelvort, even though we've seen him going backwards slightly earlier, he's still up 6 places in P7, so he's had a good running. Charlie Turner as well, the 61. He's up 9 places from 19th into P10, so that's good running. Same with Chaz Hyton as well, up 9 places into 16th. Yep. You know, there's good runnings all the way through this pack. The top 20 separated by less than 10 seconds.
Yeah. And I mean, of the 28 starters, you've only got 22 karts left running.
We have had a lot, yeah.
Poppy Stevenson has joined the growing list of retirements.
Yeah.
And this is going to make so some of these drivers at the back of the field, so like Riley Stevenson in 19th, Oliver Meadows in 20th, Chris Simpson 21st, Kieran Kay 22nd. This is actually helping them, because you've got lots of drivers that this retirement could force them back into the repechage. I think we're going to have about a dozen drivers in the repechage, you know. and retirements coming thick and fast. Higgins leading, but Hunter and Butcher now closing back in with 2 minutes to go. Holbrook in fourth, McQueen in fifth, then it's Lowther, Nagelvoort, Hingley, Steadman and Turner, your top 10. Lewis Gilbert only 11th at the moment. Then it's Edmonds, Brown, Hawthorne, Hughes, Heighton, Watts and the rest.
Now PS Karting joins us. Did you find out what TKM stands for?
Yes, we did. It stands for Talco Motori. Not Motors, Motori. Thank you, Alfie Garfenstad.
Thank you.
Sean Butcher up into P2, passing championship leader Reese Hunter. Reese Hunter not defending that with any great vigour, but he dives back up the inside to retake the place. And Sean Butcher not defending with any great vigour. 90 seconds to go. It's only a heat, and basically neither of them look like they're going to win this race because Higgins is content to pull away. And Butcher retakes the place. 3 corners, three swaps of position, and not a sticker was swapped.
There we go. But Matthew Higgins has pulled away because that gap was 0.2 of a second. They crossed the line. It's now 0.8 of a second. So there we go. Just after one lap with a couple of overtakes.
And what? Yeah, it was great racing.
Yeah,
what that has is brought the number 60 kart of George Holbrook right into play.
Yes,
and again, Holbrook took a heck of a whack yesterday, coming at the final corner of the final.
He did,
but he's okay now. Obviously, he's fine, fighting fit. Behind this battle, James Lowther in the number 44 Argenti kart, I think has just got past Caden McQueen. Yes, he has. So Lowther up to 5th, McQueen back to 6th. Nagelvoort is 7th. There is the 44 now ahead of the 42. Hingley is only 8th, so Matty Hingley, 3rd in the championship coming into this weekend, not having the strongest weekend, it has to be said.
No. Technical flag going out there to the number 5, Tom Edmonds.
Yes, we saw Tom having problems earlier on.
He's actually falling down the order.
And I've got to say, that will bring us down to just 21 runners, not the 28 that started.
Which is a lot of retirements. Yeah. Maybe they're saving for the final.
Well, I mean, Tom Edmonds had a good run in the first heat, but yeah, they're saving for what could be the repechage. Oh, Reese Hunter up the inside of Sean Butcher, and he did that. Well, they're slowing to the down, and where is George Holbrook? Holbrook has gone past both of them up into P2, and Hunter and Butcher exchanging pleasantries, maybe not quite so pleasant.
No.
It's dropping them both back, and of course, yeah, technical flag as well for Riley Stevenson, so that puts us down to 20 runners. And we're on to the final lap. Butcher defends from Lowther. So Higgins is 1.5 seconds clear of Holbrook. Holbrook is a 4 seconds clear of Hunter. And there goes McQueen through Inkermans, sliding at the inside of Lowther to retake what is now 4th place. Yellow flags waving at Christmas corner. And
that would be why.
Yeah, the 17 of Chaz Heighton and the 60 of Jensen Watts. So just when Jensen Watts thought he'd have a clean run, he doesn't.
And that radiator looking much worse for wear. But final lap has been out for a while. Checker flag about to come out, and there it goes to Matthew Higgins, George Holbrook, Reese Hunter crossing 3rd place. Then from Sean Butcher, James Lowther round out the top 5. Great result from James of 9 positions. Caden McQueen crosses in 6th place. Matty Hingley, Jack Steadman in 8th place. And it's Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort finishing 9th with Lewis Gilbert, the O-plate, rounding out the top 10 up 6 positions.
Lewis Gilbert, Archie Brown, Charlie Turner, Sam Hawthorne, Alex Hughes and Miles Barthorpe complete the top 15. Oliver Meadows, Chris Simpson, Kieran Kay and Chaz Heighton are the rest of the finishers. Riley Stevenson will be 20th but didn't finish. Jensen Watts, Tom Edmonds, Poppy Stevenson, Reese Hurd, Edward Matthews, Magic Romero, Louis Harvey and Oscar Houle also did not finish.
Matt Cook joins the stream, going.
Well, he hasn't just joined. He has been chatting.
Well, he has been chatting, but he joins
us now.
He joins us now on the chat session. Well, why do some drivers have different NASAs? Does it matter? It doesn't matter.
Interesting question. Alan Dove did a video on this for karting1.co.uk. So the NASA panel is a homologated part, therefore it is deemed as a safety part.
Yeah.
However, the NASA panel, the drain pipe style NASA panel that you can see Lewis Gilbert using, you can see the number 93 using, that is quite expensive. And because there is an aerodynamic gain. Now, a safety feature shouldn't be a performance-enhancing feature.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion. So, different chassis manufacturers have different body kits, and they choose to use, like you can see the Argenti team, that's a Kart Republic chassis, and they do not use it. They use that sort of big, fatter nose cone. Obviously, there's aerodynamic properties to it, which is why they use it. You know, personally, I don't think that a homologated part, and somebody that is number 88 of Oliver Meadows, because again, some of these NAS panels are very expensive, and I don't think that it should, a safety feature should be both performance enhancing or expensive. Apart from a crash helmet.
Apart from a crash helmet,
we know why that is.
They can be fancy, expensive, but safe. That's what they need. Well,
so there we go. That is my 2 penneth.
Yep. There we go.
Hopefully
that's answered your question.
The preference is what the team use.
Yeah. There we go. Well, Heat 3s are done and dusted. There'll be the Repechage up next for the Rotax classes, but now it's final time, because it's time now for Junior TKM.
Okay, 14 drivers. This is where Alfie Garford, James Morley need to outscore Alistair Cresswell significantly to get their championship challenges, well, to keep them on track and to stop Alistair Cresswell running away with it. A 3rd win here for Alistair Cresswell. Well, it wouldn't seal the title, but it would mean he goes to PFI with one hand on the title.
Indeed, and that's always a nice thing to have, isn't it?
Yep, a little bit of a bit of breathing space going into the final weekend.
Yeah, yeah, exactly that.
So, Alistair Cresswell there in kart number 2, and he starts on the 2nd row of the grid behind Alfie Garford in kart number 9. So, Turney, I forgot what it was. Turney Karting Motori. There's Chris Walker, kartpicks.net. So all the photos from the British Championship, that is the official photos, are from Mr. Walker. And Chris Walker's been taking photographs of karting for 30 years. Hi, Chris. 30 years, let's have a look. Yeah,
oh, camception, that is. Smile!
Oh, that's breaking the 4th wall, if ever there was anything.
There we go.
But, yeah, Turney Kart Midori. Oh, yeah. Talco Motori, sorry.
Talco Motori.
Talco Motori. TKM.
Talcum powder.
Something. So, Alfie Garford, James Morley, Alistair Cresswell, Freddie Hull, the top 4, Aditya Kulkarni, Charlie King, is looking down at the paddock. And you can see in the back there Aidan Mitchell in the number 14 kart. There you've got the Leon Frost. There's our race director, Nigel Edwards. And here is the starting lineup in full Technicolor. Pole position, number 9, Alfie Garford. Alongside him, Tim Wilson Motorsports, number 77, James Morley. Alistair Cresswell and Freddie Hull start from row number 2.
Aditya Kulkarni and Charlie King on row number 3, with Tyler Harris and Olivia Jakins on row number 4.
Leon Frost and Jake Almasawi start from row 5. Dara McInerney with his self-painted crash helmet, and Harvey Jones on row number 6.
Rounding out the grid on row 7, Aidan Mitchell and Joseph Booth round out our Junior TKM final. 14 karts about to do battle.
Yes, watch for Joseph Booth coming through from the rear. Very quick so far this weekend. Morley and Garford. So the first 2 finals of the year, Cresswell won. Garford was 2nd, Morley was 3rd. Coming into this weekend, Cresswell led the point stamp championship with 380 points, Garford on 366, Morley on 364. However, in the pre-final, Garford did outscore Cresswell, and he's going to try and do it again here in the final. 15 minutes of racing. We're off and racing, and Garford leads Cresswell through turn number 1. Morley slots into 3rd position with the O plate of Aditya Kulkarni up at the 4th. Freddie Hull drops down to 5th. All 14 karts safely. No, where's Joseph Booth gone? I did see Joseph Booth. Did he not take at the start? Oh, major problems for Joseph Booth by the looks of it. Let's have a look, see if the kart is anywhere on the circuit. That is a real shame. So we're down to 13 runners.
We are indeed, yeah. So 15 minutes again, these races, plus that one additional lap. There's Charlie King down the inside, the 16. Good move there. And moving up the order, there's Jake Almasawi. And again, you can identify him really easily. It's a very bright gold helmet.
Bright gold crash helmet,
Oh,
yes.
yes, you can't miss it in a crowd, could you? Now, as they dive through Christmas Corner again, up the hill. Train starting to form here, and look at that, the O-plate diving out. Aditya Kulkarni moving up into third place. Good overtake there, getting past the 77 of James Morley. James Morley now under pressure from Freddie Hull, fast Freddie Hull, 24. Had an interesting second heat.
Yes, a little bit over-exuberant in one particular moment, but not enough to incur the wrath of the stewards.
No, good.
But yes, he's certainly having a good run for the Precision Racing team. He's now Precision Racing's only representative here because Sandy Lewis Wadley has been excluded from the meeting for issues yesterday involving him and his bumper and another cart. Yes. In an aggravated manner, according to the steward's inquiry and the official wording. There is Charlie King just giving the signal. Oh, wow. He's giving the signal. Was he wagging the finger saying, no. I thought he was saying, like, go on then to Tyler Harris.
I thought he was.
But then he pulled over and defended. Alfie Garford still leads. So it's the two Talco supported drivers. Technically they're privateers, but it is Garford and Cresswell, 1-2. Then two Tim Wilson Motorsport carts, Kulkarni and Morley, 3 and 4. Precision Racing's Hull in 5th, and Klassen Motorsport's Charlie King in 6th position. Down the hill, you've got Harris, Frost and Jenkins also in the lead group, and then a gap behind the 48 of Olivia Jenkins to Harvey Jones, Dara McInerney, Aidan Mitchell and Jake Almasawi. Jones, McInerney and Mitchell all managed to crash on the last lap of the second heat. Yes, Mr. Jordan.
I'm pointing at the timetable there because Joseph Booth, number 40 on the timing screen.
Yes, okay.
Timing screen.
Well, I just thought,
go away. But Joseph Booth, he has not come out onto the track. Unfortunately, he has withdrawn because he has hurt his hand.
Oh, we saw that when Mr. Hull drove over it.
Yes.
Okay.
So
unfortunately, ending for Joseph Booth. I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
And that
wish him all the best.
Wish him all the best. We'll see you at the next round of PFI, which is a little while, so you've got time.
You've got a bit of time
to recover and recuperate. Here we go. The lead group still 9 carts all in a line. Garford, Cresswell, Morley, Kulkarni, Hull, Harris, King, Frost, Jenkins. Around Christmas Corner. And this section across the top here, I absolutely love it, going across the top. You know, you're going uphill right into Christmas Corner. Then you're going off camber, turning left and going uphill through the kink. And then you're back on positive camber, turning right downhill through Inkermans, and then all the way downhill. The cart's got to be so perfectly balanced.
Now I want to look at the back of Freddie Hull's race suit because it looks like his name is on there.
It says Charlie Webb, which is last year's junior TKM Precision Racing.
Yes, I know, but he's duct taped over it and then written Hull with white paint over the back of it.
I was totally confused and confuddled yesterday.
Yeah.
Olivia Jenkins has done the same. It's because I made fun of her jeans in the paddock walk yesterday. She's now wearing Alfie Garford's race suit with Garford written on the back of it. Well, Alfie Garford's old race suit. There it is.
There you go.
There we go. Well done. Good use of marker, pen and gaffer tape there. Thank you, Precision Racing.
Top quality stuff there.
Yes, but there's Garford, no such luck with Olivia Jenkins because I made fun of her jeans. I know it is. But then she did half the materials missing off the front of them. I mean,
expensive jeans, and they don't even give you half of it.
I know, half the materials missing. There we go. There she goes. There's
fashion,
Garford,
isn't it?
What would I know about that?
Not a thing. I'm the same.
Tyler Harris is having a very good race, the privateer driving number 88. So we did have a group of 9. We're now down to a group of 6. So we've jettisoned Leon Frost, Charlie King and Olivia Jenkins. We've now got 6 and Tyler Harris. Oh my word, I just want to say that he outbraked himself going to Christmas Corner and almost wiped out the O-plate of Aditya Kulkarni. And that has cost Tyler Harris a bit of momentum. He's going to have to work really hard now to stay in the slipstream.
I think he's done a good job of staying in the slipstream because out of that final corner again you can just see he's still right there, so I reckon he's okay as they go through. And again, look over the shoulder there for Freddie Hull, just sees if there's any threat there from Aditya Kulkarni. There isn't. No lunges there, and again, look at that. Tyler Harris looking to the inside.
Oh dear,
that is the
a bent
48.
looking chassis of Leah Jenkins,
Yeah.
and she looked disappointed and upset and hopefully not injured. Looking around, let's gather our thoughts. Something or someone has driven over that car. Let's have a little look. Jake Almasato. Well, everyone else has gone through without losing any positions. Now, she was battling with Leon Frost and Charlie King. Yep, she's up and out of her car.
Out of the car, but
That's
clearly
fine. Yeah,
not happy.
That's a damaged front end of the car. The wheels aren't designed to go that way, and the NASA panel isn't either. So hopefully she's okay. Fourth yesterday in her second.
Great finish from
Great
her.
finish, but not to be today in the final.
Yeah, that is a big shame for Olivia.
Garford and Cresswell. Cresswell sitting behind Garford, just sitting there, watching and waiting to see if there's an opportunity to pounce.
Well, let's see as they go through 8.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Quick rundown then of the order as it stands. Garford leading the way, and there could be a change for second place there. There isn't, no. So Cresswell still there in the number 2 with Freddie Hull there in 3rd. James Morley currently in 4th place with Aditya Kulkarni in 5th place. Tyler Harris there still rounding out the top 6 with Leon Frost just behind as well, up 2 positions. Charlie King there, the 16, down 2 positions in 8th place with Dara McInerney in the E plate, up 2 places in 9th place with his custom helmet as well.
Oh, yes,
he didn't have the best pre-final, of course. He had that coming together out of Oblivion.
Yes,
was Oblivion and Crook in that area with a couple of other drivers as well. So good to see him recovering from that one as well. Aidan Mitchell, the 14, up 3 places in P10. Harvey Jones as well in 11th place with Jake Al-Masawi in 12th place. We have lost Olivia Jenkins and we have lost Joseph Booth. Look at this again. Freddie Hull down the inside, gets past Cresswell for second place.
This is what Alfie Garford wants. He needs drivers between himself and Alistair Cresswell. I have to say, where is Freddie Hull in the championship? The answer is he's only 15th because he was excluded from the final at Kimbolton. But, I mean, he's driving strongly here. Now, let's look back at the junior TKM history. When was the last time we saw Precision Racing? Well, Precision Racing, they've won 5 finals in junior TKM in the last 2 years, but the last time they won was with Zach Oates at Kimbolton in 2019. I was there that weekend. Yes, that was the first final at Kimbolton. Zach Oates was the last time that a Precision Racing driver stood on the top step of the podium. Well, Tim Wilson Motorsport have got 3 wins in junior
Change
TKM.
for the lead, sorry, Harry.
Sorry,
Yeah,
well, Freddie Hull's gone into the lead. Well, hey!
He has indeed, yeah. He's managed to get past Alfie Garford there. Up again, up into Christmas corner. Garford responds, though, back down the inside at Ashby. Gets that move back past. There is the E-plate. Just whizzing past. That's Dara McInerney there. McInerney, sorry, I should say. Oh, yes. No, technical.
Aidan Mitchell.
Technical. Oh, that is very broken, that is.
Yeah, there's not a lot of technical about that.
No.
And he knows the problem. He's pulls out. There goes Jake Amasawi.
Yep.
Harvey Jones in 11th. Aidan Mitchell will now no longer be in 10th place. And it's all chopping and changing. But look at Garford go now at the front, and Cresswell signalling, say, come on, think about it.
Yep.
And Freddie Hill saying, well, it's not my championship battle, I want second place, it's up to you.
Yeah.
You know, think about, I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about making a move, and you see almost Alistair Cresswell shaking his head, and here comes Tyler Harris. Harris with a good move. Wow. So Morley slips back a place, Kulkarni slips back a place, Leon Frost has caught back up to this group. So Garford has scarpered, and it's now game on for second place, it has to be said.
Yep, it definitely is because, you know, Tyler Harris, he had the fastest lap of the race earlier on as well, so he had good waft, good momentum, and he's trying to hold on to that and not get stuck behind the rest of them, you know, hold on to that pace and just get pass after pass after pass. And unfortunately, 3 wide, here we go, in towards Pitts Bend. That never goes well usually. It looks like it came out well that time around.
They all flash across the screen, yeah. So Freddie Hull now trying to make his move on Alistair Cresswell again for second place. And Cresswell, though, tapping his steering wheel, so Freddie Hull's like, well, okay, now he's pushing, and it looks like the 77 Tim Wilson kart of James Morley has gone with these two. They're dropping back, so Frosty's into 5th position, Kulkarni's down to 6th, King is 7th, and then it is, so where's Tyler Harris?
Tyler Harris has dropped behind Charlie King now, so got hung up to dry at Christmas.
Yes, down to 8th place now for Tyler Harris. Saying, you know, there's been something about TKM grids falling slightly, which is true. But I mean, you could get a great race with there's 11 drivers left in the race now. 4 3/4 minutes remaining. Garford's lead goes out to under half a second, but Cresswell responds 46.84. New fastest lap, and Cresswell and Hull are closing back in.
Yeah, indeed. Cresswell with the fastest lap of the race. Now in second place. And, well, look at it there. Some 0.2 faster than Garford that time around. The gap still 0.4 of a second. Looks like it's closing in there. Freddie Hull's following as well. These three have been chopping and changing all the way through this race.
Oh, yes.
4 minutes to go. I suspect we're going to see some more chopping and changing.
I think we are. I think the fireworks display is someone has lit the fuse, and we're just waiting for the popping and banging to start.
Yes, indeed. And there they go, through Oblivion again, past Crook, up towards Fine Lady they go. Now the long run down, everyone tucking in there, into the slipstream. No moves here, into Christmas. Again, I reckon around 2 minutes to go.
Okay, so the DJ clock watch is on.
Yep.
Clock. Into Ashby's. 3 for the win, for the lead. Still 3.5 minutes to go. Freddie Hull now content to push. He had a couple of little stabs at Alistair Cresswell, and then the message got through. First defensive move from the race leader comes with 3 minutes 15 seconds to go, and Cresswell makes the move. Garford defending, and Garford's going to be losing second place as well if he's not careful. He fights back, but Cresswell now finds himself in the lead with a 6-car length advantage. One move, and Morley now comes back into 3-car battle for second place all of a sudden.
Well, my prediction was wrong. Down the inside. Oh, Freddie Hull, that NASA panel's gone.
Championship done. Championship potentially done for Alfie Garford. Oh, and he knows it. And he knows it. He leans back. He knows that is as critical a moment for it to go wrong as it's possible to be. A lap earlier, he was leading and in control. A lap later, championship hopes in the bin, along with the NASA panel on that kart. And I've got to say, the rear bumper of Freddie Hull's kart, the rear wheel, that went right over his legs there. Hope he's okay. What it means is that Alistair Cresswell's path to a third successive victory and potentially a British title, not today, but potentially at PFI, is now clear and open with 2 minutes to go. Morley's up to second, and he's 8/10 down, and Hull is still third. Kulkarni is fourth, followed by Harris in fifth, King sixth, McInerney seventh, Frost down to eighth, and Harvey Jones, and the last driver still running is Jake Almasawi. Alistair Cresswell can breathe easily. He will look over his shoulder and he will see that the number 9 kart is now no longer there, and his nearest rival is the number 77 of James Morley. Morley is third in the standings, but while he's only 2 points behind Garford, but he hadn't scored as well during the heats, so now James Morley remains. Alistair Cresswell, it's last man standing. James Morley, he came into this weekend 16 points behind the championship lead. He's lost a few more points during the heats and the pre-final. Can he drag it back and somehow manufacture a win here? But he's a second down. We've only got a minute to go. There's the gap.
There it is. I'm amazed that Freddie Hull's car's still going around as well, because that took, well, it was a heck of a knock as well for him.
Yep, it was. He just went for the move. He went for the move, and Garford tried to defend it, and it was again. We've seen it happen several times. Wheel-to-wheel contact.
Yep.
Up over the top. Here we go. Into the boot. This is lap number 18. Now, drivers will be getting tired. Tyres will be getting tired. That's what they're fighting for. The podium positions. And Kulkarni looking for his first podium of the season. So is Freddie Hull. In fact, they're looking for their first British Championship podium ever. Both these drivers. So is Tyler Harris. What a story that would be for Tyler Harris. Harris in the number 88 kart is 12th in the championship. But James Morley all on his own. Oh, we're nearly 3 wide there. There's the 24. Oh, and Kulkarni on the outside just had his right rear wheel on the grass as he was trying to turn left, and Kulkarni is out. Well, we saw that, you know, Kulkarni on the outside of Freddie Hull and Tyler Harris, and he just had his right rear wheel on the grass. And there's Harris now making his bid for a podium. Last lap board's gone out. Alistair Cresswell is looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. Anthony Jordan, you'll have to see what early 90s hip-hop star he's got on his T-shirt.
Yep.
He's a student of the game, is Alistair Cresswell. He's always got a different sort of hip-hop legend on his T-shirt. You'll have to go and see who he's repping today. But Cresswell, it's been a shaky weekend for Alistair Cresswell, but he's going to come out on top once again. It's going to be 3 wins out of 3. He looks behind him. Morley will not catch him, but Morley, this is going to be James Morley's best career result in the British Championship. After 2 third places, he's now been second out of the final corner. Cresswell takes the win. Morley second, and Freddie Hull will finish in 3rd place with Charlie King 4th for Classic Motorsport. Tyler Harris 5th, and Dara McInerney, that's his best career result, in 6th position. 7th for Leon Frost, 8th for Harvey Jones. Al Moussaoui is 9th. Kulkarni, Garford, Mitchell, Jenkins didn't finish, and Booth didn't start. There is Aditya Kulkarni, the O-Plate champion, just watching. A few people saying, you know, so there's, what's the choice between TKM, Rotax and X30? Well, of course, there's budget, there's parity, there's performance, you know, there's the style of driving, you know, everyone races to suit their budget and their circumstances. Simple as that. And yeah, we've seen some incidents and accidents in all classes so far, but I mean, yeah, TKM is not generally a field where you have lots of incidents. So, oh, there goes those code check. We missed the first couple, but you have to feel bad for Alfie Garford. Alfie Garford had done everything right. He finished just behind the, just behind Cresswell in virtually all the races so far this year. This weekend, he was quicker than Alistair Cresswell. He was leading, and then circumstances, and he's gone from leading the race to being out of the race within half a lap. And yeah, that is going to be a tough task for Garford to now play himself back into contention. Cresswell, another maximum score. There is Olivia Jenkins' kart coming in. Oh, that chassis looks like it's doing a good impression of a banana. There's going to be either some serious work on the jig, or, oh, here comes Aditya Kulkarni back in. He gets the kart restarted, and he's going to have words with somebody by the way. So he looks like a man on a mission. So Aditya Kulkarni goes in to have a chat with, I'm guessing, possibly Tyler Harris. Words exchanged. Anthony Jordan is heading down towards the pits to interview Alistair Cresswell, and he will be doing so right about now.
Excellent, thank you very much, Henry. Yes, here with our race winner, Alistair Cresswell. Well, that was a bit of a roller coaster of a race, but it was all behind you. You look pretty calm where you were.
Yeah, I managed to get away at the end, but it was definitely difficult with Freddie Hull battling by me and Alfie getting away a little bit.
I mean, this track, it always provides really close racing, but it is a challenge out there, isn't it?
Yeah, the high curbs and very bouncy track, it really hurts the ribs. So I got the rib protector on.
Yeah, definitely a good purchase is a good rib protector. But for yourself, you know, it's a great one on this one. You're extending your championship lead. We're going to the last round of PFI in a few months. Again, it must be nice to have that one hand firmly on that title.
Yeah, it's definitely good. Maybe I have to worry a little bit less at the last few rounds, but it's still going to be difficult to win the championship.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Talco Racing and everybody that came to support me today. Well, my sister, even though she's quite annoying, but yeah, and her boyfriend Finn, they're here to support me. Definitely my dad for mechanicking me, and all cousins and aunties and uncles who are supporting me today.
Excellent. Well done, Alistair Cresswell, on a race win here at Whilton Mill.
Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for our junior TKM. Let's have a quick chat with James Morley. Let's see if we can. We've got time because the TKM Extreme are getting themselves lined up. Well, talk us through that race from your point of view, because it was a bit of action all the way through that.
Yeah. So we didn't get a very good start, which was quite unfortunate because we were on the outside. So we just get squeezed into the first corner. And then we were just, I don't know, from heat 2, had a bit of a collision with the other driver on the track, and my ribs are really hurting. So that's also a struggle around here, especially because the track's so bumpy.
Have you also got a rib protector on under this? Yeah, you have as well. Yeah, perfect. You do need them. But, yeah, you know, a second place final, you can take that. You can be happy with it. You know, it's a tough weekend all round. But, yeah, you can look forward going into the final round of PFI.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a breathing room from karts behind. But, yeah, it's going to be a struggle to catch up to the other drivers ahead of me.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, massive thank to First Step for sponsoring me to make this all happen, really. My mum and dad for bringing me here, TWM, and massive thank to my mechanic, Joey.
Excellent stuff. Well, our second place winner there, Mr. Morley. Let's get our third place man in. Mr. Webb, we've got 2 minutes apparently. Okay, we've got a brief chat then. So, well, talk us through, you know what question I'm going to ask, don't you? Talk us through what happened at Christmas Corner.
I went on a move on, I think I've forgotten the name now, and he tried to squeeze me onto the corner, so it ended up with us colliding, and he came off worse, unfortunately.
It was Mr. Garford who it was with, but yeah, you know, it's a tough one, right? Christmas Corner is very fast, it's very tight, it's very complex, because the next corner you got the kink and Inkermans as well. It comes up very thick and fast, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough old track, but you've had a good weekend. It all came down to the final on that one. You can have your head held high, but anyone you'd like to thank as well?
I'd like to thank my dad and Precision Racing.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the third place, and hopefully we'll see you at PFI.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from Freddie Hull. Well, excellent stuff from the Junior TKM final. More finals coming up, because up next we've got TKM Extreme.
So just very briefly before we head back to TKM Extreme. So the championship point standings at the end of that final. Alistair Cresswell, 570 points. Alfie Garford, 545. James Morley, 544. It's not over yet, but a 25-point deficit is going to be difficult for Garford to make up on a grid of just 14 karts with 1 round remaining. And we T-shirt watch, it was a Death Row Records 91 T-shirt that Alistair Cresswell was sporting in that one. Now we have a look at some paddock shots. TKM Extreme is up next. I wonder if Mr. Jordan could be so kind as to go and get some grids for us on his route back from the paddock area. Some great comments coming in. Thank you for the compliments, Mr. Sims 0700. Cheers to the footage and the commentary, guys. Well, the footage, the commentary you've got to put up with. First time I've tuned in, quality production. Well, there we are. This is the British Championship, and quite frankly, no one does it as good as the official British Championship and Alpha Live. Moving on, TKM Extreme, 19 drivers. We started with 20, down to 19. Sadly, Mr. Wadley is no longer part of the event. Looking down now, look at, well, TKM Extreme. It's anyone's race. I mean, coming into this weekend, James Pashley was the championship leader. Let's have a look as well for the number 3 kart of Joseph Reeve-Smith. So there he is, the green and white Tony kart with the orange stripes down the side, number 3. He was involved in that incident earlier with Pashley that saw Pashley's kart hit his head. Chris Whitton and Adam Sparrow share the front row of the grid. Harvey Roth and Spencer Lane on row 2. Zach Bowen and Michael Cornell on row 3. Kai Springfield and Theo Tibbetts on row number 4. Row 5 is Nathan Miles and Josh Raystrick. Row 6, Andrew Lawrence and Megan Lawson. Row 7, Tom Johnson and Matt Allnut. Row 8, Theo Hesketh and James Pashley. Watch for them. Fireworks arriving, and Joe Reeve-Smith with Joe Stockford and Joe Fowler also looking for a bit of top gear from the rear action. The points table: Pashley, Reeve-Smith, Hesketh, Fowler, your top 4. Adam Sparrow now moves up to 5th in the championship with Kai Springfield 6th, Matt Ald at 7th. Zach Saunders was 8th. He's not racing this weekend. So really, still anyone out of 6 or 7 drivers have got a chance at this one. We'll bring the championship points up as the race progresses, but as they start and cross the line, we'll do a quick update on the first lap, because we've got championship leaders down at the back. Lights are out and we're off and racing. So we go into Crook, and up the corner to Oblivion, and there's Kai Springfield, the number 7 kart, running very, very wide there at Oblivion. Up the hill, it's Chris Whitton in the number 33 kart who has the lead, and Pashley fighting his way through. Joe Reeve-Smith, his shoulder was hurting. I walked with him to the medical facility earlier on, and he was okay. He was very, very grateful for that crash helmet that, saved him an awful incident. But I mean, on the first lap with Pashley, Reeve-Smith and Hesketh down the field, what are the championship standings as they are, please? Come on, I said nice things. There we are. Pashley 484, Reeves 459, Hesketh 455, and Sparrow. And look at that, Sparrow and Fowler all together. Okay, so we're down to anyone of 5 ready for the title. And you can see now, Sparrow, by virtue of leading, no, Pashley's back at the top. As they cross the line, it changes. Adam Sparrow in kart number 1, up at the second, 25 points behind Pashley as things stand. Sparrow runs third. There's the E-plate of Pashley, the championship leader, gaining ground, and every position he makes up, he'll gain ground in the championship. Thank you. We'll come back to this later on, but it's game on in the title race. As watch the Theo Hesketh in the number 2 kart and Reeve-Smith in the number 3. They're all trying to fight their way up from the back of the pack. So Adam Sparrow and Chris Whitton, well, Whitton is not really a championship threat. He's down in 13th at the moment, but certainly Adam Sparrow's got to take advantage while he can get to the lead, while the rest of the title contenders are fighting. Harvey Roth has the lead at the moment.
Fighting back. Sparrow, number 1, just trying to claw in any sort of space. You can see him chopping and changing with the 33 of Chris Whitton as well. That's allowing the rest of the pack to close in. There's the number 11 tucking in, Spencer Lane. Zach Bowen as well, just in front. Yep. The 18 as well. And again, this train getting ever larger there. Tucking into the inside goes Bowen. Gets that move done as well. The number 11, Spencer Lane, follows. Can't quite hold the position. The 33, Whitton, moving back now. And again, impressive from Michael Cornell. Oh, there goes Pashley at the inside of Kai Springfield. Sideways into Boise. He's made the move. 85, the all-white chassis of Michael Cornell. Real, true privateer driver. And, he's doing a great job up in the top 6 at the moment. We've seen him at the start of the race. Mechanical flag for Joe Stockford. So, Joe Stockford, the first driver out of the race, and that is why his chain guard has fallen off. Yes,
I mean, if his team, he's with Precision Racing, if Precision Racing have another chain guard with them, he can come into the pits, get that chain guard put on, and go back out again.
Yes.
Can he do it without losing a lap? Because if he can, then if there's a Battenberg flag, the whole field get bunched up again. Theo Hesketh sets a new fastest lap of the race. So Stockford in kart number 54. There's Pashley again, making a move down at Oisiers. Up at the front, Harvey Roth and Adam Sparrow, first and second. Zach Bowen has moved to the P2 now on that Tony kart chassis. Sparrow back to third. And, Harvey Roth, first-year senior driver, a title contender last year in juniors. How do we say this? He hasn't... he hasn't endeared himself to his competition just all the way through the season. Now red flags, hand in the air, red flags. So the driver's being told to stop. The instant marshals there, so Harvey Roth leading, Zach Bowen second. Now we don't know where the incident is or what the incident is. Adam Sparrow is third, looking over his shoulder, shaking his head. Chris Whitton in fourth. Where is Spencer Lane? Should be in 5th position. Is it Andrew Lawrence in kart number 38 that hasn't come around? Or is it Kai Springfield in kart number 7? There's the problem. It's coming out of the final corner. There's certainly driver on the ground. Now, we've seen already how awkward that final corner is. It's very fast. There's no runoff. You don't slow down. The drivers are being stopped on the short straight. Into the marshals, heading towards the final corner. It's Kai Springfield and there's the damaged kart, the Stoneham Barnes Park sponsored Jade kart entry. Obviously Springfield is not in the kart. There goes the ambulance and the medical team on site very, very quickly. Indeed, everyone else up and out of the kart. So there will be a delay in the meeting while we sort that out. So while the ambulance is on circuit, we're on lap number 5. We're going to wait to 11 minutes, 21 seconds to go of a 15-minute race. Now, whether we have a full regrid or whether we just have a rolling start, we've gone past 25% race distance. We haven't reached 75% race distance. We'll wait to hear from the officials to see how the restart procedure is going to take place. We're going to wait to hear from the officials to see that the driver, and in the meantime, how the driver is, Kai Springfield. In the meantime, I think we should have a word from our sponsors at Wera Tools.
Yeah.
So, Rob Smedley, you must have a cornucopia of British Grand Prix memories. Do you care to share a couple of your favourite ones?
Well, the two favourite ones I'm going to give you, one is from a work point of view, and the other one is from a fan point of view. And the best one from a work point of view was 2012 in Ferrari, where we didn't have the best car that season, and it was a wet, dry condition on the Sunday morning. We were wondering what to do, and even on the grid it was a little bit damp. We decided to go for slicks. Fernando Alonso, who, in my opinion, at that point was the greatest driver, of that bunch. He just got what Fernando needs in a situation like that. He got a sniff of a victory. He was qualified about fourth to sixth on the grid. By the time he got onto the Wellington Straight, he got himself into first position, tiptoeing through them damp conditions. And then it was just awesome. It was just a Fernando Alonso masterclass. And I remember Stefano Domenicali sitting next to me saying, but we haven't got the best car, we'll never win it. I said to him, Stefano, when this boy gets in front, he's got the inch, we've given him the inch, he's going to take the yard. And he did, and he never ever looked back. It was absolutely brilliant. So my favourite British Grand Prix memory as a fan, and I have to say it's my favourite Grand Prix memory of all time, was the first time my dad took me to Silverstone. It was 1988. We had those incredible engines. I didn't know anything about Grand Prix racing. I still know very little, in fact. But I walked into the paddock. He took me to Silverstone, and I was 10, 11 years old, something like that. And we walked into the paddock, and I remember seeing that iconic 88 McLaren car whiz past, coming out of Woodcut at some ridiculous speed with a ridiculous noise, and I was just absolutely blown away. And I decided on that weekend, 11 years old, I was going to be a Formula One engineer, and it was kind of like a lifelong vocation to get there. But absolutely brilliant, and I've got such great memories of going to the British Grand Prix with my dad.
Rob, thank you so much. That's such a unique perspective, obviously winning it from the pit wall, but also, like everyone, that first time as a spectator where you got bit by the bug with your dad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, the norm is quite a standard team that we always use. It's normally the club officials that supply the main scrutineers, and then myself, normally here as the commissioner, and then having another scrutineer who's doing the eligibility to be the chief of the championship. So we're always in, it's always the same people that are there. So there's not a lot to actually arrange on that side of it. Equipment side of it, you need to make sure obviously you've got everything that you need for that particular class, especially when there's multiple types of classes being raced at a particular meeting. There's a lot of things that come back to us from obviously teams grumbling, and you have to be careful you don't just take the teams grumbling as being a way of them hiding things that they might be trying on as well. There's a different things. A bit of a smoke screen comes out from it, and really nothing's happening out there, but they're just trying to push you to look at other people all the time. So you have to be careful of that one. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that come back to us about little Johnny's doing this, and you need just to look into it to make sure that they are either false or if they are correct. And if they're correct, then obviously you have to find a way of pouncing on it and stopping the problem when it's before it gets out of hand, really. I think a lot of that, the respect and everything that you spoke about, is something you have to earn over all the years that you've been doing it. A lot of the mechanics nowadays, I've probably known them since they're 8 years old. It's a little bit of a worry sometimes because we're all getting older. But that you've earned that respect out of them over the years, and you have to have a little bit of fun with them as well, because it's no good jumping all the time, because nobody likes that. You have to make it a nice atmosphere to be in. When they come into scrutineering, you have to make sure that they know they're coming somewhere where you're not going to just, you know, oh, we've got to go and see him again, and you don't want that attitude. So, yeah, as long as you've worked with them over the years, you've got a bit of a rapport with them, and they're quite happy then to be in here. They have a laugh and a joke with you as well. You take it on the chin as well, you know, when they take the mickey out of you. And it's nice, they know that they can talk to you as an individual and not as a official. And I think that's where the main part is, that we're all human and we all have to work together. And as long as you're fair with them, they'll always be fair with you. No, it's not. It's very easy, that one is, I'm afraid. And you've hit the nail on the head. Successful meeting is when everybody goes away having enjoyed themselves, all raced on a level playing field, and nobody's been found to be either underweight or done anything that's incorrect. And that's a successful meeting.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Whilton Mill, that brief interlude. So, we can bring you up to date as to the condition and the incident that happened. So there is the sign of the accident. Kai Springfield impacted the barriers on the left-hand side of the screen coming out there. He was ejected from his kart. The medical team have been with him. He has walked into the back of the ambulance, which is good to see. So everything is okay with Kai Springfield. I mean, obviously he's going to be shaken but not stirred. And there'll be a single file restart. So we've got 11 minutes and 22 seconds plus a lap of this TKM Extreme final to go. There'll be one rolling lap and then into a single file restart with Harvey Roth leading Zach Bowen, Adam Sparrow, Spencer Lane, Chris Whitton, Michael Cornell, Nathan Wells, Theo Tippett, Josh Raystrick and James Pashley, your top 10. Mentioning on the stream there, thank you for mentioning Oscar. Oh, so that's why Oscar Houle is racing. Jab, COVID jab, side effects.
Yes.
Not, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I know after I had my second jab, all I wanted to do was go to sleep for 3 days. So, but that's just normal for me. And so I can totally sympathise. But fair play to Oscar for getting out there and trying. But yeah, if you know, it's
if you're not feeling up to it,
you're not feeling up to it. I know there was Tom Edmonds was suffering the side effects of the same thing, but he's sort of recovered today. There is a look. There's Theo Hesketh in the blue race suit there, the number 2. Championship positions at the moment. James Pashley leads with 537 points. Adam Sparrow on 510, Joe Reeve-Smith 508, Theo Hesketh 507, Joe Fowler 498, Zach Bowen 483. Kai Springfield is 7th in the point standings. There is, but will not score any more points in this one. There is the number 14 kart of Matthew Allnutt. I did notice as well, it was good to see when Andrew Lawrence, now obviously he was battling with Kai Springfield or was around that, maybe that incident. He was standing with Kai Springfield as the medics, sort of as Kai stood up there. So a very sporting gesture there from Andrew Lawrence. I'm not quite sure. We didn't see the incident, but it is worth remembering that that's good sportsmanship regardless from Andrew Lawrence to be there when Kai Springfield sort of sprung back. Well, he didn't spring back to his feet. He sort of gingerly, sort of slowly and steadily stood up. And good to see as well the crowd there on there giving him a rousing round of applause as he then walked into the back of the ambulance, because no matter how bad a driver is injured, they want to walk into the ambulance, not get carted
yes.
into the back of an ambulance. So here we go then. Engines are refired. TKM Extreme Final Part 2, Anthony.
It's about to get underway. So, like you said, single file rolling start again for the restart. And, of course, I'm guessing they'll do 1 or 2 laps just to clear those engines out after they slow down.
I mean, I spoke to Nigel Edmonds, the race director, and he said 1.
1, okay.
So that and he would have told that, and, you know, he will be impressing for that, although they are quite spread out. And there are still all the dads that have restarted the kart and mechanics on the side of the circuit.
Yeah.
So we've got
There they go. Oh, look at that. Dad march. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Off they go. And now it's down to Harvey Roth, the youngest driver in the field, to slow the field down and bring them to... Well, they're all sort of slowly catching up. Let's have a look. He's coming into Wilkins now, so it might be, well, you know...
It might be okay.
The clipboard of doom has spoken.
Yeah, oh, yes.
And the clipboard of doom said, 1 rolling lap, thou shalt obey.
Yes, indeed.
Here we go. Ah, look at that. And they have all complied.
They have indeed complied. There we go. So we're going to get the restart then for the TKM Extreme final, race 38 of the weekend. Don't go anywhere after this because it's not the final. We've got Repechages after this.
And Sparrow saying, right, come on, go. Oiling up, they're all busy, you know, yeah.
There we go. So, in towards the boot section they go, and hopefully green flag will come out this time and we'll get the TKM Extreme final back underway.
Green flag in the air, and we're back off and racing. It's a good jump from Harvey Roth. Zach Bowen gets caught napping a little bit. Adam Sparrow and Chris Ritton right in his wheel tracks. 17 drivers head through. So Andrew Lawrence at the back of the field there. So obviously he's back in the race. He was still running. He wasn't part of the incident, but he maybe had just stopped or saw it or something like that. But he was there just to make sure that Kai was okay. And Kai is okay. We'll try and... We'll do a Paddock show after this. We'll try and maybe have a little chat with him with Kai if we see him around to see if all is still well. So, into Oi's ears on the 6th lap of the race, the 1st lap of the restart, and there is the number 40 car, Matthew Warner. Oh no, there's Joe Reeve-Smith slowing down. Joe Reeve-Smith out of 3rd in the championship, and now
he's still going.
He's trying to get that car up to speed. So did he go off on his own at Wilkins? Possibly. So that may be, well, we've had one sort of stoppage. Oh, there's another car going slowly at the side of the circuit. That could be, is that Joe Stockford? It is Joe Stockford in the number 54 car.
Yep.
So Stockford was a couple of laps down, but he was running at the time of the red flag, so he's been allowed to take the restart. Up the hill towards Wilkins we go. Down toward, he's getting black flag, so he wasn't running at the stop, so therefore he cannot come out to play again. Right. Sorry, Joe.
That's a shame.
Straight black flag,
Joe.
in he goes.
Yep, that is a shame. Less than 10 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. Big train forming here, one big group all the way back to 15th place.
Yep, and there's the black flag for Stockford. And now Sparrow's got past Roth, so Zach Bowen leads the race. Adam Sparrow trying to get into the lead. James Pashley is gaining ground. There is Whitton passing Spencer Lane. Now, on the all-time list of winners, Chris Whitton has got 4 wins. Adam Sparrow has got 4 wins. James Pashley has got 3 wins. So if Whitton or Sparrow win today, they take 1st place overall on the list of all-time TKM Extreme winners in the British Championship since Motorsport UK took over the running of it at the start of 2019.
Yes, indeed.
Zach Bowen hasn't had a win and wants to scupper those plans. And of course, if James Pashley somehow managed to get up and take the win, he'll move into a 3-way tie because he's had 3 wins. If he moves on to 4 wins, then he will be a 3-way tie with Whitton and Sparrow. Yeah. There is Stockford coming in. Yep, playtime's over for you, sir. Sorry. There is Pashley passing Spencer Lane. That moves James into 5th position. Theo Hesketh still runs in 9th. Joe Reeve-Smith is there in 16th position, so he's gaining ground. Well, I mean, the disembodied voice in my head answered me once. Shall I see if you answer me again?
Well, let's find out.
Disembodied voice in my head, please can you show the championship standings for TKM Extreme at the present time? Thank you. 541 points for James Pashley, 512 for Aaron Sparrow, so 22, 32, 42, 29 points is the advantage at the moment, with Sparrow sitting in 2nd place and Pashley sitting in 4th, up 12 places from 16th on the grid. Hesketh, Reeve-Smith and Fowler not really in contention, so it's down to Adam Sparrow, the last 2 British champions, the 2019 champion Pashley, the 2020 champion Sparrow. Sparrow has got to try and make some moves, he's got to make one move on Zach Bowen for the race lead. That's all he can do. And then sit back and wait and see if Pashley comes a cropper and loses a bit. Harvey Roth, Harvey Roth mullering Sparrow there at Oisies, and Pashley goes through. So now Pashley ahead of Sparrow on the track. that's going to gain him even more championship points.
It will indeed, yeah. Up 12 positions is James Pashley.
Make that 13 now.
Oh, yeah, it would be 13 actually, yes. Oh, yeah, very correct. Yeah, up into 3rd place now, right on the back of Harvey Roth.
And you can see the championship positions change there.
Yeah,
So Sparrow loses a couple of positions and a couple of points. Theo Hesketh on 509 now in a tie for 2nd place with Adam Sparrow, but Pashley moves up to 544 points. 19, 29, 39. This is live maths, ladies and gentlemen. That would be 35 points in the lead.
Well, there we go. Right, so less than 7 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. Line astern then, 1st place all the way back. This is the battle for the race lead. Zach Bowen leading the way at the moment. Harvey Roth there, the 63 in 2nd place. Pashley, the E-plate, up 13 places. At the moment is wanting to get this race victory, extending his championship lead. That's what everyone wants to see.
Yes.
Well, especially Pashley. So
yes,
that's what Pashley wants to see.
Here comes Harvey Roth, however. Harvey Roth into the lead, and Pashley trying to pass Harvey Roth. Zach Boyd, sorry, for 2nd, and Zach Boyd holds him off. So Sparrow can now come back at the E-plate holder and try, and Pashley signalling there, saying, right, come on, now let's push. He runs a little bit wide there, coming through Wilkins and into Voices. Here comes Joe Fowler in the number 31 kart. That Jody Scheckter-style crash helmet. Great to see. I loves me a retro crash helmet, I does.
It's because you are retro, Henry. You're very retro.
Yes. Joe Reeve-Smith, technical flag. So that is race over, championship over. We've lost Andrew Lawrence as well, so we're down to 15 runners now, led by Harvey Roth. Here comes James Pashley at the inside of Bowen to take 2nd position. Yes, he does. Now Sparrow's going to have to try and do something about it as well. Sparrow out at increments down towards Ashby's. Well, it's now or never, Adam. We've got 5 minutes to go. There's Joe Reeve-Smith comes in. And I mean, we can't see it, but
that is the nose cone.
The NASA panel has failed.
It has, yeah. That is a big shame for Joseph Reeve-Smith. You know, he had a disaster in his pre-final.
All credit for getting out there and doing it after such a nasty incident in the 2nd heat race. So Harvey Roth getting some support on the live stream. And Marcus Littlewood, the Spirit of Senna karting driver, but now he's now a Jade racing driver.
Yep.
But I think we should bring back the Spirit of Senna name because they were great-looking karts. Hell of a drive from Pashley. Yes, so far, but it ain't over yet.
It ain't over until Henry starts singing.
It ain't over till it's over.
There's Theo Hesketh, the number 2, getting past the 33 of Chris Whitton as I try to continue. Henry sings in the commentary box. Out of voice is
Tarrant Trent's Derby, that was, I think it was.
Was it?
Baby, it ain't over till it's over.
Please let it be over.
Someone let me know.
Please, no one encourage him. Please don't encourage him.
Oh,
very wide there.
Sparrow.
He's very close to that wall there. Tantalisingly close.
Well, yeah, almost disastrously close. You know, that's the risk they're running. And of course, here comes James Pashley at the inside of Harvey Roth. Harvey Roth notices the incoming car, and he doesn't notice that Zach Bowen's also trying to go through as well, side by side for 2nd. So Pashley has got the race lead from 16th on the grid. The E-plate holder. There's Bowen and Spencer Lane. Now, hey, if James Pashley wins this race, that's a championship-winning drive. I mean, Joe Reeve-Smith wasn't particularly happy with him, and looking back at that incident between Pashley and Reeve-Smith, you know, if you're going to apportion blame, you know, Pashley could have conceded the corner, but he didn't. We're all okay, but this is a champion's style drive from James Pashley. Has come up through the field. He's, you know, of course, a race stoppage. You know, okay, it bunches everyone up together, but you know, you've got, as a driver, you've geared yourself up, and now Sparrow is fading. Adam Sparrow, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to really save his championship defence. Has to be said. Hesketh is there. At the moment, Hesketh has passed Sparrow for 2nd in the championship. Pashley on 549 points. Theo Hesketh on 513. Adam Sparrow on 509.
There we go again. Sparrow under pressure there because Joe Fowler's wanting to get in on this party as well. Yep. Manages to defend against that one because Spencer Lane has got past Joe Fowler. He's moved up now into P6. So as they go through, again, past the start-finish line, 2.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. We look here at Mr. Sparrow. He has caught up to the back of Theo, but like I say, Theo, big mover here. He's up 11 places as well with Pashley. He's up 15 into the lead.
But it's the battle for fourth
It
place,
is.
though. It's not the
It
battle.
is.
It's not the battle that Sparrow wants.
No.
And to be fair, Sparrow had a great opportunity. He's down 3 places, so he started on the front row of the grid with Hesketh and Pashley way back down the order, and he's now been passed by Pashley, and he's battling with Hesketh. Harvey Roth, meanwhile, the number 63 Tim Wilson Motorsport car, by far, well, you know, this is his most accomplished senior drive to date. He was involved in a bit of an incident yesterday with Adam Sparrow that Sparrow was not happy with, and you know, saying that he's been a bit of an accident magnet. If there's been an accident, he's found it this year.
Yeah.
Coming into Extreme, you know, still driving a bit like a junior, you know, going for it at every single corner. Now he's learning very quickly. There comes Chris Whitton. He's had a poor race. You know, the driver that started from pole positions all the way back in 8th position, battling with Fowler and trying to hold off Matt Allnut. Michael Cornell runs 10th, and it's Raystrick, Megan Lawson, Tom Johnson, Theo Tibbets, and Nathan Wells, the only other runners. So, what can Harvey Roth do? James Pashley, experienced 2019 British champion, current E-plate holder. Harvey Roth, youngest driver in the field, most aggressive, looking for his first, not only his first win, but his first podium in TKM Extreme, and he's right behind Pashley with a minute to go. If Roth gets a nose at the inside, and it's hard to say why he wouldn't because he's close enough, what does Pashley do? Zach Bowen sitting in 3rd position, so neither Bowen nor Roth are real championship threats to Pashley. The nearest championship threat is a little bit further back, Theo Hesketh in the number 2 plate and Adam Sparrow in the number 1. They're running 4th and 5th. You know, hey, Pashley wants to win a race. He wants to win every race. Like, here's the championship standings, but you can see that Bowen is down in 7th in the points table, and Harvey Roth saying go, and Pashley goes, okay, we'll go. 30 seconds to go. Well, Harvey Roth, are you happy to sit there in 2nd, Harvey? Or do you want to go for the win? There's only 30 seconds to go, mind, so 2 laps to go this time around. Anthony Jordan, interject, please.
Setting him into a false sense of security.
Lulling him.
Yes. You know, Pashley thinks, okay, well, he's not going to go for it, and I won't defend, and there it is.
Oh, Harvey Roth, you fibberoo.
Oh, you cheeky fellow.
You lied. You fell for it, Mr. Pashley. Now I will go and win the race. That's what he said himself.
Yeah.
Harvey Roth looks over his shoulder, Pashley sort of a shrug of the shoulder, and he sort of leads himself that head movement of the cart there, thinking, damn it, Titan. I was lulled. I've been lulled. Here comes Zach Bowen, now in 3rd position, but again, championship-wise, Pashley, he's lost a couple of points, but not to any of his great rivals. So, and there's Joe Fowler trying to go around the outside of Alan Sparrow.
Yeah, so good stuff there from these top 3. Clear breakaway then. So
final lap.
Yep, final lap board comes out in this TKM Extreme final. It's race 38 of the weekend.
So, smart. Now, Roth is going to defend for all he's worth because it's a chance for him to take his first win. Here comes Bowen. Pashley holds off Bowen into Christmas corner. Roth is not going to give him, he's going to look at the inside. He's going to look to the inside. No, poor Roth. And now Bowen on the outside. Wheel-to-wheel stuff here. Top 3 for the race win in TKM Extreme. Half a lap to go. Who are you going to be interviewing later on, Anthony? It's going to be Harvey Roth at the moment. Bowen in 2nd and Pashley in 3rd, looking over his shoulder. And now Theo Hesketh comes to play. 3 corners to go.
Yep, 3 corners, but it's all looking well at the moment. Harvey Roth clear, Pashley under pressure, trying to get the move now, as well as more coming into play, but checker flag.
Hesketh comes through as well.
He does indeed. Checker flag comes out. Roth, Bowen, Hesketh.
Oh, James Pashley was so intent on not having a crash on that last lap. He didn't want to crash. Harvey Roth, first win as a TKM Extreme driver. Tim Wilson Motorsport, that's their 3rd TKM Extreme win in British Championship history, and a great fillip for them. They get a 2nd in Junior TKM, a win in TKM Extreme, and that's what that's what happens when Pashley's focus went from winning to not crashing. He got mullered left, right and centre on the last lap, and eventually crossed the line in 5th position, so he loses championship points to Theo Hesketh. Last year's championship runner-up Theo Hesketh gains a bit of ground. Pashley still leads the title chase, but not by as much as he could have done. Fowler finishes 4th, Pashley 5th, Chris Whitton in Sparrow in 6th, Chris Whitton in 7th, then Spencer Lane, Matt Allnut and Michael Cornell. Now, nose cone watch, Zach Bowen, you're okay. Here comes your race winner, Harvey Roth, you are okay. Theo Hesketh, you are Oh, Theo, you are not okay. Nose cone, and the championship picture changed again because Theo Hesketh will get a penalty. Joe Fowler, okay. Now, Adam Sparrow. Let's have a look. Adam Sparrow is okay. There's Chris Whitton, he's okay. Here comes James Pashley. James Pashley's okay. So, Theo Hesketh thought he had gained positions on, points on James Pashley, but he hasn't. Now, obviously, because of the delay to the previous during that previous race, we're straight underway with the grid for Junior Rotax Repechage. It's Mikey Porter and Jamie Parley on the front row, Alfie Gallagher and Edison Purcell on row 2, Leighton Cooper and Leo LaCastro row 3, Jay Lawrence and Evie Poulain on row 4, Bobby Joe McFall and Chloe Chong row 5, Alex Biles and Charlie Ellis on row 6, Benjamin Ballou on row 7. 13 drivers, 6 transfer spots into the main event. Only 8 minutes to get it done. I don't think we got Benjamin Ballou out there. He had a very badly damaged kart in the first heat. So Mikey Porter and Jamie Parley. Now Bobby Joe McFall not out there. Charlie Ellis not out there. Oh no, poor old Charlie Ellis isn't out there either. So we're down to just 10, 2, 4, 5, yeah, 10 karts. 6 will go through, 4 will not. And there's a problem for Jamie Parley at the start. It's a false start. Jamie Parley just didn't get going. Well, so coming into today, Jamie Parley in the points standings, let me have Butcher's Hook, was 9th in the points table. Jamie Parley, 9th in the points table. What? Oh, he has got to get out of this if he's got any thoughts of the title. I mean, coming into today, Parley was only 50 points off the championship lead. And of course, the Rotax drivers, this is round 4 out of 5th. Round 4 out of 6, rather. So there's still plenty of racing now. Parley's back up to speed.
Looks like he's got that okay.
Mikey Porter. We'll have to try and wait and hear from the TKM Extreme drivers later on. So we're playing catch up now after that delay. We'll get the repechages done in junior and senior. 10 drivers, Anthony. 6 transfer spots. Just 8 minutes. So sadly, no Bobby Joe McFall, no Charlie Ellis, no Ben Ballou. We do have Porter, Parley, Gallagher, Purcell, Cooper, LaCastro, Lawrence, Poulain, Chong, and Biles.
International hand signal for I don't know what from Ken Potter there.
International hand signal for behave yourselves.
Yeah, probably. Not quite sure. There we go. So in towards the final corner. Is it going to be green flag this time around? It looks like a better start from Parley. Green flag out. Off we go.
Oh! Leo LaCastro jumped out of the tram lines. I think that looked like it was early, and then there was contact. That's poor old Leighton Cooper. So we're down to 9. Already, Alfie Gallagher slithering under braking. No, that wasn't Leo LaCastro there. Well, we'll see what happens if he broke formation too early. Normally, penalties for breaking start formation come up on our screens during the course of the race. Battle for the lead, though. Mikey Porter, the Jack's Motorsport driver, hanging on up front. Gallagher looking at the inside of Parley for second. With the second, another Project 1 racing car, Jay Lawrence in kart number 28 in 4th position at the moment. So halfway through, 3/4 of the way through the first lap, and we've got a 4-kart breakaway of sorts with the number 76 of Evie Poulain up in the 5th position, and then the 6th place kart is the number 16 of Leo LaCastro.
Well, there we go. Across the line they go then. And a good start from Mikey Porter, leading the way at the moment. Jamie Parley, after nursing that issue, back fighting strong and looking to get the move done here in towards Christmas Corner. Yes, he does. Takes the lead from Porter. Porter now back into P2. Rest of the field concertinaing up. Gap. Obviously, the whole top 6 are right there. So if they scrap, they can scrap if they really want to, but only the top 6 go through. They are the bubble. 7th place onwards. We lose for the final.
Interesting point to note. Yet in yesterday's Junior Rotax Repechage, of the top 6 that finished, 2 drivers, 1 was excluded, Scott Lapsley, and 1 had a penalty, Benjamin Ballou. So 7th and 8th place in the Repechage ended up qualifying for the final. So all is not lost. We've got a 7-car breakaway. There's Chloe Chong in the number 18 Dan Holland racing kart, now passing Leo LaCastro, who runs wide at Oblivion, and Leo LaCastro looks across at Chloe Chong and sees a place in the final disappearing. We've still got 6 minutes to go, however. And Alex Biles runs in 8th position. Edison Purcell 9th. Leighton Cooper is out there in 10th place, but a little further back. So it really is 7 drivers battling for 6 positions at the moment.
It is indeed, yeah, as they go through Wilkins down into Oisiers. Again, Chloe Chong looking to gain another position there. Gets nerfed out slightly wide, then loses the position back to Leo LaCastro. LaCastro back up into P6.
Now, this is where inexperience sort of counts. So Chloe Chong didn't need to make that move yet at Oisiers then. Sort of half committed, then backed out of it, lost the momentum, lost the position. Now, the good news for Chloe is there's 5.5 minutes of this race to go.
Yep.
Perrelly leads, 9th in the championship. He wants to clear off. Porter and Gallagher, 2nd and 3rd. They're safe. Poulain in kart 76 is 4th, and she is okay. Jay Lawrence in kart number 28. He can't rest easy just yet because LaCastro and Chong are right there behind him. So Chloe Chong just trying to spend a lap just following the number 16 kart to see if the 16 kart has got the pace to catch the ones in front, and if he hasn't, then make the move.
Yep. Oh God, look at that. That was taking some extra curb and some more there, wasn't it?
That was, you know, blatant curbage abuse.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
But, get as much as you can out of that. Straight like your job as a racing driver is to make the corner as straight as possible.
Curbs have feelings too.
They do indeed. There we go. Under braking. You can just see a bit.
It's like the concrete Me Too movement. Jamie Parody continues to lead on lap number 5. Jay Lawrence, best lap, Leo LaCastro. That's good news for both Leo LaCastro and for Chloe Chong. So Chloe Chong is sitting in LaCastro's wheel tracks, and now she'll realise, this lad in front of me, he is quick enough. We'll both catch Jay Lawrence in the number 28, and we'll both get past, and we'll both qualify for the final. Because if Chloe Chong tries for a move on Leo LaCastro, who she now knows has got a very quick kart, and doesn't work, then her chances of making the final are over.
Yes, so we'll have to see what happens. Only half race distance completed, plus that one additional lap. Perrelly leading the way from Porter, Gallagher, Poulain, then it's Lawrence, LaCastro. That's the top 6, and LaCastro with the fastest lap of the race as well. 45.490. There he is, the 16 plate. Chloe Chong still right there behind. Lawrence under pressure here. No defensive moves so far because everyone's spread out only very slightly. There's just a fraction of breathing space between each of them, isn't there?
The only person that's really breathing easily is Jamie Parrelly.
Yeah.
You know, up in the race lead, although Porter and Gallagher are not letting Jamie get away. And for Mikey Porter, the Jack's Motorsport team, that's Jack Marshall's team. They run in close conjunction with Strawberry, because Jack worked with Strawberry for many, many years. And of course, Jack was looked after and sort of helped train. And here comes Leo LaCastro, Jack McCarthy, former British champion. Back in day, and helped, sort of like fitness coach and train it for Jack McCarthy all the way up through the BTC support package. You know, the Porsche Carrera Cup including. Jack's now stopped racing, but and Jack Marshall has come back to start his own team, Jack's Motorsport. You can tell that Jack Marshall's a trendy guy because it's Jack's with 2 X's.
Yeah.
Not 1 X,
not 1,
2 X's.
Yeah.
And 3 X's is we're not allowed to say that. But Perrelly, Porter, Gallagher, Poulain, LaCastro at the 5th, and now, LaCastro has got past Jay Lawrence, and now Chloe Chong will have a little dabble at the rear end of the number 28 kart. There she goes at the inside.
Thought about it.
Thought about it. But I think maybe because in front of her, Leo LaCastro was trying to pass Evie Poulain, there was karts defending, so she backed out of it. Smart move there, quick thinking, so that, she did slow herself down. But it really is now. So 4 drivers, the top 3 are clear. These 4 drivers, 76, 16, 28 and 18, battling over 3 transfer spots.
They are indeed, yep. Less than 2 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. Out of the boot they go. Bit of a breakaway now from our top 3. Perrelly, Porter, Gallagher. They're clear by some, well, I would say around 7/10 of a second from Evie Poulain. They're in 4th place, the highest rookie out there at the moment. Here's the lunge, though, for the lead. Mikey Porter back in front, and that is exactly what Evie wants to see, because that means, well, it's not Evie anymore, because that looks like Leo LaCastro's made the move and has moved up into P4 now as well. So Evie Poulain's moved backwards. Chloe Chong.
Now behave yourself. Here she goes again.
She goes again.
Oh, dear.
They are moves that the gap is there, but it disappears very quickly.
Well, no one can argue that she's not giving it 110%.
Oh, and more.
Here's the lead battle. Perrelli, Porter, and Gallagher. Then it's the Castro, Poulain, Lawrence and Chong. Edison Purcell runs in 8th, but he is a second and a half behind Chloe Chong. Then it's Alex Biles, a further 5 seconds back in 10th position. And then Leighton Cooper has now passed Biles to 9th. So there's 10 karts start this race, 10 karts still running. Oh no. I'm chuckling to myself because I can imagine what's going on at the top on the pit gantry there. You know, Jack Marshall saying, like, don't make a move, just sit there, sit there, sit there, sit there, sit there, sit there. And every time he does that, Porter gets closer and closer to the rear of Perrelli's kart. Gallagher in 3rd place is not in a position to challenge Mikey Porter. And then it is Leo LaCastro in the number 16 kart in 4th position. Now he's pulling away a little bit from Evie Poulain. Now Evie Poulain can't relax too much. Here he goes, Mikey Porter up the inside. Oh, wheel to wheel. Oh, don't.
Gets the job
breathe.
done.
Gets the job done. Yep.
And relax.
The clock has struck 0.
It has. Last lap board will come out this
Next time around. Here's the battle. The 28 and the 18.
Yep.
Lawrence versus Chong. When Perrelli comes back at Porter. Now, oh my word.
There it is.
What are you doing, the pair of you? And who was that got spotted? Oh, poor old Alfie Gallagher. The innocent party there.
Yeah.
Oh, Alfie Gallagher there was just sitting in 3rd position, minding his own business. They start the last lap. Right, who is where? Let's have a look. Here comes Perrelli back up the inside of Porter, understeers on the curb. Porter tries to fight it. Porter then comes back across the track, and Alfie Gallagher, trying to avoid an incident, gets spun around.
Yep.
Who's come out where? We're half around the final lap. It's still Perrelli. Evie Poulain now is in 2nd place. 3rd is Lawrence. 4th is Chloe Chong. Leo LaCastro got held up in that as well somehow. He's 5th. And I got to say, Mikey Porter in 6th position is trying to hold on to the final transfer spot because Edison Purcell in the number 48 Sam Pollock racing kart is making a last gasp bid for Repechage glory. This is the battle. Oh, Porter runs wide going into the boot and he's off the grass. And Purcell passes him. Oh, Mikey Porter. Well, Jamie Perrelli has taken the checkered flag. Poulain in 2nd. Jay Lawrence is 3rd. Chloe Chong 4th. LaCastro is 5th and Purcell 6th. Poor old Mikey Porter and Alfie Gallagher miss out. Well, they miss out for now.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look. So, Leighton Cooper is 9th and Alex Biles is 10th. Will there be any penalties dished out for any of the incidents in that race, or will there be any nose cone penalties? Let us see. Because certainly Jamie Perrelli, Mikey Porter, there was incident and actions aplenty going on. Well, I know we're running behind schedule, so the senior Rotax Repechage will be going out quite quickly. But if we do have a chance to play a quick game of nose cone, nose cone bingo, then we'll just see. So I mean, yeah, at the moment, provisionally, Perrelli, Poulain, Lawrence, Chong, LaCastro, Purcell. Here we come. Oh, where's Dave?
There
Dave.
he is.
There's Dave. All right, Dave with his camera. Let's have a look. Jamie Perrelli. Oh, hang on. Whoa, son. Wait. Let's have a look at you. Oh, you're all right. Yep. Okay, so Jamie Perrelli, Evie Poulain. Okay. Jay Lawrence. Okay. Chloe Chong. Okay. Leo LaCastro. Oh, no. Leo! And he looks his head in his hands, shrugs his shoulders. What can I do now? We wondered why so penalties are Edison Purcell. Okay, right. Mikey Porter, 7th across the line. Okay, there we go. Now, quick game of nose cone lottery over. Let's have a look at the starting lineup for senior Rotax. Well, 14 drivers. Let's have a quick look at them. They're on their rolling lap as we speak. Catherine White and Alex Hughes share row number 1. Louis Harvey and Louis Weaver on row number 2. Oliver Meadows and Riley Stevens in row 3. Reese Hurd and Harrison Crook. Row number 4. Row 5, Ed Matthews and Andrew Trevor. Row 6, Poppy Stevenson and Chaz Heighton. Row 7 will be Harry Gibson and Oscar Hoare. I'm not sure if Oscar Hoore's gone out there because he's suffering from after effects of his COVID jab, and I'm not sure if we've got the number 51 of Alex Hughes out there either, the KR Sport driver, who's had an utterly miserable weekend. What we do have is we have Louis Harvey. No, so we don't have the number 51 cart out there. So 12 drivers, 8 minutes, 6 transfer spots. It's Catherine White and Louis Harvey on the front row, and green lights are out now. Louis Harvey, he's had mechanical issues all day with a misfire in that engine. He's dropped down to 4th. Has the problem been solved? Up the hill, we'll soon find out that first Argenti car to the inside. If the engine isn't going at full chat, he would have found out very, very quickly. Let's have a look. Catherine White for Vision Motorsport has the lead. Then it is the 2 GMS karting teammates in 2nd and 3rd. That's a good start from Louis Weaver, and an even better start from number 87, Riley Stevenson.
Yep, good start from the entirety of the field. Obviously 8 minutes plus that one additional lap for the senior Rotax Repechage. Like you said, Henry, the top 6 go through. They'll go join the back of the grid for the final later on today. Stick around for that one. But as they exit out of the boot section, back across the start-finish line, it's White for Weaver. Then it's Stevenson, Harvey, Hurd, Crook, Matthews, Meadows, Stevenson. Then it's Gibson, Heighton, and Trevor, the 12 that are out there. We don't have Alex Hughes. We don't have Oscar Hall.
Well, Louis Harvey is currently 14th in the championship after yesterday's racing. He finished in the top 6 or top 7 yesterday. There's Louis Weaver going for the race lead on Catherine White. So, Catherine White, there's Chaz Heighton, the ultimate R, number 17, passing the number 18 of Harry Gibson. That's for 10th and 11th positions. Now, have a look back. I don't think that number 74 cart is singing on all. No, he's not. He's fading. There's Louis Harvey. Now, watch. When they come out of... Oh, no, that's Oliver Meadows. No, Harvey is gone. Harvey's cart is not healthy. Oh, dear. Louis Harvey, after doing so well yesterday, look up, look up, look up. And on the straights, the cart is not going. Through the corners, it's okay. But on the straights, even there he comes Andrew Trevor in the number 26 Sam Pollock racing cart. Harvey, I think his chance is gone. It's not a driving problem. It's a recurring engine problem. And he's going to fade back. So with 12 started, effectively we're going to be down to 11. What can Louis Harvey do now as he goes up the straight? Misfires in these Rotax carts, they don't have a habit of curing themselves.
No, they don't, do they? There's no special buttons you can press on a steering wheel and then it makes the problem go away.
They don't just blow the bit, something out of the exhaust and it's all fine again. Up at the front, it is Louis Weaver, Catherine White 2nd, then Reese Hurd, change to 4th as the number 39 of Edward Matthews goes in. Now Matthews, one of the drivers that doesn't wear a rib protector, so he's got lots of foam around his seat to help him.
Fastest lap of the race as well. He's got the momentum and he's got a clear bit of track in front of him now, so we can keep that momentum going and maybe he can go those more positions like we saw earlier on in this weekend.
Now, of course, now Reese Hurd in 3rd position, car number 59. He's wearing Tom Adams' old Coles Racing race suit. Adams moved over from Coles to Thule Motorsport at the start of this week, so his old race suit is now being worn by Reese Hurd. So don't be confused. Reese Hurd with the Welsh flag on top of his crash helmet, quite rightly so as well. I think everyone's got the Welsh flag on top of their crash helmet, whether they're Welsh or not.
Catherine Wright a little bit wide there, under pressure now from Reese Hurd. Moving up into 2nd place now. And of course this is fine. Catherine White still there in 3rd place. Still within that top 6 for the Repechage, but is under pressure now from Edward Matthews, the Dan Holland racing driver, wanting to close in as well. 4.5 minutes.
Now, with 4.5 minutes to go, the battle is for 6th position between number 88, Argenti Motorsports' Oliver Meadows, and Team Clay Racing's Harrison Crook, number 72. There's the 88, there's the 72 with the number 18 cart of Harry Gibson in 8th place, also right there as well. Chaz Heighton is about 3/4 of a second back from them in 9th. Then it's a gap back to Poppy Stevenson, Andrew Trevor, and the somewhat afflicted Louis Harvey. Here comes Ed Matthews passing Catherine White. That's okay, that is for 3rd position. The top 5 are quite clear. The gap between Riley Stevenson in 5th and Oliver Meadows in 6th, there he goes, is about a second.
Yes, it is. That is Harrison Crook. That's the man in 2nd place.
Oliver Meadows is watching the gap. Meadows, Crook chasing hard. We saw spoke to Harrison's dad the other night on our Friday night Paddock show.
Yeah.
And he's just it's a good experience. They only joined the last time at Mansell Raceway. They come here again. He's a rookie. They're just looking it's experience. So getting into the final would be obviously a bonus. Oh no, there's number 18 kart of Harry Gibson coming in for Vision Motorsport. He's had no luck today, and he is out of 8th position. Chaz Huyton now moves to 8th. There's Crook, and Crook has got to try and catch the number 88. We've got 3 minutes to go now.
Yeah, I did see the 18 looking down at his kart while he was out on track. I did think maybe he was nursing an issue, and unfortunately for Harry Gibson, it was indeed. And yeah, retired from the race. Good shame for that one.
Well, no, so Louis Harvey is still out there.
Yep.
He is he's nearly 8 seconds down. But again, he's probably been, he probably thinks to himself, okay, I've just watched all heck break loose in the junior Rotax Repechage. There's only a few of us in the race. Now we're down to 11. I'm 11th, okay? It's a stretch, but if 5 people get a penalty, make that if 4 people get a penalty, because Poppy Stevenson has just retired. And so, I mean, yeah, he's the 4th reserve at the moment, is Louis Harvey.
Yeah.
He's just got to, keep plugging away. You never know what might happen.
Oh, anything can happen, especially in the Repechage, because you've got to remember these drivers want to get through to that final, don't they? So, the battle, even in this top section, because they want to get as many places as possible for the final, they still scrap all the way. Even if they're first, they don't need to, but they're going to.
But they especially drivers that aren't as experienced as others. Now, Weaver, Hurd, Matthews, White, and Riley Stevenson, they're safe. As things stand, the top 5. Then, here is 6th place man, Oliver Meadows. There is 7th place man, giving chase. So, Harrison Crook, number 72, for the team based down at Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorset. He has got 90 seconds plus a lap to get up the road and pass Oliver Meadows in the Argenti Motorsport number 88. Can he do it? He is hustling. You can see him hustling in that kart. He's working his body around the place, pushing hard. You're going to check a lap time, aren't you, Anthony?
Well, he's quicker in Sector 1, a little bit slower in Sector 2, a little bit faster in Sector 3.
Overall, about the same pace.
Yeah.
No change here at the moment. A minute to go. This is lap number 10.
1 minute to go.
Yep, Christmas corner, the kink. Now, things starting to get close to the front. Nervously close at the front, I think is the best way to describe it. Weaver, Hurd, Matthews, nose to tail. Then a slight gap back to Catherine White and Riley Stevenson. And then an even bigger gap back to Meadows. Meadows' lead over Harrison Crook is 1.2 seconds. 30 seconds to go, plus a lap.
There we go then, out of the final corner. There it is, big on that big screen. Thanks to Motorsport-timing.
And Ian
.co.uk,
Rogers.
Rogers, there you go, get all your timing needs from them. Here's the change though, 59 down the inside. Reese Hurd takes the lead, moves Weaver down the order. Edward Matthews tried to have a look there, couldn't quite, stays there. So even now, that last lap board coming out now, chopping and changing happening. Methinks that Harrison Crook in 7th place might be liking the look of this, because they're going to bunch everyone up.
Well, yeah, but the time has run out.
Yeah.
So next time around, they'll get that last lap board, change a lead. Reese Hurd takes over top spot. Louis Weaver doesn't fight it. Edward Matthews is sitting there as well. And they look over their shoulder, the top 3, they're 4, 5. And Meadows is still, well, Harrison Crook's only chance now is if there is a problem amongst the top 6. And, Hurd's defending. Don't need to, but you're going to, because you want to win the race, even though it doesn't really matter. Here comes Weaver, and there is Matthews down the hill. Here comes Louis Weaver. Ooh, all it takes is one nose cone penalty to knock any one of these drivers out of the main event. And Louis Weaver defending 2nd place from Ed Matthews. Reese Hurd finally breathes a sigh of relief. He is clear. Up the hill they go into boot 1, and now round boot 2. Looks like it's going to be a clean run to the finish.
It will be indeed. Out of the final corner, checker flag comes out. Reese Hurd sees it, goes through, as does Louis Weaver, Edward Matthews, Catherine White, Riley Stevenson and Oliver Meadows. They are the top 6, provisionally of course, pending nose cone or Paul Klassen. At the moment, we do unfortunately lose Harrison Crook, Chaz Huyton, Andrew Trevor, Louis Harvey, Poppy Stevenson, Harry Gibson, Alex Hughes and Oscar Hall.
Well, there let's have a little look. I mean, I know we're running behind. The time is 4:35 at Race time for Minimax, so Minimax will be going out very shortly. 4 races to go, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back on timetable now. We have Minimax up next, the final, then it's Rotax 177, then Junior Rotax, and then Senior Rotax to round things off. Oh, race number 41. It's been a proper old weekend, hasn't it, Mr. Jordan?
It has indeed, yes. I'm very much looking forward to it. They come in, they check their nose cones, but I think with everything being so close, I think we'll miss the nose cones.
We're having a brief game of nose cone bingo. You're free to go. Here we go, Mr. Meadows. You're free to go. Okay, so no nose cone penalties. They're the 4 drivers now on your screen. Oh dear, Harrison Crook. Harrison Crook with a nose cone penalty. So 8th place Chaz Heighton is now the first person that will benefit from any technical issues. and suddenly Louis Harvey becomes the 3rd reserve just by staying out there.
He does indeed. Well, as they come in, repechage is over. Let's head to the dummy grid because Minimax final race 41 is about to take to the track.
Let's have a look at the starting lineup, Mr. Jordan. Carry on.
Let's have a look indeed. Of course, final time, Ewan Charman starting on pole position with Daniel Amor, please don't sing, on the front row. Scott Marsh and Chase Fernandez on row number 2.
Reg Haywood and Freddie Lloyd on row number 3. Blake Ticehurst and William Bray on front. Amor wins. I'm doing the full verse.
Well, there we go. Ben Crossley, Ethan Jeff Hall, Ollie Wise and Josh Camp on rows 5 and 6.
Row 7 is Freddie Housley and Harrison Crowther. Row 8, Levi Earl and Aaron Fall.
Rows 9 and 10 is Charles Green with blue hair, Callum Ghosh, Oliver Sander and Alan Wooden rounding out the top 20.
Row 11, Mackenzie Douglas and Joe Anderson, and the final row, Freddie Worlock and Mikey Walker. Plenty of big names out of position.
Yep.
I've changed my mind. I think this is going to be the race of the weekend because Minimax today has been absolutely off the hook.
It's been off the chain, off the rails. Mans cannot wait.
Mans cannot wait. Here we go. 24 drivers, 12 minutes to sort them out because it's a double header. 12-minute finals. Into the tram lines, lights are green, we're off and racing. Now, can Ewan Charman hold on to the lead through turn number 1? Yes, he can. Daniel Amor down to 3rd place. Scott Marsh up into P2.
Good start then, and you can just see there Ethan Jeff Hall in the background trying to go the long way round, and from that mid-pack section, 3 wide at the back, we all get round Christmas Corner cleanly. Can we get into Ashby's cleanly? Very defensive from Charman there. The concertina effect comes in. Everyone round, albeit one's going. It is Mackenzie Douglas, the number 4 Coles Racing driver, off the track.
And there's another spin. That's Freddie Lloyd.
It is Freddie Lloyd. The 37 is round as well. Reg Haywood is out.
Yesterday's winner. So 3 big names already in trouble. No, it was Scott Marsh, I think. I think it was Scott Marsh, the number 47, the second of the Dan Holland Racing karts. They've both got a 7 in them, and they both got Dan Holland Racing colours, so it was a bit tricky to see.
It was
Scott Marsh.
Scott Marsh.
Freddie Lloyd is there in the top 5. And look at, it's all falling the way of championship leader Ethan Jeff Hall, who has gained 6 places on that lap. He's up at the P4. So it's Charman, Amor, Fernandez, Jeff Hall, Lloyd, then Ticehurst, Crossley, Camp, Ray, Crowther up to 10th. Followed by Marsh, Earl, Housley, Green, Wooden and the rest. Looking down, Mackenzie Douglas and Reg Haywood, 23rd and 24th. It is not going to be a repeat podium for Mackenzie Douglas. It is not going to be a second win of the weekend for Reg Haywood.
No, it's not indeed. Well, let's see. 10.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. In towards their boot they go. Very fast through there, again clipping that apex. All the momentum they can carry out of Oisiers gets carried up through that corner, up the hill again they go. Back over the start-finish line, good running, no position changes. Freddie Worlock's dropped a couple of positions there, the 82, now down into 22nd place. Chase Fernandez though, second place, Daniel Amor. Pushed down into 3rd.
Now, when the last time that Minimax were here at Whilton Mill for the British Championship, Harrison Crowther took the win at the tail end of last year. So Crowther is got good form here. Amor gets squeezed out wide. Now, of course, he won a heat earlier on, but now we're in the final, and the big guns will take no nonsense whatsoever. They have got their elbows sharpened and ready for this one. Charman leads. Now, Charman and Argenti Motorsport, they haven't had a Minimax podium. Charman's got several wins in Canet Honda, and of course Argenti in other classes have been very successful, but not yet in Minimax. Ethan Jeff Hall, a win here would put him in a tie for second with Harry Linden and Jez Williams. for the most successful Minimax drivers of all time. Archie Kitchen has got 4 wins. He is the biggest, the most successful winner of all time in this class. Vision Motorsport have had 3 wins with Jez Williams, but they've got Chase Fernandez. That a 4th win for Vision would put them second behind Coles Racing. Coles Racing have dominated this class over the last 2 years. They've got 8 wins in total, but they need to get Blake Ticehurst, who currently runs 5th, or Harrison Crowther, who currently runs 9th, up the order into win if they're going to add to that today.
Well, let's find out. Less than 9 minutes plus that 1 additional lap to go. There on your screen, the 42, Ewan Charman leading the way at the moment. Chase Fernandez there in 2nd place, but has got that number 12 plate Strawberry Racing driver, Ethan Jeff Hall, the driver of the day from Mansell Raceway, there in 3rd place, breathing down Chase's neck. And as they come up the hill into Christmas again, look at that, Charman. He is so defensive. And look at that, Dan Holland Racing, number 17, Freddie Lloyd.
Freddie Lloyd up over the back, sorry.
Oh, dear me. It was looking like he was going to go for the move, and it all went P-tong, and Chase Fernandez takes the lead through Ashby Hairpin.
Here's a look back here now. So Freddie Lloyd trying to come back across Ethan Jeff Hall's car. Oh, and did the championship leader sustain any damage there? I was about to say, before that incident happened, that Ewan Charman, defending with 8 minutes to go, will not endear him to the other drivers, because that will just turn the race into a huge bun fight. However, let's have a look. Chase Fernandez now leads from Charman, and up into 3rd place comes Ben Crossley, the number 5 plate kart. And Moore is now running in 6th behind Crowther and Ticehurst, the 2 Coles Racing karts heading towards the front. Where is Ethan Jeff Hall? The answer is he's down behind Josh Camp in 8th position. Now, shall we have a look at the championship standings?
Well, why don't we do that, please? There's a body voice in our head. Show the championship standings. There they are.
At the moment, well, that is... where is Ethan Jeff Hall? That is not quite correct, because the names are wrong. So 601 points for Ethan Jeff Hall. No, we don't have to see that. 580 points for... that's the standings of the race at the moment. So no, that's incorrect. I can tell you that Ethan Jeff Hall has 601 points. Scott Marsh 580, Harrison Crowther 568, Ewan Charman 566, Chase Fernandez 554. So Scott Marsh in kart number 47, who currently runs 7th, is Ethan Jeff Hall's closest title rival. Jeff Hall currently runs 6th.
There we go.
Crowther of the top 5, Crowther's the only one really in the thick of the championship fight, although a good result for Fernandez or Charman would also help them. But Ethan Jeff Hall, and he's got a bit of gap, a bit of space between himself and Scott Marsh. So Scott Marsh, a rookie driver, so Chase Fernandez meanwhile, although I have to say, Fernandez hasn't hit the he's had a third place finish, did Chase, at Mansell Raceway in the 2nd round of the championship. Can he improve by at least 1, possibly 2 positions here? He's got 4 friends, well, frenemies, who would like to not let that happen.
There we go, that's Ticehurst back down the inside of Ben Crossley. Crossley now back into 6th place.
There's Crowther.
Yep, Crowther,
P2.
Big mover there, up 12 places at the moment. So started in P14, so he's had a good running.
So yesterday, Reg Haywood started at the back of both his heats.
He did, yeah.
Ended up winning.
Yeah.
Today, Harrison Crowther started at the back of both his heats. Has just taken the lead of this race. It is with his patented boot 2 manoeuvre.
Oh, yes, he did. He likes that move, doesn't he?
And he just put it to good use. So I wonder if Harrison Crowther's team, they went into scrutineering and said, can we have our scrutineering card back, please? And then went out for qualifying without submitting it, got kicked out of qualifying because they could start at the back. If it worked for Reg, it's going to work for us.
Well, yeah, there you go. So he's at the front. Ethan Jeff, although fastest lap of the race, he's now back onto the pack of this group and goes for the move there.
Oh, Ben Crossley.
Yeah, Crossley gets out of the way, and look at that. Ethan Jeff Hall says, right, okay, sorry, but yeah, come on, let's go.
Ben Crossley checking over his shoulder to see how far his nearest rivals are behind him, just so he knows how much of a chance he's got to lunge back at Ethan Jeff Hall without potentially losing position. Suddenly, it's a Coles Racing 1-2.
It is indeed, yeah. So it's like
5 minutes to go now. I'm going to Daniel Amore.
Yep.
I think my singing voice is safe for another race. He's down to 11th, but 10th place rather now.
Right.
Scott Marsh still runs 7th. Adam Wood at 8th, Levi Earl 9th, Amore 10th, and William Ray is 11th. followed by Freddie Housley, 12th, Freddie Lloyd. After that, there's Freddie Lloyd, the number 17, 13th. Then it's number 6 of Aaron Fall, 14th. Callum Gauche is 15th. And the recovery, Mackenzie Douglas, in 16th position. So, Mackenzie Douglas, he's got a bit of work to do. 4 minutes to go. It's not possible. Oh, yellow flags.
Yeah, yellow flags. Look like they clear quickly, if I'm honest.
Somebody up around Reg Hayward is still down in 23rd place. I was going to say Mackenzie Douglas can't get on the podium from here. Surely not. But then I remember...
Something scraping.
Yes. And I remembered it's just mini-max and anything can happen. Yeah, something is scraping its way around the track, most unnervingly. The top 5, the top 6, separated by about the width of a roll of toilet paper. Here's Ethan Jeff Hall. Inside, passing Ewan Charman for 4th place.
That would be why.
That would be what was scraping. Scrapety scrape. Sadly, Reg Hayward's bid for a double win ends early. He is out of the race. 23 drivers remain. Joe Anderson 23rd, Camp 22nd, Worlock 21st, and then Walker is 20th with Green 19th, Wise 18th, Sander, the German driver, 17th, Gauche 16th. Been to the top 15. Mackenzie Douglas in the number 4 kart, now up to P14, 7.5 seconds off the race lead with 3 minutes to go. But Crowther and Fernandez have now got a bit of a gap over Ticehurst and Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd and 4th. Is the lead battle calming down a little bit? Well, the lead battle is. The battle for 3rd isn't, as Jeff Hall moves back into a podium position. And here comes Chase Fernandez, passing Harrison Crowther, then runs wide at Ashby side by side. And this is going to bring the top 5, 6 karts all back together very nicely. And here comes Crowther again. And okay, Fernandez, he's learnt his lesson.
Yep.
He conceded early and didn't go over the grass. He stays second. If he wins that race, that could be a pivotal moment.
Yeah, it could be. Learning his lesson, that just shows, like, you know, you can learn so much in this class. It's a great stepping stone up into junior Rotax, up into senior Rotax. You know, Minimax, it is such a tough challenge. These drivers are so competitive, they're so quick, and some of them are a lot more cleverer than us two.
Well,
put together.
That doesn't take much, I say that.
Just,
but all credit to them.
Yeah.
So, 6 drivers. Now, okay, I've just noticed something. So we talk about Mackenzie Douglas. We're using him as an example. He's now into 12th position. He was 7.5 seconds behind. He's now 7.3 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah.
And the top 6 are all battling. It's going to be at least a 6-kart scrap. Look back, 7th and 8th place. Scott Marsh in the 47 and Adam Wood in the 49. I don't think they're too far away from joining this battle.
Yep, Charman looking like it was going to go for the move there as well. So that's a good run through the boot section back into turn 1. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. At the moment, it's Harrison Crowther leading the way, but defensive up into Christmas, sweeping back to the outside. Ethan Jeff Hall, the long way round. Oh, there's a bit of side podding there, but everyone gets through. Chase Fernandez now right on the back. Here comes Ticehurst looking down the inside, can't do it. Stays behind. Charman wanting to get in on this as well.
Well, last year, Blake Ticehurst and Ewan Charman were teammates in the Ambition Motorsport team in Cadet Honda. They're with different teams now, and somehow still, even though with the top 6 battling, the rest of the field aren't closing in. We've got a minute to go, and so Mackenzie Douglas is now into 11th, and he's 7.1 seconds behind the race lead. So the field is closing up, not quite so. We've got less than a minute to go, but anything can happen now. Let's have a quick look at the championship standings. Now they've been corrected.
Oh, there they are.
No, they're not. Sorry, that's still not wrong. Ethan Jeff Hall, 608 points. Scott Marsh, 581. So 81, that's 19 plus 8 is 27 points. Is Ethan Jeff Hall's current championship lead. But now Scott Marsh and Adam Woodland are closing in. Look at the back of the screen as they come around Wilkins, because you're going to see the 47 and the 49 joining the lead group as Crowther retakes the lead and Ticehurst heads the grass. Now Charman on the grass.
There we go, side-by-side action all the way through Oisiers. Here they are then at the sharp end of the stick, 13 seconds. They're going to get an extra 2 laps in.
Oh, goody.
This is penultimate lap time. And there they go into oblivion. Crowther leading the way at the moment. Ethan Jeff Hall right there. Fernandez still there in 3rd place. Again, Ethan Jeff Hall looks to take the long way round on the outside, a little bit of side to side, holds onto it there. This is a dangerous spot they need to be in there. Three wide in towards Ashby there. Ticehurst for second place. Fernandez gets through into third, but look at that, the number 7 of Crowther from the first all the way now down into fourth.
I was going to say, great driving there from Harrison Crowther to give Ethan Jeff Hall enough room. Of course, he got a penalty yesterday for hitting Ethan Jeff Hall in the last corner, but it's cost him this time. I was just going to say, look up, Mackenzie Douglas is now 4 seconds behind. We've got a 10-kart battle for the lead because Levi Earle and Daniel Amore have now joined forces. We've got 1 lap to go, and it's Ethan Jeff Hall in the lead from Chase Fernandez by half a second. What a great move around the outside of Christmas Corner, up the hill. I don't think anyone's going to catch Ethan Jeff Hall. Ticehurst in third, Crowther fourth. Then it's Charman, and it's the number 47 of Scott Marsh. This could be 3 wins out of 4 now for Ethan Jeff Hall, your championship leader, and they're all piling into each other coming around Ashby's. That's Amore making a move, and here comes Crowther.
Crowther, good move up the inside there into Wilkins. Again, defensive into ideas. Oh, the teammates coming together. Rule 1, don't hit your teammate. I think they just broke it. Look at that gaggle there. My goodness me, into the boot, but no one can catch Ethan Jeff Hall.
Grass. Oh, it's Freddie Lloyd on the grass. Oh, third, Chase Fernandez, P2, and Crowther just about takes it in third place from Ticehurst. Charman in 5th, Wooden is 6th, 7th for Amore, 8th for Marsh. Mackenzie Douglas was 9th eventually. William Ray 10th, then it's Earl, Housley, Fall, Crossley, Wise, Walker, Camp. Freddie Lloyd drops to 18th there right at the end. 6 seconds separates the top 18 at the end of that one. Charles Green, Callum Ghosh, Oliver Sander, Freddie Worlock and Joe Anderson, the other finishers. Sadly, we lost Reg Haywood. Anthony Jordan is going to go there, and one finger in the air for Ethan Jeff Hall. And if we look, well, when we look back at that race, Ethan Jeff Hall with about 3 laps to go went for the move around the outside of Christmas Corner on Harrison Crowther. Crowther thought about squeezing him, but then gave Ethan Jeff Hall racing room. It was great driving. It eventually cost Crowther a chance for the victory, but it was good, clean driving after those 2 drivers collided yesterday. I think that was Harrison Crowther's way of saying, okay, I did it once, I'm not going to risk it again, and Ethan Jeff Hall capitalised. And now we have, there's a, let's see, nose cone. Blake Ticehurst trying to plead his case here. There's no pleading his case. We're waiting. Go that way. You and Charman, you're okay. Now we get to number 49, Adam Wooden. Adam, you're good to go. Here's Daniel Amore. What a great day he's had. He comes home 7th in the final after winning a heat race. Well done, sir. Here's Scott Marsh. He goes through. Freddie Lloyd wants a bit of FaceTime on the camera. Takes his helmet off. Yep, he's okay. Mackenzie Douglas, well, he eventually finishes 3.8 seconds behind the winner after going off in the first lap. A couple more laps, and I think he would have featured. We're going through. Well, I mean, if we get through without any nose cone penalties here, then that is going to be absolutely fantastic, because that was a physical race. Ben Crossley faded back to 14th there at the end. There comes Aaron Full through the screens in 13th place. The double toe push. There's Freddie Housley in the number 20 kart. Freddie in the number 20 finishing 12th. And the rest of the field going through. Harrison Crowther there in the number 7 kart. 3rd at the end. Let's have a look. Crowther, he goes through. He's okay. Gets his race suit caught. Now we look down. I think Anthony Jordan has caught up with our winner, Ethan Jeff Hall.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the winner's circle with our race winner from Minimax, Ethan Jeff Hall. Well, what a weekend that's been, because it's been a roller coaster of emotions in the commentary box. I suspect it was the same out on track as well.
Yeah, it was very difficult with a lot of big challenge, and in the second heat we crashed. No, the first heat, sorry, we crashed, and then managed to win the first heat, and then started 10th for the final, and then managed to come through to 3rd on the first lap, well, the first couple of laps, and then I got driven over the top of at Christmas and dropped right back, and then managed to get back up to second, and then Harrison Crowther started defending, and just into Christmas I managed to go around the outside and I got a big gap and just got my head down and won the race.
I think you are correct in saying that it was a well-timed, well-calculated move, and just like you say, at that last lap, you just got the breathing space to be able to take that one. But yeah, a great result for you. You must be happy. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to say massive thanks to Ian Hawkins, Strawberry Racing, Warwick Ringham and my family.
Excellent stuff. Well, Ethan Jeff Hall, well done on another final win in the British Car Championships.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Our race winner, Ethan Jeff Hall. Let's grab our second place man, Mr. Chase Fernandez. Oh, Chase, it's good to see you here for the first time, isn't it? Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed that race. I just managed to keep my nose clean, not get a drop down, and just stay out of all the trouble, make the passes, and yeah, just really enjoyed the race.
You've been gaining advantage. You've been practicing, and you've just been working on your racecraft all the way through it. It's been paying off because yeah, you can come away with a podium this weekend at Whilton Mill. It's a good feeling, and this cheesy grin on your face says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's my second podium in the championship, so we're just gathering as many points as possible for the championship, and hopefully we can work our way up as high as possible.
Well, let's hope so. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Massive thanks to my dad for doing a great job all weekend, my mum for supporting me, and massive thanks to Vision Motorsport for making this all happen.
Excellent stuff. Well, well done, Chase Fernandez, on second place.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Let's have a talk with our third place man, Harrison Crowther. Harrison, oh, come on here, God. We got about 2 minutes there. Whoa, I tell you what, Mr. Moves again once more today. A great result, third place. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I guess so.
You guess so. We can do better than that, can't we? A podium.
No.
Well, talk us through that race. You know, that exciting race. It looked very busy. It looked like a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I started 14th. We got to first for the last few laps, and then on the last lap, I think Ethan did me round the outside. Really, it was a really good move, and I got dipped on the grass, and then Chase came past, and that was about it.
Well, again, a great result for yourself, third place. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Adrian Coles, my mum, dad and my sister, and Ogden Racing Engines.
Excellent stuff. Well, well done, Harrison Crowther. Great result for you, third place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our Mini-Max final. More finals coming up because now it's time for Rotax 177.
Great stuff as always, Anthony. Well done. And now we look ahead to race number 42 of the weekend. Rotax 177, just the 7 drivers. There is Anthony, and there's our grid marshal Hugh going down the centre of the grid there. Henry Ayres, the third driver in line. He's got Ash Whiteman, his mechanic, with him. And then up the front, though, it's Matthew Easton, who will start from pole position. Daniel Tate in number 29 with David Gregory, trying to break the Wera barrier there. Dodge, looking at Dan's mechanic. Now, again, we spoke earlier, Dan, about it, so there is a ticket to the Grand Finals, in Rotax Grand Finals at the end of the season for these drivers. Dan Tate won it as a mechanic in 2016. He won it in Sarno, a junior Rotax world title for Mark Kimber. And Dan was his mechanic that weekend. Now Dan trying to do it as a driver in his own right. And I think somebody described Dan as stout earlier on. I think that's a very good description for Dan. So you've got Easton, Tate, Ayres and Winter. Sam Winter, hopefully with that rear bumper put on properly. I'm just wondering, I know Sam's in his own zone at the moment, but yeah. Have a look. Is Sam's rear bumper on correctly? Yes. Oh, there's Dino Makouris in the cap there. Dino Makouris of Delta Racewear fame, who provides a lot of these teams and the drivers with some merchandise. Now, Dino's son Theo Makouris was racing in X30, but I think has pulled out of that. Now, Theo was here testing a gearbox kart with Jack Dex Racing. So we've had several drivers, Bradley Barrett, Charlie Turner, moving over from direct drive into KZ2 gearbox car. Are we going to see another one with Theo Makouris? Because Dino said that he hadn't seen Theo laughing like that for so long, enjoying his karting. Here's a look at the starting lineup. Matthew Easton and Louis Large on the front row of the grid. Dan Tate and Jack McConnell on row number 2. Henry Ayres and Callum Porter on row 3. Sam Winter on row number 4. There is Sam Winter. Let's do a rear bumper check for Sam's kart. Correct.
Looks good.
Looks good. It is assembled like the Avengers.
Oh, yes.
I've got to say, Callum Porter has been driving very well this weekend, and myself and Anthony are going to be nominating our Wera Tools Driver of the Day shortlist. There's some interested spectators. James Lowther in the glasses there, watching on. We'll see him in senior Rotax shortly. So, 7 drivers, 12 minutes. Easton, Large, Tate, McConnell, Ayres, Porter, Winter. Who's going to win? Daniel Tate leads the championship with 497 points. That's going to change very shortly. And actually, it's 567 points. Now he's 17 points ahead of Louis Large, but about 20 points ahead of Henry Ayres after drop scores are taken into account. Lights are green, we're off and racing.
Good start then from the field as they go through, and there
bad start from McConnell though. Sorry, Anthony.
No. Yeah, it was indeed a very bad start. Yeah, he drops backwards there. Good start from Porter, though. He's already up in front of Henry Ayres now. He's at one more place.
Yep.
Easton, though, with a good advantage. And as well with Dan Tate, he's up into second place. Louis Large down into third as well. The number 8 as they, cock a rear wheel there going around. Wilkins as well. And, yeah, good start from the 177. Again, they had a really close race in their pre-final, didn't they?
They're going to have another really close race now. So Easton leads the field at the moment. Now, looking at Matthew Easton's... his record in Rotax 177. I mean, this year so far, he finished 3rd at Mansell Raceway and 3rd yesterday. He's had a win. He took the victory at the opening round of the 2020 Championships at Lydd when he was with Coles Racing. But then he's had 3 third-place finishes in his career. Henry Ayres, with his win yesterday, he's the most successful 177 driver in the British Championship since the start of 2019, when Motorsport UK took over the running of it. Dan Tate, you can see now, Dan Tate, he's not been off colour this weekend, but he's certainly been biding his time. We haven't really seen him make a bid for the lead. He hasn't led many laps, if any, this weekend, but he's looking particularly aggressive now. Out of oblivion, up the hill. Are we going to see a move from Dan Tate?
Yes, we are. Nicely done, well calculated, and as well from Easton. Didn't fight it, didn't lose any time. Louis Large, though, he's going to try and send one down the inside end. No, he's not. He's going to stay behind, slotting into position. But look at that. Look at that. Everyone all within 2 seconds.
Yep. And Louis Large and Jack McConnell right there in 3rd and 4th. So let's see. And now Louis Large has a little think about passing Matthew Easton for 2nd place. So Matthew Easton, the Blythe Spartans, is the football team.
Yeah.
Blythe being the town in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir.
Yes.
We'll be going in a couple of weeks' time up to Warden Law.
Yeah.
The Durham and Yorkshire Kart Club, as it was once known.
Now Karting Northeast.
Yes, and owned by the Hunter family.
Indeed.
And Jack McConnell passes Matthew Easton for 3rd place. So as I was bigging up Blythe, he loses 2 places. So I will shut up.
Sean Flynn joins us in the chat again, and I'm rooting for Sam.
Yes,
Sam Winter. I spoke to him before we headed down there. I say a big cheesy grin on his face.
Happy days, a happy chappy as always.
A happy chappy, and I was just like, still happy to go? Yeah, of course I am. So these are updated grids, I believe, we've been sent.
Yes. With the Repechage qualifiers on them, which we will divulge later on when it is time. But it is time, Anthony.
Yeah,
it's not time yet.
It's not time.
No, it is time, however, for Louis Large to... Oh, it's time for Callum Porter to make a move. Well, Callum Porter, we were talking about nominating Wera Driver of the Day nominees. I mean, in 177, regardless of what happens, Callum Porter has driven superbly this weekend. You know, whether he gets the results that his driving has warranted, but he's been so much closer to the front.
Yep.
You know, he's been so much closer to the front than everyone else. And, commentator's curse. Over the grass he goes, and that has stopped. Moving swiftly on, sorry, yes, hit me. There we go, slap, there is. Sorry, Ultimate Callum Porter fans. However, That means that Sam Winter moves into 6th position.
It does indeed. The highest position he's been so far this weekend, and I'm sure he'll be very happy about that.
In a 7-kart race, he's up to 6th. Here comes Henry Ayres. Okay, Henry Ayres, championship time now. We've got to start working. So don't forget, Dan Tate is going to be dropping points. So is Louis Large, so is Matthew Beeston. Henry Ayres doesn't drop any points. McConnell goes through to 2nd and apologised to Louis Large for an incident that we didn't see, but that I'm sure that McConnell felt was, well, we'll just die out the inside, and if there's a little bit of sledgery, then so be it. Championship standings at the moment, please.
Disembodied voice in my head, please bring up the championship standings.
Oh. He's not
listening
listening
to
to
he's not listening to either of us.
He doesn't like you either.
He doesn't like any of us.
Fair enough. Okay, well, I can tell you that it's Tate with 622 points, Large with 600, Easton with 593, Winter with 565. We're still not. Henry Ayres has got 421, but that, you know, he's doesn't drop any points.
No.
You know, this is before drop points, so Henry Ayres is a lot closer to the championship lead. And there's a change for the race lead. That is Jack McConnell into top spot, and Louis Large passing Dan Tate as well. So Louis Large gaining ground on Dan Tate. We'll see what that does to the standings the next time around, because it was a 22-point advantage that Tate had. With that swap of positions, it will be, I reckon, 19 points.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Championship standings. And it is 19 points. I'm a genius. Thank you very much. Now it's going to be less than that because he's passed Louis Large. But it was nice to be right for a little while. Matthew Easton sets the fastest lap of the race, even though he's running in 5th. Jack McConnell, not a championship contender, is running away with this one now. He's got a big lead. He has got, you know, a 5-kart length lead, which in this class is a big lead.
It is a big lead as well. We've not seen that for a while this weekend. So as they go through, yeah, Jack McConnell looking comfortable there in the 14.
And Henry Ayres, who was down in 5th position, he was actually battling with Callum Porter for 6th position. He's now passed Matthew Easton, and he's moved into 4th place. So our championship contenders are all there in the screen. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in the race. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship standings. After top scores, of course.
After top scores, of course.
But it's Tate who is leading those. He's leading the championship, and he's leading his title contenders as well. So he is taking points off his title rivals, which is very good. Sean Flynn rooting for Sam, aren't we all? Come on, where's Sam Winter? Sam Winter update, 5.28 seconds off the race lead in 6th position, but he's 3 seconds in front of Callum Porter, who after Callum Porter's excursion. We will get the red speed in all its glory coming up in the number 77 car to a nice shot shortly before it gets a little bit too hectic at the front. Wait for it, wait for it, wait. Oh, director didn't wait for it. There he is in the back of the screen there. All right, we see the red speed. Carry on at the front.
There we go. 5 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. And that gap at the front, still half a second. Looking at the sector times last time around. Oh, Dan Tate was a little bit faster. He said his personal best sector 1 that lap. Oh, and down the inside comes Henry Ayres on.
Move. Wow.
Louis Large gets that job done. And Ayres, are we going to see him on the podium again?
Well, I mean, he's looking strong. I mean, we talk about pressure, so that Henry Ayres was struggling in the start of the race. He's missed his line coming out of Oisiers there, and Louis Large is fighting back, but Ayres is getting stronger and stronger. He's now picked off Easton, he's now picked off Large. He's got about 15, 20 kart lengths to make up with 4.5 minutes to go take the fight to the championship lead at Dan Tate. Jack McConnell, however, is pulling away. So Northern Ireland's Jack McConnell, who's living near Silverstone at the moment, so he's local to this track. But the first race back in 2 years. I think he packed up at the end of 2017. In 2019 he was doing a bit of racing. He had a 2nd and a 3rd place finish in 2019. I'm just trying to see where that was. Well, where did McConnell finish? At Clay Pigeon, he had a 2nd and a 3rd in 2019 at Clay Pigeon for the KR Sport team, and they was only 2 British Championship podiums until yesterday.
Ah. Oh, there you go.
There we are.
There we are.
You know, you learn new things every day.
I do's indeed.
3.5 minutes to go. McConnell's lead is 0.6 of a second, but Henry Ayres pressures, tyre pressures, getting better. New fastest lap, 44.98 seconds. I was going to say he's the only driver under 45 seconds, but after I was wrong last time, and I'd be wrong again this time, because Matthew Easton is in a 44.99, but that was much earlier in the race. He's now lapping 2/10 off that pace, which tells me that Easton's tyres have gone off a little bit.
Yep.
And look at his, he's dragging Louis Large up to Dan Tate.
He is indeed,
Dan Tate's in trouble here.
He is indeed. He's got pressure building behind him. It's waiting for that elastic bang to go patwang.
Oh, you like a good patwanging?
I do like patwanging.
We had okay, Battle is joined for 6th position.
Oh, yes, I'd like to see that.
Yes, we have a Sam Winter update, please. Nope, not yet, but the battle is on for 6th position between the number 77, Sam Winter, and the number 20, Callum Porter. Here they come. Right, here we go. Here's the battle for P6. Winter and Porter.
Don't let him have it.
Battle over. Carry on. Back to the front. No, I mean, we're joking. I mean, do you know what? Here they come down towards Ashby's. You know, this grid, the 177 grid survives on amateur, privateer racers. They got to work Monday to Friday, and they come out and they race hard and they race fair and they have fun on the weekend as a hobby. That is what this class needs. And if we had 10 more Sam Winters in this field, then it'd be superb. But it would also be a lot more fun as well with the laughter that goes on. Henry Ayres has passed down Tate the second. Oh, and Tate, and he wiped Tate's nose there. And that's not going to say because all these drivers here at the front, you know, they're all fighting very hard. They're all very competitive. They're with big teams, but you know, you need the plucky underdogs like Sam Winter to make the grid, to make it, and you need their atmosphere around the paddock. Because I tell you what, on the darkest of days when it's pouring with rain and freezing cold, there's one awning door or motor door that's always open saying come in and have a sit down. It's going to be Sam Winters. You can have a laugh, and you can take the mick out of him, and you'll have a laugh back. And you know, you need 10 more of them.
Oh no!
Oh dear!
Jack McConnell.
Right, game changed. 5 seconds. There's McConnell. What for? I do not know. We saw him apologise to Louis Large earlier. Well, was it a jump start or was it an incident? So that puts Henry Ayres into the race lead, and it will push Jack McConnell from 1st down to 5th because things are so close. So Ayres, Large and Tate are now the top 3. Oh, McConnell's going to be devastated. There goes, and Tate's dropping back as well. What happened? Daniel Tate there getting passed by Matthew Easton. So the championship picture is changing all the time. We'll have a little look at the points table at the end of this lap when the positions are being updated. But Henry Ayres leads this race effectively because of McConnell's penalty, and Dan Tate's lead is down to 15 points. Oh, this championship fight is going to go down to the wire. It's only 7 karts, but it's going to be a great, great title chase.
It will be indeed. 20 seconds left on the timer then. This race is wide open. Look at Henry Ayres. He's close right up to the back of McConnell. He will have seen that he's got the 5-second time penalty, so he doesn't need to overtake him. And with the advantage that they've got, which is nearly 2 seconds, I should say, he's got this in the bag, I'd say, Henry Ayres.
Yeah, he has. And I mean, now they would have seen on the big motorsport timing digi screen at the start, they would have seen that kart 14 5-second penalty. Is it still going to be up? Nope, we're going to go into the last lap. So the important bit, Henry Ayres, the number 1 plate kart in his final year of karting. Has anyone ever won a title while during missing a whole race weekend through injury? Well, Henry Ayres is going to try and be the first. Out of Inkermans, down towards Ashby's. He's closing in on McConnell. I think McConnell is sort of, that is devastating. You know, what's going on in his head at the moment, because he knows no matter what he does, the win has gone, even though he's going to finish 1st on the track. His teammate at KR Sport, Henry Ayres, is right behind him. He doesn't need to make the move. He is clear. Louis Large in 3rd, Matthew Easton in 4th, and Dan Tate down to 5th. Callum Porter is 6th, and Sam Winter 7th. But Jack McConnell comes out of the final corner. He takes the checkered flag, a muted celebration, because I think he knows that penalty is coming very shortly. Henry Ayres 2nd, but wins eventually. Then Louis Large 2nd, and Matthew Easton will complete the podium. Daniel Tate 4th. There's Sam Winter across the line. He will finish in 7th place. Jack McConnell's penalty will push him back into 5th position. That is going to mean, some interesting discussions to have there. Let's have a look, Anthony Jordan. We'll have a look at the body language of Jack McConnell. I imagine it was for that move on Louis Large that we didn't see on camera, but we saw sort of an apology from Jack McConnell. He's been given a penalty. Louis Large. So there's the result on track after 17 laps. McConnell, Ayres, Large, Easton, Tate, Porter and Winter. After McConnell's penalty, the order will be Ayres, Large, Easton, Tate, McConnell, Porter, Winter. Of course, but then you've got nose cone watch. Oh, McConnell gets a nose cone penalty as well. Well, hang on a sec. Has the phone run out of battery? Where's Dave gone? Where's Dave? Dave, come back. There he is. He's got his phone. Nose cone penalty. Just a Jack McConnell's cup of misery overflows. Okay, Henry Ayres is fine. Louis Large is okay. Matthew Easton is okay. Dan Tate, okay. Callum Porter, okay. And there's Sam Winter. Sam Winter is A-okay. So we'll wait for Anthony to get into position. We have 2 races to go. Good to see spectators, family members and friends all here watching the racing. And a couple of beverages being consumed there once the racing is done. There's also Whilton Mill. Thank you very much for having us this weekend. There's the Motorsport Timing building in front of the thing. In the red jacket there, that's Gary Shield from Jag Rotax. The Jag Rotax team here, again, as always, supporting all the Rotax classes, but again, making sure that the Micromax drivers had the best experience and the fairest race possible. There is Sam Ellis. So our race starter, Sam Ellis, heading past the Motorsport Timing building there on his own kart there. So he is a trainee, going to be a licensed Motorsport UK marshal. You've got his dad behind him there. So Charlie Ellis, the day didn't go very well for him, but Sam Ellis working hard here at Whilton Mill. He works at several other different kart circuits. And if you're watching back home and you're wondering, you know, how can I get involved, just look up your local kart club. If you're in the Northamptonshire area, Whilton Mill is here. You can speak to the kart club and find out how you can get involved in volunteering and being part of the off-track team, who are, of course, there is my good friend Ian Rogers, all 4 for 3 of him, and there's Che Watson, one of Motorsport UK's latest thing. Oh, he's shaking his head. He knows he's been rumbled on there. There we are. He's thinking, what's that Welshman saying? There's Che Watson, who is our newest Motorsport Timing timekeeper. But Anthony Jordan is with our newest race winner down in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in winner's circle with our race winner from Rotax 177, Henry Ayres. You may not have won on track, but you win on paper due to that 5-second time penalty. That's going to be 2 final wins for you this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the most satisfying one, but yeah, it was a good final. I mean, where I was 6th on the track, but then I made my way through and I was catching Jack, and then I saw his penalty, and then I knew then I had it in the bag. But yeah, it's good.
It's one of those, isn't it? Penalties do come thick and fast. May not be the best way to win, but it is one of those things. In terms of points, this is looking good for the championship. You would say you were worried about that missing everything at Mansell, but with the drop scores, you're actually there's only about 10 points in it.
Yeah, it was completely unexpected. I went into this weekend with a blank mind. Just didn't put too much pressure on myself. And yeah, well, I got results, so.
That's what you need. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum and dad, KR Sport Engines, and Ash, my mechanic.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Henry Ayres, on a race win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Our race winner there for Rotax 177. We've got a bit more time. Let's have a chat with our second place man, Louis Large. Come forward. The most popular man on the stream, I will say. You get lots of support. So Louis Large, number 8, well done.
Thank you very much. Nice to have a good result today after a difficult day yesterday.
Yeah, no, you came 5th yesterday, of course. Great to see you on the podium today. Good result for you. And talk us through that race, because even though it's a small grid, it's quite a busy grid, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's really competitive. If you look at the qualifying times, the times per lap, everyone's separated by a 10th, if that. So anything in this grid's a good result in my eyes. I know it's not the biggest, but there's a lot of talent in it, and it is hard to win. So it felt a lot longer than 12 minutes, trying to chase down Matty at first, and Henry was just too quick to steer with. So unlucky for Jack. I think he drove really well, but happy with the podium, especially after yesterday's results. It's really good points for the championship.
Oh, excellent. And of course, we go into the next round very soon, and I'm sure you're very much looking forward to it.
What gave it away, the accent?
Excellent. Well, excellent stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, everyone at Coles, Nigel at HRS, my old man on the spanners, everybody else who just chips away to make us as fast as we can be. So, yeah, like you say, look forward to the next one and hopefully have a better result there.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll see you there.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Perfect stuff. Our second place winner there, Louis Large. Let's talk to our third place man, Matthew Easton, as he comes in. Now, Matthew, third place. Very well done. It's been a busy weekend. Am I right in saying that you're mechanicking yourself?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. My dad's been ill at the minute, so I've been on the spanners myself. Hard work when you're going round here. There's so much.
So you've a busy old weekend. Of course, you had a third place finish yesterday, third place finish today. So Mr. Consistent, you're becoming. So we're wanting to get a little bit further up that order. But you know, you can be happy with that. It's good points in the bag. You know, we go to Warden Law next for the next round, and you know, that's a fast-flowing circuit. Quite dissimilar to Whilton Mill. It looks a lot smoother. But you know, are we looking forward to that round?
Yeah, always looking forward to Warden Law. Consider it one of my strongest tracks with it being the home one. So. Yeah, looking forward to getting a good haul of points in there, hopefully.
Again, you've got lots of support on the stream as well for the folks watching at home, so make sure you give them a good wave. But yeah, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, massive thanks to KR Sport, HRS Racing Engines, again, really good power today. Just everybody that helps us out, North East Business Systems, then my dad at home, my mum and girlfriend for coming up today, and just everyone else who supports us.
Excellent. And yourself for being on the spanners?
Yeah, aye. It's been a hard one this weekend, nice and sweaty.
I can imagine so. Well done, Matthew Easton, third place.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for our Rotax 177. A couple more finals left to go, because it looks like Junior Rotax is about to make its way on track.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. And I've got to say, as Anthony's walking back to the commentary box here, if anyone wants to ask him the time, he has an imaginary watch on his wrist that lets you know the time, even though he's not wearing one, which he uses quite often during interviews to see how much time he's got left. But it's a magic wristwatch that is invisible. But if anyone wants to ask that, there he is. Go on, ask him the time. Ask Anthony Jordan the time on his invisible wristwatch. He's trying to ignore me. There he is. So, 2 races to go. Junior Rotax up next, and big lots of support for Matthew Easton on the live chat stream. Thank you for joining us all day. Please keep your comments coming in. 2 races to go. The 2 biggest grids, 34 karts in each, and well, we've seen drama aplenty. We've seen emotion aplenty. So far, what are these last 2 races going to hold for us? There's some of the Project 1 team atop the on the rest there. Give us a wave, Project 1. Yep, you're on camera. Give us a wave. Looking around nervously. Good to see Gerard Cox and his team here. They've been going quite quickly as well in some of the classes. They've had a bit of bad luck, but Project 1, one of the mainstays of British karting. You've got members of Jag Rotax at the top there. So it's a packed house out on the viewing balcony. Can see Ethan Jeff Hall in the middle there. After his win, he's a little fella in the middle. He's after celebrating his win. Harrison Crowther chatting away to him, and I thought that their interview was really nice. You know, Harrison Crowther said, you know, fair play, it was a really good move Ethan put on, and he done me good and proper. And that's really good sportsmanship there from the 2 of them, and magnanimous in defeat was Harrison Crowther. So Junior Rotax. 34 karts, 12 minutes plus a lap. The question remains, can anybody beat O-Plate of Dan Ginchard, who will start this one from pole position? Yep, you can wave. You're on camera. Hello. There's nervous parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, all waiting. This next race, well, alongside Dan Ginchard will be Harry Linden, yesterday's race winner. So, Junior Rotax, the championship that nobody wants to lead at the moment. I mean, coming into today, we have got 31 points separating the top 7 in the championship. The top 7 in the championships before today were Ollie Stevens, Neo Clark, Leon Henderson, so 3 rookies leading the standings. Then it's Daniel Armstrong, Harry Linden, Gustav Usakovs and Dan Ginchard. So Jez Williams is 8th, Sam Gornall, who will start on the second row, is 10th, Archie Walker, who's won a race this year but has to carry a 0-point score, he is down into 13th position, but yeah, plenty of racing to go. This is the 4th final out of 6 rounds this year. There is a look at some of the mechanics and drivers waiting down on the grid. Ginchard away from everybody else, and again, that says a lot. So he's not lined up exactly in the 1x1 plate, he's facing out all on his own. They're onto the circuit for the rolling lap. Here is the starting lineup. Pole position, the O-plate with Dan Ginchard, alongside him Dan Holland Racing's number 21 Harry Linden. Then it's Sam Gornall for Coles Racing and Neo Clark for Thule Motorsport on row 2. Row 3, Ollie Stevens and Charlie Hart. Row 4, Leon Henderson and Daniel Sabul in the privateer. Then it's Sam Pollitt Racing and Gustav Usakovs, Ted Bradbury for Sam Pollitt Racing and Gustav Usakovs, Jez Williams and Stephen Duncan on row number 6. Row 7 is Ryan Willis and Pearson Bullock Carter, Archie Walker and Dan Armstrong, row number 8. And there is Harry Linden in the insert. Watch that. Can he get that kart going? As you see, Scott Lapsley and Ethan Lomax on row 9, David Aulechner and Cathal Clark on row number 10. Row 11 are Olivier Martinsky and Jessica White. Row 12, Ollie Goodyear and Lexi Belk. Then it's Declan Russell and Callum Romain, Ben Folland and Sophie Kinghorn, the top 28. Now the Repechage qualifiers. Jamie Perrelly, Evie Powlane, Jay Lawrence, Chloe Chong, Ellison Purcell and Mikey Porter. Can Harry Linden, the outside front row man, get that kart started? The answer is no. So we were asking, can anyone beat Dan Ginchard? Harry Linden was a short list of a very short list of names and he's gone. 33 karts. It's now going to be Sam Gornall and Neo Clark to take the fight to Ginchard, and they're going to have to take the fight to Ginchard straight away, because if he gets away and makes a good start, like false start, then he won't. Now Harry Linden will have seen that. Can he get that kart fired up? We'll pass the stricken kart of Linden's there. Now you can just see that Harry standing there. He's tried to blow fuel through the secondary pipe. That hasn't worked.
Crack commentary team. I forgot to unmute my microphone.
That's all right.
Lift the choke up. That usually helps.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Let's see if he. Let's see if he can in the time frame and get out there.
Don't think he can hear me though.
Well, Harry Linden, so we're down to 33. Now, the tactics for everyone else has got to be get to Dan Ginchard and get to him quickly before he's gone. Okay? So, Clark, watch for Clark in the 81 for Thule Motorsport. Watch for Hart in the number 50 kart. Watch for the number 4 of Sam Gornall in particular to really take the fight to Ginchard if they can now, because one of his main competition is gone. Jez Williams, another of his main competition, is starting quite back. So is Archie Walker. They've not got track position. And Ginchard's holding back.
Oh, he is
Neo,
indeed, isn't
Neo
he?
Clark. Well, what a story this would be for Thule Motorsport. First event back. Can they get on the podium? They come into the tram lines. Into the tram lines. Lights are green. We're off and racing. Ginchard gets the jump and Gornall through into second place. We got one of the Argenti karts slow away at the back of the field. But up the hill towards Christmas Corner, it's Dan Ginchard from Sam Gornall. Charlie Hart in 4th place behind Neo Clark, and everyone else at the front safely through the first couple of corners. Now, this is where, and already you can see Ginchard's got a 5-6 kart length lead. Gornall, though, is not under pressure. There's the 15. Oh, and it's the number 83 kart of Sophie Kinghorn for Argentina that was slow away. And there's a few bits of bumping and boring going on down at the back, so we're down to 32. There's Daniel Sabula under pressure. Ginchard, Gornall's got to get to Ginchard now, or he'll never get to him.
Yeah, he definitely does. Into the boot section then. They near the end of the first lap. Oh, there's another car going grey slow there. That looks like a Coles kart.
I think that was Pearson Bullock Carter, the number 15.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Or it could be Gustav Usakovs, the 89. Has dropped right down the order. He's lost 11 positions as well. But as they go through, yeah, I think you're right. It was Pearson Bullock Carter as they go through. Ooh, Oh, what a lunge there that was.
Stephen Duncan on Daniel Sabula, and Sabula left Duncan room because he was coming in all guns blazing.
He was indeed. Right, now, of course, pre-final, Dan Ginchard, well, he dominated that, didn't he? He left the scene of the crime, and the crime was the rest of the field. Now, this time around, he's got Mr. Gornell right behind him, very closely behind, but Neo Clark is there as well. The top rookie at the moment. They're in third place, 10.5 minutes to go, and showing good signs of going for moves. But at this moment, you don't want to go for moves. You want to work together to keep with Ginchard.
Yeah, and this performance at the moment is pushing Ginchard back into the top 3 into the championship standings. Ollie Stevens still leads that with 567 points. Neo Clark, 563 points, is second. Ginchard now at 552, Henderson on 551, and Armstrong on 533. Linden drops to 527.
Coming together here.
Oh, that's Castle Clark and one of the Dan Holland racing carts.
Like
possibly
88.
Callum Romain, 85, battling over 22nd position. The Sodi cart of Castle Clark making his junior Rotax debut. He raced in Cadet and Mini X30 last year, and now moves over to junior Rotax just for this round. Hopefully we'll see him again later on in the season. And let's have a look at the gap. Ginchard 45.53, Gornell 45.56, the gap 0.6 of a second. Neo Clark has got a push. He's quicker, he's going to second place. So Neo Clark driving for a team that didn't exist this time last week, really. He is now second in the final of the British Championship. Neo Clark, a rookie, he's got to get his head down and he's got to drive the next 9 minutes of his life to try and catch the British Open champion and one of the leading Rotax drivers anywhere in Europe this year.
Leon Henderson was also fast as well, 45.44, is also closing in on that group just in front of Gornell and Neo as they go through. The updating timing screen will update. 9 minutes to go, plus one additional lap there. Nice close-up shot there of Neo Clark just working his way through Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit, the most demanding on the body, because I suspect the G-forces are probably quite high there as the tyres are so sticky. Stephen Duncan, fastest lap of the race as well, now 45.1. Keep an eye on him as they go through. Good stuff, but what's that gap? It's still opening up, though, at the front. Dan Ginchard, that gap's open up now 0.8 of a second.
Okay, Ollie Stevens in cart number 27 runs in 8th position. He is now 1 point in front of Neo Clark in the championship. Dan Ginchard is going to stay on 552 points. That's the most he can get for winning this race. Let's have a look further back as we come to the leaders. So behind the top 3, Henderson runs 4th, Bradbury is 5th, Hart 6th, Williams 7th, Stevens in 8th, and it's Walker in 9th, and Duncan rounding out the top 10. Somebody sounded a little bit sick there coming out of... we'll try and see if there's an exhaust sort of hanging loose. And of course, this track is so bumpy, the exhaust do bounce around a bit naturally anyway. Sabula is 11th, and it's Willis in 12th, Armstrong 13th, Aulechner is 14th, then it's Lapsley, Martinsky, Lomax, Usakovs, Russell, Perrelli from the Repechage. Jamie Perrelli is already up at the 20th, and there's a change, Anthony.
Yeah, it is indeed a change. I was actually pointing at Callum Romain, 5-second time penalty, which is a big shame for him. Currently, he's in 31st place at the moment, down 5 positions, so that's a big shame. 7.5 minutes to go then, and... oh, yes, indeed, changes there. So that is Leon Henderson who's managed to get past Gornell. Henderson's on a good charge here, up 4 places, 45.3 on that last one. It was a 45.1 from Ginchard, but good running from that one. But yeah, definitely sounds like an exhaust may have gone awry out there as
Ted Bradbury showing no fear.
No fear into Ashby.
So Gornell is starting to fade a little bit. Leon Henderson, with that move, he's now moved up into 3rd place in the championship ahead of Dan Ginchard. So again, it shows us how competitive this junior Rotax field has been the start of the season. Where is Archie Walker? Archie Walker is up from 15th to 8th position. Jez Williams is up from 11th to 7th, but they are all they're fading back. Dan Ginchard's lead now 1.2 seconds. It's like inexorable, the increase in gap. Here comes Leon Henderson for Strawberry Racing. I mean, we're looking down at the Ginchard won the opening round, then it was Walker at Mansell and Linden yesterday. Ginchard for Argenti Motorsport, Clark for Thule Motorsport, Henderson for Strawberry Racing, and still there's a rather crisp sounding exhaust somewhere, but of course there goes Charlie Hart. And that was that was in front of David. That was Daniel Armstrong in car number 8, running very wide and almost wiping out the 65 of David Aulechner.
Yeah, it was indeed. So that was a very touchy moment there. Less than 6 minutes to go. They come round the boot there, side-by-side action just in the background here, though. Battle for second place, heating up. Neo Clark is now breaking away. Henderson and Gornall are still nose to tail. They're not scrapping for position, though. They will be closing that gap up as Ginchard now, fastest lap of the race, is still pulling away. 1.3 seconds now is the gap, and you're pointing a finger, Henry.
Third time lucky, Dan Ginchard is the only driver to break the 45-second barrier in this race. And Anthony Jordan will now check. Well, I've checked already, and I knows I'm right.
Yeah, you're right.
Leon Henderson, though, is going very quickly as well now. Leon Henderson, his best result of the season so far, second at Clay Pigeon. And he is 5 minutes to go. He's chasing down Neo Clark. Clark is there. So we got good luck for Chloe Chong, good luck Sam Gornall, people rooting for Callum Romain, people were rooting for Harry Linden until he went out. And oh, there is the number 90 kart. Is that our exhaust? Yes, that could have been our exhaust issue. So we're down to 30 karts. So Cathal Clark. Is Cathal Clark still out there? I think he is, actually, yes.
Cathal Clark's still
so
out
Lexi Belt joins Harry Linden and Sophie Kinghorn on the DNF list at the moment. Well, the gap for Ginchard is now up to 1.4 seconds. But, again, Neo Clark, head down, he is keeping Henderson at bay. He's keeping Gornall at bay. Then there's a gap back to Hart, and Hart has got Jez Williams and Archie Walker for company. Then it's Bradbury 8th, Ollie Stevens still the championship leader. No, he's not. He's not, because he's dropped to 9th, and Neo Clark is now your championship leader in a tie. But because he's higher up in this race, he takes the tiebreaker at the moment. So, as Ollie Stevens in the number 27 Dan Holland kart, who is at the back of this huge group, and here comes Callum Romain. Well, he's had a crash, he's had a penalty, and he's probably thinking, let's just get it in the van and get home.
Yep. It's a shame, though, for Callum Romain, because he's a very quick driver. But, yeah, just unfortunately, it's not playing ball today here at Whilton Mill.
No. Well, now, Sam Gornall. Ropey start, now he's coming back into play.
Yeah.
You know, if he starts back with Leon Henderson, that will give, give Neo Clark a chance to pull away again. The gap, 1.5. Well, now Neo Clark has just put in a personal best lap. So, lap number 11, ladies and gentlemen. 44.92 for Neo Clark, 44.99 for Dan Ginchard. For the first time all race, Ginchard is not the fastest man on track. The fastest man on track is number 81, Neo Clark. There he is, heading Scotland's Leon Henderson and Coles Racing Sam Gornall.
He is indeed, yeah. Many people now under the 140 or the 45-second mark now as they go through. 3 minutes plus one additional lap. Has Neo Clark left it too late to try and catch Ginchard, because that gap is still 1.6 seconds.
I mean, look at that. In the last lap, Ginchard was 0.3 of a second quicker than Clark through sector number 1.
Yeah.
And that is from the start-finish line to about
the exit
here,
of Inkermans.
the exit of the kink before you get to Inkermans.
Yeah.
You know, that's 1 second of the track, and he was 0.3 of a second quicker through 1 second. That's obscene.
It is a bit, isn't it?
But I mean, it's
alien.
It's incredibly spectacular performance there from Dan Ginchard. The Argenti team have got that car wound up to a T, and Ginchard is pedalling the wagon for all it's worth. There's Jez Williams, the Vision Motorsport number 9, running in 6th position, trying to chase down Charlie Hart, who again is having a very, very impressive weekend for the Sam Pollitt racing team. So Sam Pollitt, they lose Neo Clark, and they have gained another little star with Charlie Hart, who is keeping the Sam Pollitt name up at the front. Here comes Gornall now, fighting back on Henderson. So Gornall takes 3rd place back, and that puts Henderson back to 4th in the championship behind Dan Ginchard.
Very wide there out of Inkermans was Gornall. Kept it on the track, though, because that nice little runoff curb there provided just the perfect amount of extra piece of track.
And Ollie Stevens just sets a new fastest lap, moves past Stephen Duncan back into 8th place in the race, and with it takes the championship lead by a point. Let's have a look at the championship standings with 90 seconds plus a minute to go. Stevens, look at that, changing almost every lap. Cathal Clark is not there, so the top 3 are correct, and then it's Henderson in 4th place, Armstrong in 5th, Linden in 6th, Sabula is not 7th, so again, but look at the top 3. The top 3 are correct, 565 points, 566 and 552. That are your championship standings with Clark and Stevens. So every time Clark it's Stevens leading, so the names are wrong. So there's a bit of a technical issue there with the championship point standings. But I can tell you, it's Stevens with 5.66, Clark with 5.65, Ginchard 5.52.
There we go then, less than 1 minute to go. 45 seconds plus that one additional lap. The gap, 1.9 seconds from Ginchard. There he is off in the distance from this battle here on your screen. This is the battle for the remaining spot on the podium for Junior Rotax. Second and third, dominated by Neo Clark and Sam Gornall, but not for much longer because the 94 of Leon Henderson takes that last spot on the podium. And at the moment, as they go through, Gornall tries to fight back. There was a 5-second time penalty going out to Jamie Perrelly as well, the number 40, currently in 16th place. He's up 13 places. He's had a good race, but he's going to be dropping down the order. But all action here at the front. 7 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board could be out this time.
Gornall there, hand in the air. He's been passed there by Jez Williams, and he's now getting monstered by Archie Walker and Ollie Stevens. Final lap board goes out. Ginchard leads. Neo Clark seconds. Well, Anthony, if Neo Clark gets round this last lap and finishes second, when you go and speak to him, try if you can, only find his dad, but find Andrew Tooley, who's going to be in bits. Because, like I said before, this team, he's reformed it after about 3 years away. It didn't exist 7 days ago. And they cobbled together 2 drivers and some equipment. There comes Declan Russell in to end his race early. Ginchard's dominant, but the real story is Neo Clark, because not only is he's within a point of the championship lead and he's driving for a brand new team, but Dan Ginchard, absolutely imperious. He has walked away with the Junior Rotax race here at Whilton Mill, and Neo Clark and Tooley Motorsport, welcome back to the paddock, Andrew Tooley. Welcome back to the podium. Best result yet for Neo Clark. He is a real title contender. Leon Henderson finishes third for Strawberry. Charlie Hart, the spectacular fourth for Charlie. Jez Williams fifth. Then Sam Gornall and Archie Walker sixth and seventh. Ollie Stevens holds on to the championship lead by a point with his 8th place finish, with Stephen Duncan 9th and Daniel Sabula leading Privateer home in 10th position. A best career result for the Anglo-Polish driver. Then it's Bradbury, Willis, Aulechner, Armstrong and Perrelly, your top 15. Usakovs, Lomax, Porter, White and Martinsky, the top 20. Ben Folland, Scott Lapsley, Pearson Bullock Carter, Ollie Goodyear and Chloe Chong, your top 25. Edison Purcell, Edie Powlane, Jay Lawrence and Cathal Clark, the last finishers. Sadly, we lost Declan Russell, Callum Romain, Lexi Belk, Harry Linden and Sophie Kinghorn in that one. There is Sophie Kinghorn with a broken go-kart, a mechanically broken go-kart. And there is Pearson Bullock Carter, who crossed the line in 23rd, but then decided to park and he wants to lift back to the paddock. We saw him go off the start line, but yeah, so he finished 23rd and then the car broke. Now we're going through Archie Walker. And Archie, he battled all the way up from 15th to 7th and gets a nose cone penalty. Next up, Jez Williams, he's free to go. Here comes Dan Ginchard. Well, I mean, no one got within spitting distance of him all right. So, yeah, no nose cone penalty there, mate. Start to finish out of his... Well, that's the only thing he's done wrong all day. He nearly fell out of his go-kart at the end. There's Sam Gornall, Ollie Stevens, and here comes Daniel Sabula. So, 10th place Daniel Sabula for the privateer. Thumbs up, great result for him. Stephen Duncan, and, well, there's the flip side of the coin. That's Harry Linden and his brother Joe pushing the car. His dad, James, is sort of, yeah, mechanicking. What can you say about that? From the highs of winning yesterday to the lows of failing to start the final today. That is karting, a microcosm. With one camera shot, you're seeing people celebrate. The other camera shot, you're seeing the depths of despair. Anthony Jordan is winging his way down to the pit lane. Ginchard, Clark and Henderson are your top 3. Now for Leon Henderson, that's his 2nd podium of the year. Neo Clark, 3 podiums out of 4. And he only missed out yesterday by a whisker. There's Pearson Bullock Carter. So the kart made it to the end and then decided to pack up, making sure that Pearson's got to walk it home. It's like taking the dog for a walk, isn't it? Come on, come on. Nose cone bingo carries on in the pits. There's Ollie Goodyear going through. Good result for Ollie, you know, 24th place. Chloe Chong gets a nose cone, but Anthony Jordan has caught up with the victorious Dan Ginchard down in the paddock now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down with our race winner from the junior Rotax race, Dan Ginchard. Well, it didn't work out for you yesterday, but you can forget about yesterday because today you're back on the top spot. It must be a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a tough day, you know, we still came across the line first, but a penalty after hindered us. But, you know, the day yesterday was a bit up and down, but today really shows what the team and the engines and everyone combined can really do.
Now, I must talk about the engine, because obviously yesterday you had engine troubles, of course. What was the fix? Was it a complete new engine?
We still don't know, to be honest. We just changed everything and hoped for the best, and it seemed to work in the final, so we just kept that package for today, and it seemed to work perfectly.
So it's the same actual engine?
Yeah, everything's the same.
Oh, wow, OK. Well, I thought it'd be a whole new engine, but no, excellent stuff. A good fix then. For yourself as well, you know, great run for the season. You're gaining those points again. It's clawing it back. But, yeah, you must be excited to go into the next round.
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, Whilton Mill's a great track. We've had a bit of an up-and-down season, but hopefully we can start pulling it back now.
Oh, well, excellent stuff. Well, Dan Ginchard, well done. Good to see you back on the top spot.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our race winner there, Dan Ginchard. Let's talk to our second place man, Neo. Mr. Clark. That's a nice cheesy grin on your face. Yeah, that's what we like to see, isn't it? Well done.
Yeah, it was a good weekend overall. We managed to get some good points for the championship, which we are mainly aiming for. We've closed the gap now to Ollie, so yeah, it's been a pretty good weekend, to be fair.
I mean, you were leading the championship during that race at some point, so that just shows you how close it is for that. Warden Law's coming up next. It's a tough challenge, Warden Law. It's a very fast circuit as well, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't had the best of luck there. Like at O-Plate, we don't know, we just didn't have the pace, but hopefully it all changes for the next race.
Well, let's hope so. Of course, you had a 6th place finish yesterday, 2nd place today. It's looking good.
Yeah, it's looking good. I would also like to thank my dad for the spanners, Drew Tooley, and all my sponsors for the continued support.
Exactly. Tooley Motorsport, a team that, well, really, Henry says, didn't exist about 3 years ago, but you're back, putting it on the podium. It's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, Drew's worked extremely hard the past few weeks, getting everything ready, and he saw what he deserved this weekend.
Well, excellent. You've earned it, haven't you? So well done, Neo Clark, 2nd place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our man there. Let's talk to our 3rd place man now. Well, Mr. Leon Henderson. Yesterday was a challenge. It was, 18th, I think it was, wasn't it? But today, it's a 3rd place. It's a podium.
Yeah, it's a relief to actually finish our final without having an incident or anything, considering Mansell, we got taken out in the last lap, and then yesterday, obviously, we had the collision with Neo, but yeah, it's just good to get some decent points for once and then just work our way through from there.
Now talk us through that final, because of course it was quite a busy race. Junior Rotax always gives us a busy race, doesn't it? But you know, you had your head held high on that one and you put a strong in performance.
Yeah, we struggled in qualifying a bit, which made us start a bit far back, but we came through, and well, obviously Dan was away before I could come through at the front, but still 3rd's good enough for me, so yeah.
We can accept it, we can be happy with it. Warden Law up next, are we looking forward to it?
Yeah, we had really good pace at the O-Plate. Just got unlucky again, getting caught up in accidents and stuff like that, but yeah, I'm feeling confident for it.
Excellent stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Strawberry Racing, Jack's Motorsport, Cream Racing Engines, my dad for mechanicking me, everyone at home for supporting, and my sponsors.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Leon Henderson, on a 3rd place win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, excellent stuff there from our Junior Rotax. One more race to go. It's time for Senior Rotax.
Well, race 44 of the 44 race weekend, the finale here at Whilton Mill, Senior Rotax time. And if Junior Rotax was a bit of a runaway, I don't think we're going to have the same in this one. Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins, well, we got Dan Holland racing 1, 2, 3 at the front, but then we've got 2 guys from KR Sport, a Zip Kart driver, then you got people from Potenza Racing Engines, Coles Racing, Tooley Motorsport again, featuring in the top 10 on the grid. Big thank you to everyone commenting on the stream on the live chat. There's even a couple of... must remember to give that person 20 quid. A couple of nice comments about the commentary. Don't tell Anthony, he must be me. So, there's Harry Webb, who walking through the paddock there. He's a driver coaching for Vision Motorsport. There's, in the foreground there's Tuesday Hines and Earl for the Zipcar team. They've got Caden McQueen going out in this one. And there's a dog, a Westie Terrier. There. I haven't seen the Basset Hound that we had earlier on in the paddock, which is a bit of a shame. I wonder where we're going to... Let's see if we can find it. We haven't had a dog in the commentary box yet. We've had Anthony Jordan's mum in the commentary box today, but we haven't had a dog in the commentary box. So we'll see if we can find that Basset Hound and give him a smooth. There we are. No offence to any other flavours of dog. Now, there's the scene. Still a busy site at the top of the, top of the spectator area there. There's the Sam Pollitt team on the left. We've got Dan Holland on the far left. Then we've got Sam Pollitt in the middle. I can see Anderson Chilcott wearing some ridiculously tight jeans. I've never seen a mechanic wearing as tight jeans as Anderson Chilcott. Middle of the Sam Pollitt racing trio in the middle there. There they are. There we go. Yep, he's glued them on. Then we've got more Dan Holland racing mechanics. We've got the chief floor sweeper Rory Hudson amongst them. But here we go with the starting lineup for the final race of the day. Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins start from row number 1. Reese Hunter and Sean Butcher are on row number 2. Caden McQueen and William Ellswood go from row 3. Lewis Gilbert and Brandon Nagelvort on row 4. Row 5, Spencer Shinner and Tom Adams. Row 6, Sam Hawthorne and Jack Steadman. Row 7, Charlie Turner and James Lowther. Row 8, Tom Edmonds and Miles Barthorpe. Then it's the Flying Mullet, Archie Brown, and Luke Wood, the E-plate holder, Oakley Pryor, and George Holbrook round out your top 20. Teddy Clinton and Magic Camara on row 11. Matty Hingley and Kieran Kay on row 12. Almost called him Ben, nearly. Jensen Watson, Chris Simpson on row 13. Harry Holland and Ryan Luscombe row 14. Reese Hurd, Louis Weaver, Edward Matthews, Catherine White, Riley Stevenson and Oliver Meadows round out the 34 kart starting lineup. Anthony Jordan, welcome back to the commentary box, and welcome back. You haven't given me a chocolate muffin yet.
Would you like a chocolate muffin?
After the race.
Okay, fine.
I'm a true professional.
I just have one during the grids.
Well, that's all right. I had your back.
You did.
Man had his back. Here we go. And that looks like...
Oh, again.
Okay, yeah. We shall... we ate ice cream live on there yesterday. Courtesy of Belinda Dewey.
Yep.
I noticed, so at the restaurant, there's like, lunch, sitting in. There's like a steak dinner for 20 quid.
Yeah.
I was trying to see me brag one about down the commentary bar. Well, I think a Magnum's one thing, but a full-on 3-course meal's another thing.
Yeah.
So, the Repechage qualifiers, Louis Weaver, Reese Hurd, Catherine White, Edward Matthews, Oliver Meadows and Riley Stevenson. There were no issues at the end of the Repechage. And yeah, PS Karting, good to see the Zipcar brand back.
Don't get Henry started on the Zip cards, please.
Well, no. I'm just saying what it's back. I'm a historian. I'm an anorak. I like the past is still the present in karting and the future.
Oh yeah.
Righty-ho, moving swiftly on. Here are the stars of today.
They are indeed.
Out of boot 3, Reese Hunter in the 2 kart. The championship leader is the 3rd of the Dan Holland karting line. He's behind his younger brother Kai. 30 points is Reese Hunter's lead coming into today, and it's a false start again. Oh, they just wait. Oh dear,
that's Luke Wooder.
And at the back there, that's the 33 of Catherine White and the 88 of Oliver Meadows, and there's something on the track there. Oh, now we had a great view from the back. Now what is that? That is a GoPro mount. It's something. Now let's see. Somebody on the right-hand side didn't go. And you can see now there's a blue and white Team GB race suit there that was slow.
Look, it was actually that debris in the track was coming from the tyre walls that was hit.
Oh,
it's the timing.
Oh dear.
Ian Rogers is not going to be happy.
Ian is going to be having kittens. Oh dear. Motorsport-timing.co.uk. Their equipment is second to none, and it ain't cheap, and it's been destroyed. There's backups and backups, however.
Oh, yeah. Luke Wooder, hide.
Well, no, I mean,
no.
Luke would have hit somebody who was going slowly.
Well, yeah.
So I didn't quite see. So somebody didn't get going, and it was somebody in a red and blue Team GB race suit. Possibly, let me have a little gander down. Was it maybe Miles Barthorpe didn't get going? He was due to start a row in front of Luke Wooder. Yes, the number 24, he didn't get going. Let's see if he gets going this time. Lights are green. We're off and racing. Third time lucky into Crook and Oblivion. Up the hill, it's Kai Hunter leading from Matthew Higgins and Reese Hunter. Everybody else somehow gets round cleanly, and all 34 karts have recovered. One or two maybe carrying a little bit of damage. There's Tom Adams in the TKM Motorsport number 7, battling with Charlie Turner in the number 61 Privateer kart, bouncing over the curve. There's the GMS number 69 rather, of Louis Weaver, but we're all safely through the first half a lap.
Yeah, good start then at the front here. Oh, a very common theme. Kai Hunter, Matthew Higgins. Oh, and round they go, and Argentina and Coles.
Oh,
it's Brandon Klein Nanglevort and the 15 as well.
Sam Hawthorne.
It is indeed Sam Hawthorne. Well, there we go. Sam's out the car. Brandon's putting his arms up. He's like, that was your fault. No, that was your fault. We'll sort that out later. Here's a replay.
It's going to be Hawthorne making the move. Nanglevort closed the door. Hawthorne getting up on that curb, and that pushes the kart across the track into Nanglevort. Nanglevort, his left hand there, it looks like he's suffered an injury. He waves it at Hawthorne and then realises, oh no, actually that hurts a lot. So we've got yellow flags here now. Matthew Higgins has the lead from Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter third. Caden McQueen is in fourth. Past the scene of the incident. The fifth place kart, the first of the KR Sport machines, is Sean Butcher, and McQueen getting sucking into a move there, coming out of the boot, fourth position. And Reese Hunter, the championship leader, stays in third. Then it's Lewis Gilbert, the O plate, in sixth. Spencer Shinner having a great weekend up in seventh, followed by William Ellswood in eighth. Adams is ninth, and Lowther rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, it is indeed. Down the inside, the 57 there. Sean Butcher gets it done. Lewis Gilbert tries to follow as well.
Thought about it.
He did think about it, but Caden McQueen said, no.
Yeah. And change the lead. Kai Hunter takes the lead. Now, could be looking more. So Kai Hunter has had 10 wins, the British Championship, since the start of 2019. More than any other driver of all classes combined. Can we see an 11th win here? You know, Danny Curlin and Oliver Greenwald have got 8 wins. I'm looking to see where Matthew Higgins ranks on there. Matthew Higgins, he's had a couple. He's only had 2 or 3, I think, is Matthew Higgins. 2 wins out of 5 total podiums. But Kai Hunter, who's 30 points behind his brother Reese in the championship, they run 1-2. Kai Hunter, an 11th win here would go an awful long way towards pegging that gap back, and then of course they're going to fight amongst themselves at Warden Law.
Yes, indeed. Warden Law always packs punch, doesn't it?
Yeah, don't say that, they're the same family.
9 minutes to go. Down the inside goes William Ellswood on Spencer Shinner, gets that job done. Nice move. Ken McQueen there still in shot. Look how so close it is. There's nothing between them, isn't it? Nope. They've not managed to break away. Now, we've seen it in all of them. Kai Hunter and Reese Hunter, they'll work together and they'll break away. Even Matthew Higgins would join the team and break away.
Yep,
but they're not doing that here. Yes, they've got a small schmickle of a breakaway here, but look at that. Sean Butcher has always been that card.
Oh, Hunter! Higgins, rather, sorry. On one of the Hunters, that was a... Sorry, but look at that. One move from Matthew Higgins didn't work, and it's Constantine and everybody together. Here comes... Gilbert up the inside of McQueen.
Yeah,
McQueen checks over his shoulder. I said we had a runaway in junior Rotax. We're not going to have the same situation in seniors, and we're not. Oh, McQueen has a little nibble back at Lewis Gilbert going into the thing with the Diamond Dal Ray. Sees off McQueen.
Does indeed, yeah, as they go through 8.5 minutes, and then I love that shot as they go through into the boot section so fast down the hill through Pitts Bend on the start-finish straight now.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh, Kieran Kay, number 73. Suffering there. Sean Butcher into 4th place, chasing the Dan Holland 1-2-3. McQueen having to defend a little bit from William Ellswood. That's not going to make it very popular with 8 minutes to go. Down towards Ashby. Spencer Shinner. The leading Coles racing kart is Spencer Shinner in 8th position, and I have to say he's having a great weekend. He finished on the podium at Clay Pigeon, but that was because he had the right tyre choice to pre-final, and then the final was cancelled, so they took the pre-final results as the final results. But this is really his best performance, you know, on merit. Oh my word, that was Tom Adams getting absolutely launched into by Jack Steadman coming through there. They all managed to get around cleanly, but Steadman up on the curb and just hitting, bouncing across, and Tom Edmonds having to take evasive action there. Tom Adams, sorry, having to take evasive action. Tom Edmonds goes past Tom Adams, who's now down to 13th place. Here comes William Ellswood. William Ellsworth putting together another very, very solid, competitive season at the sharp end of one of the most competitive fields in all of British karting.
He has indeed. Right. With half races about complete, let's have a look then at some of the big movers out there on circuit. So, Magic Amera up 11 positions from 22nd. He's in 11th place in the number 12. He's having a good run at the moment as well. Matty Hingley up 8 places, the number 11. He's up into P15 at the moment. Also, Edwin Matthews, the number 39, up 9 places into 22nd place as well.
From the Repechage,
Indeed, yeah. Riley Stevenson also into P25. Up 8 positions as well, so some big movers out there.
Well, as things as they are, with Kai Hunter leading and Rhys Hunter only third, Kai Hunter has trimmed 10 points off his brother's championship lead. He started the day 30 points back. He's currently 20 points back. Everybody else is beginning to fall away. Butcher in third on 565 points is 30 points behind Kai Hunter, 50 points off the championship lead. Higgins is fourth in 556 points. Then it's Gilbert, Ellsworth, and Matty Hinge is the big loser this weekend. He came into the weekend third. He's now down to 7th in the points, and it's not going well for him in this race either.
I think I'd quite like to be a geek again. If we could see a slow-mo replay of them, that shot of them going in towards the boot, I think I saw some sparks, and it made me all giddy.
Okay, well, let's have a look.
Let's see if
Mr. Director can find
can do that.
Give him a minute, but we'll have a look at the battle for the lead as Hunter and Higgins getting close to the race lead. Matty Hingley putting in the fastest lap of the race, 44.15. And this Butcher in 4th position.
Oh, Steadman. Yeah, not surprised.
Here's your spark. Talk us through.
Look. Right, so I think it was Caden McQueen who came through, took a lot of curb on the inside. Oh, no, it wasn't that one.
No spark.
No spark.
You've lost your spark.
I lost my spark.
Oh, you lost your spark. Never mind. Anyway, we've got a great battle for the lead. A great battle for the lead. That'll bring the spark back.
It will
because
indeed.
Kai Hunter is just 0.2 of a second in front of Matthew Higgins. It's Tynan Weir versus Trevor Gloyce. North East versus Mid Wales versus North East versus London. Sean Butcher's home. And then Darl Ryan, Scotland.
Oh, there's a lunge there. What a lunge that was from Higgins. Oh my goodness me.
Oh, Kai's fighting back though. And now Matthew Higgins gets hung out to dry like yesterday's laundry. Down to 4th position. And Sean Butcher capitalises. So, right. They work together perfectly in the heats, as they should. They're a finely tuned organisation, the Hunter brothers. The British champions on the line, and Rhys Hunter has found his way back past Kai into the race lead. Kai Hunter, he had trimmed Rhys's advantage to 20 points, and now Rhys Hunter's lead is back out to 28 points because of all the chopping and changing. We're going to have to see some, well, I'd say brotherly love, brothers in arms. You know, and that's James Lowther giving Spencer Shimmer the strong arm out at Ashby's. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's brothers in arms. There's got to be some sort of song I can put in there.
No, please no.
All right, I don't think. Brotherhood of Man. No.
There we go.
The Out Here Brothers.
No.
Don't stop, wiggle, wiggle. No. 3 minutes 48 seconds plus a lap to go. Rhys Hunter and Kai Hunter 1-2. Kai Hunter needs to fight back. He needs to get past his brother and take this win to take the British title fight down to the wire even more. Oh, there's William Ellsworth getting locked. Yes. I think William Ellsworth was late on the brakes because he had a cart in his bottom. Yes, should we say that? And here comes Kai Hunter. There's the move. No, it was Kai Hunter made the move. Rhys Hunter comes back. Oh, it's game on. I hope that there's going to be a mechanic sitting between them on the long drive back up to Warden Law this evening. As here comes Higgins. Oh, Higgins tries to get involved. This is family business, Matthew. Family, but you know all about racing families. Leave them to it and pick up the pieces at the end. Sean Butcher moves into 3rd place. We're on lap number 13 now. Alfie Lindsay supporting Kai Hunter. I'm sure there's people out there supporting Rhys Hunter as well. Oh, Rhys Hunter leads. Now he's running. Kai Hunter around the outside. Is he going to risk it? No. And here comes Sean Butcher. Sean Butcher's thinking, right, I'll make a mess of the family arrangements right now. Here's and Lewis Gilbert. What a move there by Lewis Gilbert on Matthew Higgins. Caden McQueen is still in there. Oh, we're on lap 13, 2.5 minutes to go, and we have got 7 drivers within a second of the race lead. There's Matty Hingley. Look around. There's a bit of a breakaway in the top 3 now. Butcher is trying to push away. It's Rhys Hunter leading Kai Hunter. The number 2 leads the number 3.
Yes, it does indeed, as they go through, 5-second time penalty for 44 Lowther.
Yes, which would be why William Ellswood outbraked himself, because he didn't outbrake himself coming to Christmas corner. He had assistance.
He did have assistance.
It
was a cold day when Lowther took his photo.
Look at that, here we go. He had a different race suit on, he wanted to get the Argenti branding. Smart
thinking.
Okay, so Kai Hunter, the number 3, the younger of the two brothers. Here comes Sean Butcher. Sean Butcher on the outside going into Wilkins. That's not where you want to be.
Oh, that's going to be a brave move.
Oh,
I tell you what, well done, those 3 drivers, because that was as close as you could get from having a massive collision.
Yep. Now, Reese Hunter still leads. So Kai Hunter, he's got to sort of like gather his focus back and go back at his older brother Reese. 90 seconds to go. They come through Crook and Oblivion, up the hill. Kai Hunter saying, go. Reese Hunter saying, I'm not sure I believe you. It's too important. This is not a heat race. This is a final of the British Championship. And if I win, then the chances are you can't catch me in the title chase, because so Kai Hunter's doing a crossover move. He's going to get squeezed wide. He's going to get squeezed wide. Sean Butcher up the P2. Oh, you should have listened. Oh, Kai, you said you were going to go for it, and then you told a fib.
Yep.
You tried to trick your older brother. Straight back up the inside on Sean Butcher, but Butcher holds firm, and that has given Reese Hunter the gap he needs. So, just like that, Reese Hunter, 20 kart lengths in front, 45 seconds to go. Is this going to be another win? The weekend double could be complete for Reese Hunter, because that move there from Sean Butcher didn't quite pay off to Kai Hunter, may have given him all the advantage he needs. Up towards Christmas corner we go. Now it's Lewis Gilbert into P3. Higgins back to 4th. Butcher's down to 5th. McQueen is 6th. They're all piling in, but it's for 3rd place on back. 20 seconds to go. Kai Hunter, you've got to drive absolutely out of your skin now to catch your brother Reese and maybe have one shot at the win.
Well, let's see if we can do it. The timer is going to strike 0. Are they going to get an extra lap in? There's 4 seconds left. It's going to be close. I don't think he's going to do it. Last lap board out this time.
No,
it's not.
They got across the line, I think.
They did get it.
They got across the line.
Well, there you go. I tell you what.
1 second to go.
Kai Hunter says he likes this. Kai Hunter likes this.
Yep.
He gets extra lap to try and close that gap.
If that lap was a Facebook status, he'd give it a thumbs up.
He would indeed.
He's closing in. I tell you what, he's closing in the number 3 kart. So, Kai Hunter, turn your cap round and take your socks off, Kai. It's time to go now.
Let's see what he can do into Oisiers. A look further back there. Gilbert comfortable in 3rd at the moment. He's got the pressure of Matthew Higgins over 75. Be ready for that, but all eyes at the moment at the front, because the last lap board's going to be coming out. It's going to be who can take it between the 2 Hunter brothers. Reese or Kai. Absolutely nose to tail. Final board is out.
Did I just see a 5-second penalty for kart number 3? Did I just see a 5-second penalty for kart number 3 on the board? We'll have to wait and see what comes up. There, I did.
It is.
Oh no, Kai Hunter's got a 5-second penalty. He doesn't know it. He's going to go around the outside. Reese Hunter's got this one in the bag. Kai Hunter, you don't need to challenge. Push, Kai, now. Your chance of victory have gone. You've got to push away, because you're going to lose a bunch of positions. Here we go, up the short straight towards it. I don't see what that was for. We must have missed that. Into the boot for the final time. Kai's going to go for the win regardless, but Reese Hunter is going to emerge victorious. 2 out of 2 for the number 2, who's trying to become number 1 in 2021. Reese Hunter takes the win. Kai Hunter, 2nd on the road. Lewis Gilbert will inherit that position. He finishes 3rd. Matthew Higgins will move on to the podium. Sean Butcher comes home in 5th. Then it's Caden McQueen. James Lowe. There's been a collision on the last lap. William Ellswood and Magic Camara are both out. The two KR Sport teammates have had some sort of incident. Magic has left the car behind and has walked away from the scene of the crime. William Ellswood is standing there to make a statement. What a final race, ladies and gentlemen. Kai Hunter finishing 2nd on the road. A 5-second penalty would drop him back to 12th. And Reese Hunter's championship lead grows exponentially. Sean Butcher finishing 5th on the road. Caden McQueen 6th on the road. 7th for There's a bit of joviality going. 7th, James Lowther. Then it's Tom Edmonds in 8th, Jack Stebbin 9th, Matty Hinchley in 10th, Oakley Pryor is 11th, followed by Spencer Shinner, Tom Adams, Charlie Turner leading Privateer home, then Teddy Clinton, Jensen Watts in 16th place, Archie Brown 17th, followed by Edward Matthews, Louis Weaver and Harry Holland, the rest of your top 20. Chris Simpson and Miles Barthorpe were next home, followed by Kieran Kay, Rhys Hurd, Riley Stevenson, Ryan Luscombe, Catherine White, Luke Wooder and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in 29th. Magic Cabera, William Ellswood, Oliver Meadows, George Holbrook and Samuel Hawthorne all failed to finish. Anthony Jordan will be going down to interview the winners and get the feel for the race, and then we will be having a brief paddock show to wrap up the weekend with myself and Anthony. Yeah, lots of support. So a big final chance to say a thank you to everybody on the social media for commenting in, and we've had lots of viewers from all over the world watching the Alpha Live YouTube stream. We've watched it on the British Championship Facebook page, on the Wera Tools Facebook page, on motorsport.tv, and everyone. There's Paul Monk just going out of shot there. There's no, right, there's Dave from Motorsport Timing there with the black box there. He's he runs Motorsport Timing with Ian Rogers, and he's there taking the transponders off the kart. So obviously Motorsport Timing will have all the transponders. Then we have there's who's that taking the race suit off, the blue race suit. That is Spencer Shinner, the blue t-shirt, the rib protector. There's Tom Adams having a chat with Charlie Turner. Charlie Turner playing black race suit. Further back we've got the number 6 Dan Holland kart of Teddy Clinton. There's Jensen Watts with the black zip t-shirt. He's had a good day. You know, yesterday was terrible. Today was better. 16th place for him. Archie Brown is back there. There's Kieran Kay. You can see the back of his race suit. And up onto the trolleys go the karts. There is Sam Fugit, who's been mechanicking for Tom Adams today. 2D Motorsport, well, they couldn't quite get 2 podiums. 13th place for Tom, but I mean, what a day for them. Well done. Of course, Sam usually works for Leo Robinson and Fusion Motorsport, but he's helping out Drew Tooley today. There's Mr. Barthorpe on the left-hand side of your screen, Miles' dad. His jacket on there, having a little look, a pensive look around to see if he can spot his son. But Anthony Jordan has caught up with Rhys Hunter down on the grid now.
Yes, thank you very much, Henry. Down in the winner's circle with our race winner from Senior Rotax, Rhys Hunter. It was a win yesterday, a win today. Whilton Mill's been kind to you.
Yeah, it's felt really good. We've had really good pace both days. That final was because of the straight line speed of everyone torn up to each other. It was quite hard to defend, and it was quite hard to lead. So I'm glad that I've managed to win that final as well.
I mean, it was a tough battle with your brother Kai as well, but of course Kai on that last lap did receive that 5-second time penalty out of nowhere, so we're not sure what that was for. But, you know, for you, Warden Law's the next one. It's your home circuit, quite literally your home circuit. Are we looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to it. I've not been quite fast in the past at Warden Law's, but hopefully we'll get a few days testing in and we'll get up to speed.
Well, hopefully so. But a great result for you, a great final from the Senior Rotax that we see all the time. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines and Marv, my mechanic.
Excellent stuff. Well, Rhys Hunter, well done. Another race win.
Cheers.
Excellent stuff. Let's have a talk to our second place man, Mr. Lewis Gilbert. Come forward. The last time I actually remember speaking to you may have been Lark Hall, is that correct?
Yes, it was, yes.
Well, we're speaking to you now, second place on the road. Again, it was a surprise for you, I guess, as well, seeing that come up on the board. But, yeah, a great race, a busy race as well, I suspect.
Yeah, it was a tough race, so we were all so close, and it's been a tough weekend. We've not had the pace, really, but we've just raced well enough to be at the front, so that's good.
It's always a nice feeling, isn't it? Of course, Whilton Mill, tough challenge, quite bumpy, harsh curbs as well. But Warden Law's up next, so we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it because we won the Oakley a few weeks ago, so hopefully we can keep that pace going for the British.
Let's hope so. Well, an excellent result from you, second place on the road, well done.
Thank you very much.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Potential Race Engines, Ben York and Kyle for all their help.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Lewis Gilbert.
Thank you.
Perfect stuff there. Let's chat to our third place man who finished on the road in fourth place. And it was a third place finish yesterday as well. Third place finish today. well done.
Yeah, cheers.
You know, it's been a tough old weekend, but you've put in a stellar performance. You know, 2 podiums. You can leave happy with that one.
Yeah, sure. I think it's moved us up a few places in the championship, so yeah, it's good going into the next few rounds.
Excellent. Well, like I say, is Warden Law up next? What do we like at Warden Law? Do we like it?
So-so. Last time I had some engine cutting out issues in the final at O-Plate, so we'll see what happens now.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. But an excellent result for you on this one. 2 third places. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank the team, everyone at DHR, especially Ross and Sam on the data. Time Racing Engines for the mega power. Dad on the spanners, top job. Mum and Lissy, Accelerate Media, and all my sponsors for the sport.
Well, excellent stuff. Well done on another podium position in the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. Very well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Our top 3 drivers, Matthew Higgins as well. Don't go anywhere because we have got the live Paddock show that's coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live stream here at Whilton Mill for the 7th round of the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. Anthony,
yep.
Let's have a quick wrap-up of the day. It's a new thing for us. We're out in the paddock. Everyone's trying to tear things down, you know.
I know, yeah.
Everyone's going home, but we've got a lot to catch up on. What a day we have had.
Well, yeah. Well, I hope for the people who are actually still watching, because we were gone for quite a while. Usually, when with the racing stops, everyone
told them they would be waiting, but we've got a big audience here at the circuit, you know, watching us going on. Let's try and round things up. Well, first of all, you know, we're going to have a little wander at the paddock, but we've got some drivers here. Kenzo, Craigie, and Albie Friend, come this way. So we talked about our tickets to Bahrain. Well done, Kenzo, Craigie. Has it sunk in yet?
Not really, no.
No. Now, who have we got? Now, who have we got here? So we've got Dad, we've got Mum, we've got family members. Now, they're all hiding behind the camera, but this is your chance to come in. So, first things first. Do you know where Bahrain is?
No.
I would. Do you guys know where Bahrain is?
We do, yes.
We do. You know, Anthony, I mean, talk about that. Talk about this young man's final and what he did. Hello, and we got family and everything around here. So yeah, what did this young man do?
Well, your final, I'd say, you were, well, it was pretty much seamless, wasn't it? Yeah. Wasn't it? You know, you got to the front, you held the front, it was a good, consistent race. You know, you've had lots of practice from Honda Cadet, of course, the slipstream effect and all of that, and it's just paid off in this, and I think a seamless race from yourself, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, talk us through, because when it comes to it, representing yourself for UK in Bahrain for the World Finals, that's going to be a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be great.
But what we want to really know is, and this is where we get the parents, so, like, what were you putting Mum, Dad and Sister through all that? What do you think they were doing? We'll ask them what they were doing, but what do you think they were doing while you were out there?
My sister probably didn't really care.
Fair enough, that's fair enough.
I don't know about my dad. My mum is probably screaming and shouting.
Well, let's go and find out. So, okay, we've got our scooter here, and so we're all right. So we're happy on our scooter. Now, Mum and Dad, who's the most nervous while we watch, and what were you going through? Because we got Mr. Mechanic and then Mrs. Nervous. Yes.
I think I'm actually pretty nervous myself every time he goes out. More from a safety perspective at this stage, because they're still quite young.
They're young and delicate. Where's he gone? Yeah, well, he's off wandering around.
Exactly, and I'm not the best mechanic, so I'm always worried about things falling off.
Not the best mechanic? Well, sir, can I just say that you've got Jag Rotax standing here. You've just mechanicked your son to the grand finals to represent Team UK.
But thanks a lot to Mark at the Saudi Academy and the Jag Rotax team for helping me out this weekend. Because it's not a class that we race, right? We race in Honda Cadet, so we needed a lot of support. So thanks to them.
Okay, and quickly, so Mum, what were we like during that final?
We're quite a bit nervous. We didn't talk to each other. I was I was actually on the grandstand, and Paul was downstairs. So, yeah, really proud of him, and you know, I can see the development as well, how he progressed across different races. So I'm very proud of him.
Okay, great stuff. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so Kenzo and Albert Friend were just one of the stories we've got today. We'll see you at the presentation later on.
Yeah.
Let's have a little walk up. We've got the team members from Whilton Mill Kart Club here. So we've got the boys and girls in orange. They're the most important people in all of motorsport. There is Harry Ellis there. He's been starting our drivers from the thing. Take your cap off, give him a salute. That's Harry's own special kart. So again, Motorsport UK doing a fantastic job of bringing young officials in to volunteer all the critical jobs that they do. So because of course without the marshals, without the medics, none of you would be going racing. So a huge big thank you to the safety team there, the boys and girls in orange. So much have been around the block a little bit. This is a proud man. So Kenzo Craigie was quick to thank Mark Barrett, who's walking away in the Saudi Academy. But let's just say there's Albert Friend. We missed Albert. So Albert's our other. Come and have a wander with us, because we spoke to Kenzo. So there's Mr. and Mrs. Friend standing in the background. So, Albie, hey, how are you feeling?
I'm really excited to go to Bahrain.
Now Kenzo doesn't know where Bahrain is. Do you know where Bahrain is?
No.
Ah, okay. We need to go and have some lessons there. But I mean, yeah. We'll do your presentation a bit. Fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. We'll carry on and do that. Let's have a little look. Now Mark Barrett has wandered off. At the end of every race meeting, Anthony, this is where the
everything gets torn down. You know, everyone's trying to get out here. But so that was Micromax.
Yep.
That's one race out of the way. Albert Friend, Kenzo Craigie, fantastic.
Yep.
Now let's move on. Then we had the TKM finals. What a dramatic turn of events in junior TKM.
Yep, it was indeed. We saw excellent racing, close racing all the way throughout, and of course, you know, TKM, it always provides good racing, doesn't it? But it's a very challenging class because they're all very quick and they're all good talents, aren't they?
They're good talents. There was an awful lot of, you know, there was a bit of bumping and barging going on there at the end. I think that, but at the end of the day, Alistair Cresswell, 3 wins out of 3, you know, in junior TKM, that is a title. He's not won it yet, but I mean, he's getting very, very close indeed. Yeah. It's good to see the drivers there. Now, we've had drivers that have come down, you know, when they've won or lost, they now sort of gathered themselves to the presentation. You've got to feel for Alfie Garford, though, in juniors.
You do, because, I mean, he didn't, you know, Christmas corner, it's a tough corner, but, you know, things like that, it happens, and unfortunately, yeah, he came off worse.
Yeah, so now we've got TKM Extreme. The first thing we have to say is that Kai Springfield's okay.
He is okay.
We had 2 incidents, Joseph Reeve-Smith and James Pashley colliding in the second heat. Joe Reeve-Smith is okay after a very scary accident. In the final, Kai Springfield coming out of his kart, brake stoppage, he's okay.
Yeah.
In there. But before we get to, like I said, I must make an apologise. I need to apologise, not just to one driver, but to a whole nation. I need to apologise to Scotland, because Lewis Gilbert's over there. And a couple of years ago, I coined the phrase, he's the diamond of Dalry. And over the course of my befuddlement, I've called him the diamond of Dalry. There is no such town called Dalry, it's Dalry. So apologies, Scotland, that is Lewis. There you go. I was told off by his granddad at the end of it all.
Yeah,
but I mean,
good. I'm glad someone else is telling you off and not me.
That's okay, but I mean, apologies. So TKM Extreme, the end of it all. Again, James Pashley, you know, his chances for the title are going really well.
Yeah, exactly that. So there it's all going good.
This is the scene, by the way, at the end of the day. So the Motorsport OK tent is being closed down. You know, people collecting their tyres, handing their tyres in. Obviously, the teams are now setting down the awnings and stuff like that. You've got drivers that are happy, drivers that are not so happy. You've got a few discussions with stewards. So, you know, there's the Motorsport UK team handing everyone's tyres. There's a fantastic haircut. Thank you, Archie. Our 177 winner. We can move on to the Rotax classes. I mean, well, no, in TKM. So James Pashley.
Yes.
Yeah, really good result for James.
Really good results. Yeah.
Strong. Adam Sparrow thought he had it at one point. Theo Hesketh was up there. Zach Brown was up there. But Harvey Roth.
Yeah. Harvey Roth. He had a great day, didn't he? Well, he had a great whole weekend, really.
Considering that he was a little bit of a firebrand. You know, he's just come out of juniors. Oh, there's Mr. Sabula. There's a fine pair of shorts on Daniel Sabula's dad there. You know, Daniel, a top 10 result, top rookie. We'll see him on the podium later. He doesn't realise we're live. Fine pair of shorts, absolutely superb pair of shorts. So now we're going to move up, and you can see, so the last couple of days we've been walking up and down these here, and it's been packed with things. So the tents are coming down. This is where 200 plus drivers that have been here this weekend are all trying to sort of get out of Dodge.
Yeah. They are indeed. The packed down part of the weekend is probably the most favourite for some, not the most favourite for some others, because they've got big tents and big rows.
There we go. Archie Brown, 2 tyre bags and never a cold neck. He loves it. He loves it. The flying mullet loves it. We spoke about Harvey Roth, a great win in seniors, his first one, and James Pashley went into that last lap desperate not to crash, and he lost several positions. Still leads the championship, but it's several positions. So we move on to the main Rotax classes now. Yes. Minimax.
Well, what a weekend they've had. Every event seemed to be like a final, didn't it? Heat 1, that was a final. Heat 2, that was a final.
The
final, that was a final.
Exactly. Ethan
Jeff
Hall coming out in front. What I really liked though was Harrison Crowther saying, you know, he went for the move. Ethan went for a great move. Harrison left him room, and he said it was a great move, and he ended up coming on third. Chase Fernandez, great result in second.
Great result for Chase.
Junior. I mean, we can walk back. We've made our cameraman James there walk backwards all the way through the show. Let's make him walk forward. Forwards a little bit. Junior. Well, I mean, wasn't a boring race.
Wasn't.
But Dan Ginshard owned it from start to finish.
He struggled on the first day. Of course, he picked up that nose cone penalty after, you know, walking his way through the field. Today, you know, a completely different story. He got to the front. Well, he started at the front, got all the way and just held on to that one. It's just a dominant performance. There you go. He's going to walk backwards again now.
He just likes walking
backwards. He
backwards.
does like walking backwards. Now he's going to walk into people.
The KR Sport, Jordan Chamberlain, Rotax 177. They had a win taken away with Jack McConnell, but hey, Henry Ayres there. How's it going, Jordan? You're looking very stylish. A man after my own heart. Top 3 yesterday, another 2 podiums today.
Yeah, no, the 177s have done really well this weekend. Obviously, been a tough weekend across the board, but I think the team has done, collectively well. We've had a couple of issues, a couple of crashes, driving standards haven't been great. But all in all, I think, especially the 177s, I think they've done a good job.
Yeah, it's been a bit hectic. Thanks for that, Jordan. Yeah, it's been a bit hectic in. I think Joe was losing maybe some of the senior action going on wasn't as best it could now. We've got some Tim Wilson Motorsport there. James Morley for Tim Wilson Motorsport, of course, coming second, and of course a great win for Harvey Roth. There's Matt Allnett. Hi, Matt. Hello. And it was great to see one of their drivers stop in to help Kai Springfield. When he had his incident. Yep. So that's Mini Max, Ethan Jeff Hall, and Junior Rotax, Dan Ginchard.
Yep.
Oh. Senior Rotax. You said 177. We covered there. Senior Rotax. What can we say about that?
Rhys Hunter, 2 wins. It can't go wrong really for Rhys.
Yep. I mean, Kai Hunter. I don't know what the penalty was for.
I don't know what it was either.
Whatever. It's so hard done by because you want to see those two go for it and battle. And of course now really Kai's championship chances are gone and it's Rhys's championship to lose.
Yeah, it really is. But like I said, they're going to Warden Law next. It's their home circuit. Rhys says he's not the quickest round there, so well.
I think Rhys is telling Porky Pies.
He probably is telling Porky Pies, but we'll find out because we go there in a few weeks.
And again, we'll talk about this has been a great facility here. Warden Law, one of the jewels of karting. It was sort of a bit dormant, a bit moribund for some time. The Hunter family have taken it over. They've worked hard. They've got the Durham and Yorkshire Car Club is now Warden Law Karting. They've got that back. Karting Northeast, so there's racing there happening all the time. The circuit looks fantastic. They put a lot of weekend. And a little birdie told me that Rhys Hunter mows the grass there.
Does he?
Yeah. Apparently Kai's a lazy little so-and-so. But that Rhys works night and day there. Okay. So, he deserves a win. But, I mean, this is a great thing. So the day's coming up. We're going to do the presentation shortly. Yep. They're going to be filmed, not on the live stream, but they're going to go and be edited onto the things there. But, I mean, what a way to round off the weekend, DJ.
I think it's excellent, isn't it? It gives a bit of a closure to the folks at home, doesn't it? Adding this little element.
And also, this is what happens when the racing finishes. The drivers are waiting for
the
together,
families. And trophies
more
on the side as well.
We have spent 2 days in a small, windowless, airless room, 44 races, and we haven't killed each other.
We haven't killed each other. Yet. So there's still plenty of time for that to go wrong. But yeah, an absolutely fantastic weekend. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm very much looking forward to Warden Law.
Well, what leaves us to say, big thank you to everyone for joining us.
Indeed.
Wherever you're watching in the world, who you've ever been cheering on, whichever drivers, classes, thank you. This has been an Alpha Live production of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We will see you in a couple of weeks' time at Warden Law.